Give him to Qianyun Peak. That was the first sentence of my new life. Not a welcome, not a name. A disposal instruction delivered by an old man in gold-trimmed robes who did not look at me while he said it, the way you tell a servant to move a chair. I was kneeling on cold jade in a hall the size of a train station, under a ceiling painted with dead people, and I had been conscious for roughly 90 seconds. In that time, I had learned 3 things. 1. My knees hurt. 2. The body I was in had never eaten properly in its life, because I could feel my own hip bones through the robe. 3. I was going to die in about 4 months, and every single person in that hall was going to help. Let me back up. My name was Chen Ming. It still is, technically. The difference is that the Chen Ming who woke up in that hall had spent 22 years in a village so far from anything that the map just gave up and drew grass, and the Chen Ming doing the waking had spent 26 years in a world with dentistry and had, 3 days before he died, finished reading a garbage web novel called Record of Beauties. 900 chapters. Harem cultivation. Multiple wives, multiple blessings, that whole genre. The protagonist was a boy named Xiao Lei who collected women the way other people collect stamps. And the thing about that book, the thing I remembered even through the fog of a brand new brain, was the canon fodder. Every one of those books needs a first corpse. Somebody the protagonist steps on in chapter 40 so the reader understands he is dangerous. Somebody with a name, a face, 2 or 3 scenes, and a death ugly enough to be memorable. That was Chen Ming. That was me. I knew the whole thing. I knew that in about 4 months, Xiao Lei would break my leg in a place called Jinma City. I knew that my family, whoever they were, got wiped out in the back half of the book, and that my master and my senior sisters got taken apart one at a time, and that the last thing Chen Ming ever saw was Xiao Lei's boot coming down on his head while a crowd watched and nobody moved. And here's the part that really got me, kneeling on that jade. It was not even a big death. It happened in a paragraph. I had skimmed it. Give him to Qianyun Peak, I thought, with my knees going numb on the stone. Give him. Like a chair. Like a debt somebody has finally called in. You lost me for 22 years, and now you are standing over my head haggling about delivery. Somewhere behind me in the crowd, a woman in a red dress stopped moving. I did not look up. There was no reason to look up. Nobody had said anything out loud. The old men above me kept talking. He carries the sect master's blood, said a woman's voice very dry. That is not nothing. He carries the sect master's blood and no cultivation whatsoever, said the gold-trimmed one. 22 years old. 22. At that age, my own disciples had established foundation. This one has never opened a meridian. He has never opened a book. He has the look, someone muttered. Farmer's hands. He has a farmer's hands because he was a farmer, said the woman. For 22 years, because we lost him. A very good silence happened after that. The kind where everybody in a room simultaneously decides to study the floor. Here is the situation, delivered fast, because I was working it out fast myself. The Azure Pavilion sect had a sect master. The sect master had a son. The son went missing 22 years ago, and the sect spent 2 decades quietly not talking about it, the way an organization does when its most important man loses his only child, and the answer to how is embarrassing. Then, last month, somebody found me, in a village, holding a hoe. And now the 6 peaks of the Azure Pavilion sect were standing in the Hall of Ancestral Recognition trying to work out which of them had to take the sect master's illiterate, uncultivated 22-year-old son, and they were doing it in front of him, out loud, because it apparently did not occur to any of them that the parcel could hear. Behind me, disciples in white were whispering, not quietly. Nobody whispers quietly when they are certain the subject does not matter. No spiritual root at all. Look at him. 22 and Ying refining 0. My little brother is 9. He is holding his hands like he is waiting for someone to hand him a shovel. I was, actually. Old habits. 22 years of them, sitting in the muscle. And that is when the voice went off inside my skull, cheerful as a microwave. Congratulations, host. Transmigration successful. Binding the villain life system. Oh good, I thought. A system. Of course there is a system. There is always a system. Tell me I get a shop. Primary directive. Follow the plot to the end, positive or negative, and survive. I want to be very clear about how that landed. Not thrive, not win, not become the strongest under heaven. Survive. The system had read the same book I had, looked at my role in it, and set the bar at breathing. Supporting grant. Comprehension ability. Rank heaven defying. That one I liked. That one I liked a lot. In a world where people spend 30 years failing to understand one technique, being handed the ability to understand everything instantly is not a cheat. It is a crowbar, and I have never in either of my lives met a door I did not want to open with a crowbar. But I was still kneeling, and the men above me were still deciding. So I did what I always do when I am out of moves. I looked around the room and made fun of it in my head, because that is free and it keeps the panic in a box. There were two women standing near the front, both from Qianyun Peak, the exact peak the gold-trimmed elder wanted to dump me on. The one on the left wore red, and she wore it the way a fire alarm wears red. Wine gourd on her hip at 11 in the morning, chin up, eyes doing a slow lap of the ceiling to communicate how boring she found the proceedings. I knew her, Mei Lin, fourth senior sister of Qianyun Peak, and by chapter 300 she was a wreck. Xiaolei would ruin her early, and later, when his sins piled up and somebody had to pay for them, the book sold her off to settle his debts. It was 2 lines. It was a plot convenience. Silly woman, I thought, looking at that raised chin. You are drinking at 11 in the morning and you have no idea what is coming for you. Get sold to cover another man's bill. Honestly, once I survive all this, I should go be a customer, just to complete the circle. Her head snapped around so fast the gourd swung. I did not notice. Not a flicker. I noticed nothing. I had moved on to the other one. The other one wore white and had the single most miserable face I have ever seen on a beautiful person. Not sad, miserable. The expression of a woman standing in the rain at a funeral for someone she disliked. Mei Hua, second senior sister. In the book, she was a wall that Xiaolei eventually knocked down. Look at that face, I thought. Did somebody in her family die this morning? Is that the standard expression? Does it come off? The white one turned her head too. 2 women, in the middle of a formal hall, in the middle of 6 peak masters arguing, both staring directly at a kneeling nobody who had said absolutely nothing out loud. Mei Lin's face did something complicated. Mei Hua's face did nothing at all, which on her was worse. And I, being a genius, thought, the acoustics in here must be terrible. They can probably hear the elders arguing from the back. Then it is settled, the gold-trimmed elder said. Qianyun Peak. Jiali can carry him. She carries everything else. Jiali is not here, someone pointed out. Jiali is never here. She is coming, said the dry woman. 6 rainbows came down through the open roof. I mean that literally. 6 of them, 6 different colors, and they hit the jade one after another like somebody dropping coins in a jar, and where they landed there were people. That is how peak masters arrive in this world. They do not walk in, they fall in color. 5 of them were exactly what you would draw if somebody said the word elder, beards, staffs, the specific dignity of men who have not been contradicted in 300 years. The 6th was a woman in a purple robe, purple, floor to throat, high collar, long sleeves that went past the fingers, not 1 square inch of anything showing except a face and, when she moved, the very ends of 2 hands. She was, I knew from the book, ranked somewhere in the top 10 of a continental list of beautiful women that people in this world took absolutely seriously, and looking at her I thought, that robe makes her look like a coal scuttle. I want to defend myself here, briefly. It was a bad thought. It was also, in my defense, an accurate one. The woman had the bone structure of a 1500-year-old porcelain, and she had wrapped it in something with the silhouette of municipal furniture. Somebody should dress her, I thought. Somebody with a plan. Get her out of the bucket and she would be top 3 easy, and the list would need a rewrite. The purple woman stopped walking. She did not turn. She did not look at me. She stood in the middle of the hall of ancestral recognition, with 6 of the most powerful people on the continent behind her, and she went very, very still, in the way of a person who has just heard a noise in a house they were certain was empty. Then she started walking again, and something invisible came off her and swept the room. I felt it go through me like a hand going through a drawer. Every disciple in that hall flinched. It found me, sat on me for about a second and a half, and lifted. That is divine sense. That is what a return to emptiness cultivator does, instead of asking a question. She sat down at the front. Jiali, master of Qianyun Peak, and, according to 900 chapters of the book in my head, the woman whose entire life was scheduled to be dismantled by her own favorite student. And that gold-trimmed elder said, pleasantly, Qianyun Peak has space. Peak Master Jia, the sect master's son, will study under you. Everybody turned to watch her refuse. I did some very fast math. Qianyun Peak was the harem peak. That is not me being crude. That is the structure of the book. 5 senior sisters, 1 master, and Xiaolei in the middle of them like a tick. Xiaolei had something on Jiali by the middle chapters, and he used it, and the whole peak came apart, and every single person on it ended up wrecked in a different specific way. 2 years, I thought. I would not last 2 years up there. I would be in the ground by the 3rd arc. So I opened my mouth for the first time since arriving in this world, and I said, in the loud, clear voice of a farm boy who does not know how anything works, honored elders. This disciple is not suited to cultivation. This disciple would like to be sent to work the fields. 300 people made the same small noise at once. The gold-trimmed elder actually leaned forward. You wish to what? Farm, I said. This disciple is good at it. This disciple is not good at anything else. And Jia Li from the front said in a voice like a knife being laid down on a table, Fine. Every head turned. He likes farming, she said. I have land. There was a silence with a texture to it. Peak Master Jia, said the dry woman carefully. The back mountain of Qianyun Peak is wasteland. It is. There is not one spiritual field on it. There is not. I knelt there with my mouth slightly open and my brain producing, in order, the following. Wait, why did you agree? Why did you agree so fast? That was supposed to be my escape route. Why did you take my escape route and put your name on it? Jia Li's shoulders moved. It was very small. If I had not been staring directly at her, I would have missed it. She was laughing. Mei Lin came over and took my hand to help me up, which was nice of her, and then closed her fingers until I heard something in my knuckles make a suggestion. Junior brother, she said warmly, at maximum volume, for the benefit of everyone in the hall. Welcome to Qianyun Peak. Senior sister will protect you. She said, protect the way you would say Barry. I looked up at the 6 peak masters and the 300 disciples and the woman in the purple bucket who had just cheerfully agreed to give me a mountain of dirt, and I thought, with the total confidence of a man who has read the ending, enjoy it while it lasts. The old men from Purple Void and Clear Moon already have the trap set. They are just waiting for you to walk into that secret realm. Jia Li's cup stopped halfway to her mouth. She had come back from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion 9 days earlier with an invitation to a place called the Miyiguo Secret Realm folded inside her sleeve. She had told exactly no one. She set the cup down without drinking, and for the first time since she came through the roof, she looked at me directly. I smiled at her because I was 22 and had a farmer's face and nobody had ever told me not to. That night they put me through a thing called the Chaos Bell, which is a purification for people with dirty roots, and it hurt in a way I do not have vocabulary for, and I came out the other side with skin that had never seen a field and no cultivation at all. And in the morning, I went to my mountain. Qianyun Peak had about 10 people on it. Not 10,000. Not 1,000. 10. 5 senior sisters, 1 junior brother, 1 master, and a handful of servant disciples who mostly seemed to be avoiding eye contact with the buildings. The peak itself was beautiful in the way that expensive things are when nobody has money to maintain them. Good bones, cracked steps, a hall that had been magnificent in some previous century and was now mostly a place where wind lived. Xiaolei was waiting for me on the platform. I want to describe him accurately, because if I describe him the way I feel about him, you will not believe the rest of this story. He was handsome, not in a slick way, in an open, warm, well-lit way, like the son of a good family who has never had to lie about anything. When he smiled, and he smiled immediately, it reached his eyes and stayed there. Junior brother, he said, and came down the steps with both hands out. We have all been waiting. I am Xiaolei, 6th disciple, which makes you 7th and makes me the one who has to explain everything. I already bowed to you, I thought, going down into the bow. Sect law. You cannot kill a fellow disciple you have accepted a bow from without the Hall of Law Enforcement getting involved. I have bought myself, what, a year? Senior brother, I said. Stand up, stand up. He pulled me up by the elbows. Warm hands. You have had a hard road, 22 years out there with nothing. He glanced around at the others, sharing it with them, generous. That is not your fault. None of that is your fault. Growing up in a place like that, with no teachers, no resources, no one to tell you what a meridian even is, nobody blames you. He said it kindly. He said it loud enough for the servant disciples to hear. 900 chapters, and this was how he did it. Never an insult. Always a kindness with a knife folded into the middle of it, delivered in a voice that made everybody nearby feel included. You should try it sometime, I thought at him, smiling like an idiot. 9 meals across 3 days. Not 9 a day. 9 total. Do that for a season and then tell me about my meridians. Put the supreme being of the 9 heavens on that schedule, and in a month he is a coat rack with an attitude. Enough, liar! Jia Li had not raised her voice. She had not even opened her eyes. She was sitting inside the hall with a cup of tea, and every single person on that platform stopped talking. Xiaolei's smile did not move. It simply stopped meaning anything. Then it came back on. Yes, master. We went in. There was a table, and the master at the head of it, and the 2 senior sisters I had met in the hall, arranged along one side like witnesses at a trial. Minger, Jia Li said. I looked up. That was fast. In this world, the ending on a name is a whole legal document. Minger is what you call a child of your own household. Xiaolei looked up too. You have no foundation, she said, and I am not going to lie to you about what that means. You are 22. The boy sitting next to you established foundation at 15. There is a gap between you that most people do not close in a lifetime. Yes, master. So you will not be closing it with talent. She reached into her sleeve and put a book on the table. You will be closing it with information. The book was black and old and about the size of a brick, and Xiaolei went completely still. I knew what it was before I touched it. Heavenly Compendium. An appraisal encyclopedia. Point it at a thing and it tells you what the thing is, what it does, what it is worth, and who wants it. In a world where 9/10 of everything is a scam or a trap, it is the single most useful object a person with no power can hold. It also had a price tag, because everything in this sect had a price tag, 5,000 spirit stones, and Xiaolei had asked her for it, repeatedly, in front of people, and had been told no, repeatedly, in front of people. Congratulations, host, said the system, sounding genuinely delighted. You have intercepted a protagonist's treasure. Reward, 5 Ying strengthening pills. Intercepted, I thought. That is a fun word for it. Say it again. Thank you, master, I said. Do not thank me. Read it. She sat back. Now, business. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has opened a place called the Mie Guo's Secret Realm. It has been sealed for a very long time, and there are things inside it that have been sealed just as long. 6 sects were invited. We are one of them. Master should go, Xiaolei said immediately. Qianyun Peak has been passed over for 3 years. If we take a haul out of Mi Guo, the elders cannot keep pretending we are not here. He meant it too. That is the thing. He wanted the peak to rise. He simply also wanted everything on it. Jiali leaned forward over the table to look at the map somebody had unrolled. There are some thoughts a man does not choose. They arrive fully formed and they are already in the room before he can do anything about them. Why is she leaning forward, I thought. There was no need to lean forward. Now there are 2 additional sources of pressure on this table, and I am concerned about the structural integrity of the legs. 3 women looked down at the table at exactly the same moment. Then all 3 looked up at me. Mei Lin out loud before she could stop herself. You absolute... Mei Hua, quieter, to the ceiling. Shameless. Jiali said nothing at all, but the tea in her cup developed a very small ring at the center, the way liquid does when the hand around it has tightened. Weird sect, I thought, looking between the 3 of them. Everybody here is very jumpy. Minger is coming with us, Jiali said. Xiaolei's head came up. Master, he cannot cultivate. Mi Guo is... Minger is coming with us, she said again, in the same tone, to broaden his horizons. Are you telling me you cannot look after 3 senior sisters and 1 junior brother at the same time? There is a specific quality of silence that follows a woman placing a man in a hole he dug himself. Of course, master, Xiaolei said. That night, after the lamps went out, Jia Li sent a shadow off the peak with 2 instructions. Find out whether Purple Void and Clear Moon have moved anything toward Mi Guo, and find out where the sect master's son spent 22 years. Then she sat alone in the dark with the cup she had not finished and asked the empty room a question. Chen Ming, she said. What are you? She had been alive for a very long time. She had sat across a table from men who read fortunes for emperors, and not one of them had ever been able to tell her what she would do next week. And a boy with a farmer's hands had described the shape of the rest of her life while smiling at the ceiling. The pendant showed up on my 3rd day. Xiaolei volunteered to help me tidy the courtyard, which was already a sentence with a bad smell on it. 6th disciple of the peak, favorite of the master, coming down to sweep leaves with the illiterate 7th. He was good at it. Genuinely helpful, moved a bench, fixed a leaning shelf, made 2 jokes at his own expense, and at some point during all that, a dark green jade pendant went behind the leg of the small table by the wall, tucked into the angle where the leg met the floor, invisible unless you got down on the ground and looked up at it. Neat work, truly. You could not see it standing, sitting, or lying on the bed. You would only find it if you knew it was there. I knew it was there. It is in chapter 51. I got down on the floor after he left, fished it out with 2 fingers, walked it outside, and dropped it in the rubbish heap behind the wall, in among the melon rinds. Then I went and sat in a tree and ate fruit until dark. The system space had 5 solidifying pills in it and a notification waiting. Main quest. In 3 days, travel to the Mi Guo secret realm. Advance the plot, cause the collapse of Jia Li's cultivation, allow Xiaolei to betray his master. Reward index, excellent. Then, underneath it, in the same flat font, anti-main quest. By any means, prevent the betrayal. Reward index, unknown. I sat in that tree for a long time with a peach in my hand. Excellent is a number. Unknown is not. Excellent is a system telling you exactly what you are buying. Unknown is a system that either does not know or does not want to say, and in my experience, those are the same thing wearing different hats. The book says she goes down in the secret realm. Half her power, gone, and she never gets it back, and everything after that happens because of it. My great master, I thought, chewing. All I want to say to you is that your sacrifice is going to be a load-bearing part of my plan. Down in the courtyard, in the dark, a woman in white who had been on her way to bed stopped walking and stood very still for about 4 seconds. Then she went to bed and did not sleep. They came for the pendant in the morning, all three of them, which was the point. Xiao Lei at the front, worried but not accusing. Jiali a step behind, purple, unreadable. Mei Lin off to the side with her arms folded, already enjoying herself. Junior brother. Xiao Lei was apologetic about it, which was the craft. I am sorry to trouble you. I seem to have lost a pendant. Master gave it to me. It is not valuable, but it means something to me. You have not seen it, have you? I was helping you clean, so I thought perhaps… I have it in the rubbish, I thought pleasantly. If you want it, dig. Mei Lin made a noise. It was not a laugh. She caught it about a third of the way out and turned it into a cough and then had to look at the sky for a while. I have not seen it, senior brother, I said, but we can look. We looked. Xiao Lei looked in the sincere, thorough way of a man who knows exactly where the thing is and needs witnesses to watch him not find it there. He worked toward the table by the wall in a slow spiral. He was going to get down and look under it and find it and stand up with it in his palm and say nothing at all, and the nothing would do the work. Jia Li had located it in the rubbish heap the moment she came through the gate. Divine sense does not care about melon rinds. She walked past all of us, out the gate, over to the heap and hooked the pendant out of the garbage with one finger and held it up. The silence was gorgeous. Master, Xiao Lei said, how did it… I am so sorry, senior brother. I hurried over with my hands out and my face open and my voice full of a farm boy's horror at his own stupidity. I was sweeping so hard yesterday, I must have swept out Master's love along with the rubbish. Mei Lin turned around completely and faced the wall. Xiao Lei took the pendant. He said it was fine. He said it was his own fault for not being careful. He thanked me for helping look, and he smiled, and the smile went all the way up, and then he left. And behind him, Jia Li stood in front of a pile of melon rinds holding one finger away from her robe, and thought a thought that she would later admit was the beginning of everything. That was not luck. You said you liked farming. Mei Lin was in my doorway at dawn with a pickaxe. It was black and it was iron and it was the size of my leg. Master had it fetched from the armory, she said, and put it in my arms, and I went down about 4 inches. The whole back mountain is yours, every stone on it, she said, and I want you to hear this exactly as she said it, that a boy who loves the soil should not be kept from the soil. Jia Li, I thought, hauling that thing up the slope. You absolute dog, I said politely, in a formal hall in front of 300 people, that I enjoyed farming, and you have handed me a mountain of rocks and called it a gift. Behind me, Mei Lin spilled about a third of her wine down her own arm. The back mountain was 200 acres of bad rock. I swung the pick until my palms opened, and then I wrapped my palms and swung it more, because the alternative was sitting still, and I have never once in either life gotten anything by sitting still. At noon I sat down on a boulder with a spiritual melon somebody had left in the shade, and Mei Lin came and sat on the rock across from me, ostensibly to supervise, actually because it was her only entertainment on that mountain. She was drinking, she had her boots up, red dress on gray rock like a dropped flag, and I looked at her over the melon and thought about chapter 311. You are going to walk right into it, I thought. Xiao Lei sets it up in the city. You get taken, and I get my leg broken trying to stop it, and by the time it is over, you belong to him. And then, later, much later, when his sins get too heavy to carry, the people he owes come to collect, and the payment they take is you. Mei Lin dropped the melon. 100 Flower Valley, I thought, because the melon dropping did not register with me at all. That is the precedent. Whole sect, 103 people, gone, and their master was on that beauty list too. That list is not an honor. It is a catalogue. The melon rolled off the rock and broke. I looked up. Senior sister? Mei Lin was sitting extremely straight. Her hand was still curved around a melon that was no longer in it. All the color that lives in the face of a woman who drinks at 11 in the morning had gone somewhere else. Nothing, she said. Son. I went back to work. Behind me, on that rock, a woman who had never in her life been afraid of anything she could hit made a promise to herself with her teeth together. No. Absolutely not. Not that. I will never live like that. She did not know how she knew. She had spent 4 days now hearing the voice of a boy who was not speaking, and she had told nobody, because there is no version of that conversation that does not end with her in a very small room being examined by very old men. So she picked up the 2 halves of the melon and threw one at my head and told me to dig faster. The cloud boat left on the morning of the 3rd day. It was a 5th rank artifact, about the size of a river barge, and it flew by not existing in one place and then existing in another, which is what happens when you cross the void instead of the sky. 2.5 days from the Azure Pavilion sect to the land continent. 4 people, 1 master, and a boy standing at the rail trying to work out how much of the next week he could survive. Xiao Lei made his move before we were an hour out. Master. He said it quietly, with the door half closed, which meant he wanted me to hear about half of it. About junior brother. What about him? Miyiguo is a sealed realm. There will be golden core disciples in there from 6 sects and things older than the sects. He has no cultivation. He has no protective artifact. If something goes wrong, I cannot guarantee. Liar. Jiali did not look up from the map. Are you telling me that you cannot look after 3 senior sisters and 1 junior brother at once? That is not what I… Because Minger is coming. The pause was very short. I have thought about that pause a lot since. Yes, master. He came out onto the deck a minute later and stood next to me at the rail and smiled and said something friendly about the view, and inside his own head, where he thought it was private, he was saying this. From the first day I came to this peak, I decided that the master and the 5 senior sisters were mine. All of them. Not one of them will be given away. He had been 15 when he decided it. He had never once said it out loud. And in 900 chapters, nobody ever caught him at it until it was much, much too late. We came out of the void over the undying mountains. I had read the description. The description was garbage. What was actually down there was a range that went past the horizon in both directions, with the top sheared off flat, like somebody had run a blade across the whole continent at one height and taken the peaks home. 200 cultivators were standing on the flats waiting from 6 sects, and every one of them had that specific stillness that people get when they have decided in advance not to be impressed by anything. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had sent a man called Gay Yuan. Everyone called him the Ghost Fortune Teller, which is a nickname you have to earn twice. He was small and gray, and he carried a divination tray in the crook of his arm the way a nurse carries a chart. And off to the left, apart from her own people, stood a woman in white with a veil across the lower half of her face. I only got her eyes. Phoenix eyes, they call that shape here. She was watching Xiaolei, and she had been watching him since the boat touched down, and nobody else had noticed because nobody else was looking for her. Clear Moon Sect. Her name was Li, and she was going to matter later in a way I very much did not want to think about at the time. The gate opened at noon. It did not swing. The air over the flat simply developed a seam, and the seam widened, and beyond it there was a place with a different color of light. 200 people went in. Inside there were 2 broken pillars and a skeleton. The pillars were the height of a temple and snapped off at about a third, and the skeleton was fixed to the rock face between them with something driven through the shoulders. It was not human-shaped in any way I liked. Whatever it had been big enough that its rib cage made an arch a man could ride a horse under, and in front of the pillars there was a pit. The pit deserves the accurate version rather than the cheap one. It was about the size of a village square, and it was full, and what it was full of was bone, and the bone was not arranged, not laid out, not buried, not honored, dumped, over a very long time, by people who had a schedule. This was an execution ground. That is what the pillars are for. You break a cultivator against them, and then you put him in the hole. Tao integration, somebody near me said, in the voice of a man who has just done a calculation he did not enjoy. Look at the shackle sizes. They executed Tao integration great experts here. Nobody said anything for a while after that. System story notification, said the voice in my head, and I stopped hearing the crowd. 7 stars 6 positions formation. A formation of 7. The strength of 6 flows into 1. Ah, I thought. There it is. I have to explain what that meant to me, standing on the lip of a bone pit with my hands in my sleeves. In the book, Jia Li is crippled in the Mi Guo secret realm. That is the load-bearing event. Everything downstream of it, every single bad thing, happens because a return to emptiness true lord walks in here at full strength and walks out at half. The book never explains how. The book just does it in about 2 paragraphs because the book needed her weak, and the system had just handed me the how. 7 positions, 6 of them feed, 1 of them holds, and whoever is standing in the one that holds takes the entire backlash when the thing they are hitting hits back. Jia Li's ruin was not bad luck, it was a seating chart. So I thought, and this is who I was on day 6. So her injury and her fall are directly downstream of Xiaolei and this formation, and the main quest pays excellent for letting it happen, and the anti-quest pays a question mark. I did not say a word. 3 women in that crowd took several steps closer to me at the same time from 3 different directions. Mei Lin got there first. Mei Hua came in from the left. Jia Li did not move her feet at all, but the pressure of her attention landed on the back of my neck like a hand. This is so annoying, Mei Lin was thinking, close enough now that I could have touched her sleeve. Say more. Say more. Which position? Which one is the bad one? I looked at the bone pit and thought about how many bones were in it and whether the pit had a bottom. Mei Hua, who was not a woman who fidgeted, put 2 fingers against her own wrist and held them there like she was taking a pulse. Neither of them could say anything. That is the trap they were in, and it was airtight. There is no sentence in any language that starts with, "I heard your junior brother thinking," and ends with anyone believing you. The barrier was across a dried canal, and it looked like nothing at all. That is how you know it is expensive. Cheap barriers glitter. This one was a slight wrongness in the air over a channel of cracked mud, and when a return to emptiness elder from Purple Void put half his strength into it, the surface did not even acknowledge that it had been touched. Formation, Yuan said, and unrolled the divination tray. 7 positions, marked in the mud with a stick. He walked them out himself, assigning as he went, and he was very good at it, and I watched his hands the whole time. He put the Purple Void Elder on the outside. He put 2 Golden Core Seniors from 100-Year Sword on the flanks. He put Li of Clear Moon at the back, where she could see everything and be responsible for nothing. And he put Jia Li in the middle, and he said, Peak Master Jia, if you would take the center, it is the position of greatest control. Greatest control. That is a beautiful phrase. It is also technically true in the same way that the person holding the lightning rod has the greatest control over the lightning. Jia Li walked to the center of the pattern, and here is the difference between the book and what I was standing in. In the book, she does not know. She steps into that circle the way anyone steps into a circle drawn by a professional, and the barrier breaks, and the backlash comes through the center like water down a funnel, and she is on the ground before she understands that she was the funnel. She stepped into it knowing exactly what it was. She had heard it 4 days ago from a boy on a mountain of rocks who thought he was being clever inside his own skull. She had spent those 4 days deciding whether to believe him. She had come to Migo to find out. The formation lit. 6 streams came in from the outside and folded down into one, and the one went out through Jia Li and hit the barrier, and the barrier held for about 2 heartbeats and then broke like ice on a pond, and the whole thing came back. I have seen a lot of violence since then. I have not seen much that made a sound like that. It was not loud. It was the noise a very large window makes from the next room. Her protective aura came apart instantly, not gradually. It was there, and then there was a shape in the air where it had been. The sound she made was small. Yuan was already talking before she hit the mud, and that is the detail I want you to keep because he did not check on her first, he talked first. In a formation of this class, he said smoothly to everyone, any of the 7 positions may become the core. It is determined by the target, not by the arrangement. Nobody could have predicted it. He crossed to her and put a healing pill in her hand and folded her fingers over it with great gentleness. Xiaolei got there half a second later and went down on one knee in the mud, and his face was white, and he was, and I mean this, genuinely upset. That is the whole problem with Xiaolei. He was upset. He also, within about 4 minutes, started thinking about what the peak looked like with a master who could no longer enforce anything. Both. At once. In the same head. Master is now at half, I thought, watching them help her up. Which means the rest of the book runs. Xiaolei gets himself into a fight he cannot win. She goes in to pull her disciple out, and that is when the rest of it goes. And after that, she does not have the strength to say no to anything, to anyone. And the person she cannot say no to is standing right there with mud on his knee, looking heartbroken. Mei Lin was gripping her own sleeve hard enough to tear it. Mei Hua looked at me across 30 feet of dried canal with an expression I had never seen on her and could not read. Both of them were doing the same math. He knew. He knew 4 days ago. He knew, and he stood there. What I did not know, and would not know for months, is that Jia Li got up off that mud with a broken aura and 80% intact. She had used a Dao bead. There were 3 of them in the world that she knew of, and she had owned one, and she had carried it for 110 years without spending it, and she cracked it in her sleeve 2 seconds before the backlash arrived. It ate 70% of it. The rest went where it was supposed to go, and it genuinely hurt, and it genuinely cost her, and she let every single person in that canal watch her fold. She lay in a curtained litter afterward with her eyes closed, and her divine sense wrapped around Xiaolei like a hand around a bird. That was the last of it, she thought. 110 years, and I spent it on a rumor from a boy with dirt under his nails. Now, let us see whether he was right. Liar, do not disappoint your master. Then she opened her eyes a slit and dismissed the disciples into the realm to gather, because a wounded master who forbids her students from taking any advantage is a wounded master who is hiding something. Mei Lin immediately handed me to Mei Hua like a parcel and left at speed, on the grounds that she had things to gather and also that she could not spend 1 more hour standing near my head. So I got the cold one. We walked for a while. She did not talk. I have known statues. With more conversation. Eventually I got bored, which has always been my primary character flaw, and I said, Senior sister, if we are going to walk together, could we agree on a gap? 1 finger? Silence. Too close? 2 fingers? Mei Hua kept walking for about 8 full seconds. 3, she said. I moved half an inch to the right, which was, I felt, generous. She explained the realm to me as we went, in short flat sentences, like a woman reading out a bus timetable. Miaguo is not a place, it is a fold. Time in it and space in it are both slightly wrong and both slightly fixed, and the restrictions on what can be brought out will not lift for another 100 years, and anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. Then we came around a rock, and there was a fight already in progress. There was a life-giving spirit wood growing out of a crack, which is the sort of thing that starts fights, and a girl from Clear Moon Sect had gotten to it first, and Xiaolei had arrived second and was explaining to her warmly that the two of them could surely come to an arrangement. And then a third party dropped out of the sky. Chao Jun, Mei Hua said. 33rd on the Heavenly Ladder. The Heavenly Ladder ranking is a list of the strongest young cultivators on the continent. 33rd is not a joke. 33rd is a man whose sect has spent a fortune on him. I looked at him land, and I looked at Xiaolei's shoulders drop into a stance I recognized from about 40 different fight scenes, and I thought, out of pure reflex, the way you narrate a match you have already watched. First exchange, Xiaolei will not move his feet. He wants Chao Jun to spend the opener. Second exchange, he gives ground on purpose, right side, to make it look like the right side is soft. Third, he starts talking. He always starts talking in the third. He cannot help it. He needs the other man angry. And in the fourth, he takes the neck. Xiaolei did not move his feet. Mei Hua's head turned very slowly toward me. Xiaolei gave ground on the right. Xiaolei, in the third exchange, said something with a smile in it that made Chao Jun swing much harder than he had been swinging. And in the fourth exchange, the 33rd ranked young genius of the Clear Moon Sect stopped being anything at all. There was a pause in that clearing while everyone present adjusted to a new set of facts. Mei Hua was not looking at the body. She was looking at me with an expression I would describe as a woman discovering that her house has a room in it she has never opened. Is he doing commentary? She thought. He called it. He called all four. He called the order. You killed a Clear Moon disciple for merit, I thought, watching Xiaolei wipe his hands, and now Clear Moon has a grievance, and the grievance does not attach to you, it attaches to your master, because that is how sect law works. You just spent her blood to buy your own name. That is the favorite disciple. Mei Hua took me by the wrist and pulled me into a side chamber in the rock without a word. It was small and dry and had a shelf cut into the wall, and on the shelf was a mirror about the size of a dinner plate, bronze and green with age. She put it in my hands. Dream mirror, the system said. Incomplete. A bridge between the sleeping and the waking. Accelerates the evolution of consciousness. A cultivator at return to emptiness may enter the world of dreams through it. Take it, Mei Hua said. Do not show it to anyone. Do not tell senior brother. I looked up at her. Senior sister, why? Because you have no cultivation, she said flatly, and you have a mouth, and one of those two things is going to get you killed, and I would prefer it to be the mouth. Then she turned and walked out, and she did not say the actual reason, which was that she had spent the entire afternoon listening to a boy narrate a murder before it happened and had decided, with no evidence and against all of her training, that she was going to keep him. The ground started shaking on the 9th day, not an earthquake. A fold does not have earthquakes. This was the whole realm resettling, which is what happens right before a sealed place decides it is done being polite. Everybody ran. 200 cultivators broke for the gate at once, which is a sight because half of them were flying and the other half were pretending they had chosen not to. On the way, I passed a purple void disciple with a black eye, sitting on a rock, sobbing. I stopped. I am not made of stone. Brother, I said, are you hurt? My junior sister, he wept. My junior sister died in the eastern gully. I am sorry. She owed me 1,000 spirit stones. I stood there. 1,000, he said, and put his face in his hands. She said she would pay after this trip. She said the hall would cover it. 1,000 spirit stones. I patted him on the shoulder, twice, and left. Up at the gate, Jia Li was standing in the open with her hands inside her sleeves, and Li of the Clear Moon Sect was standing about 20 paces from her with a sword out, and the sword was called star picking, and it was pointed at the ground in the way that means it does not need to be pointed at anything else. Your disciple, Li said, killed mine. In a contested realm, Jia Li said, over a contested resource, in front of 40 witnesses. He was 17. He was 33rd on the ladder. If your sect is raising flowers in a greenhouse and then bringing them to a knife fight, peak Master Li, I do not know what you want me to say. I have thought about that line a lot. It was a terrible thing to say. It was also, from a woman standing there at half strength with 4 students behind her and a rival sect in front, exactly the right thing to say, because the only thing more dangerous than being weak is looking it. Li came forward 1 step and the air went thin. Gei Yuan got between them with both arms out, and a golden octagram opened under all 3 of their feet, and the little gray man who had put Jia Li in the center of a formation and lied about it said, in a voice like a schoolteacher, not here. 1 more exchange at this level, and the fold collapses with 200 children inside it. Take it home. Li looked at him. Then she looked at Jia Li for a long moment. This is not finished, she said. I will take the life of your disciple. She did not specify which one. That is the part I noticed and filed and did not think about again for a very long time, and should have. The bell was at the center of the realm. There was a tower, and the tower was not built so much as grown, and inside it there was a bronze bell about the size of a house with a ring of pressure around it that made your teeth hurt from a mile out. Nobody rang it. That is important. Nobody touched it. 200 people were running for the exit, and the bell decided on its own schedule after however many thousand years to make one sound. 10 miles. Everything inside 10 miles of that tower stopped being alive between one moment and the next. Golden Core cultivators, people with 150 years behind them and 300 ahead, went down without making a noise because the sound got to their divine souls before it got to their ears. Jia Li was 4 miles out. She grabbed Xiaolei by the back of the collar, the way you pick up a chicken. And then she took the life-saving talisman out of her sleeve, and she used it on herself. I need you to understand what that is, in book terms. In the book, she gives it to him. It is a famous scene. Fans of Record of Beauties quote it. The master burns her last talisman on her favorite disciple and drags herself out of Miguo on her hands, and it is the moment the whole harem structure locks into place. Because after that, everybody on that peak owes him her life. She used it on herself and she took him with her, which is not the same thing at all, and she did it because 6 days earlier, a boy had explained to her, from inside his own skull, what happened to women who gave everything away to men who were already counting. 70 miles east, on the wrong side of a ridge, the wave got to us thinned down to almost nothing. Almost nothing from that bell was still enough to peel the skin off a mountain. I did the only thing available to a man with no cultivation and a spare half second. I grabbed Mei Lin around the waist, spun her, and got behind her. Her protective aura lasted 3 seconds. I counted. It went white, and then it went thin, and then it was gone, and the pressure picked both of us up and put us into a rock face about 40 feet back, and then there was some time that I do not have any record of. When I came around, she was in my lap, unconscious, with blood at the corner of her mouth, and Mei Hua was standing over both of us. "Senior sister," I said, and my voice cracked, which was not acting. My throat was full of grit. "I killed her. She stepped in front of me. And I could not— Thank the heavens, I thought, to get behind senior sister, I thought, with enormous relief. A living shield is a reliable piece of equipment. Everybody should have one. Mei Hua stopped in the middle of the sentence she was starting. She closed her mouth. She looked at me. She looked at the unconscious woman in my arms. She looked back at me, and she said absolutely nothing for the entire 2.5-day trip home. Mei Lin woke up on the cloud boat. I had been very attentive. 2 hours, kneeling by the bunk, dripping water between her lips a few drops at a time and wiping her forehead with a cloth because I am not an animal and also because a debt is a debt and I had used the woman as a wall. Her eyes opened. I said warmly, "Senior sis." Her heel hit me in the chest and I went off the bunk, across the cabin and into the wall and stopped there, mostly because there was a foot in the middle of my sternum holding me up. Red dress, barefoot, 2 meters of travel in about 1/10 of a second from lying down. "Senior sister," I wheezed, "you are awake. That is wonderful news." "My divine soul," Mei Lin said, "was stunned. Not destroyed. Stunned." "Ah. Which means," she said, leaning in on the foot, "I could hear. Ah. I heard you decide I should put on some weight. That was a compliment about your bone structure. I heard you call me a reliable piece of equipment." "Load-bearing," I said. "I said load-bearing. It is a term of respect in construction." "I felt you smiling." She got right down close, and her hair swung, and her eyes were doing something bright and terrible. "You were unconscious and bleeding and holding me, and you were smiling. Do you think I did not feel that? Do you think I did not feel where your hands were? My hands were where they had to be. Physics." She removed the foot. Then she picked me up by the collar, walked me to the cabin door, and kicked me out of it, and I went down the deck on my face in front of 2 servant disciples and a very surprised bird. The door slammed. And on the other side of it, sitting on the bunk with her heart going, a woman who had spent 4 days terrified of a voice she could not explain, put her hand flat on her chest and thought, with something close to wonder, "Still, that little bastard is more interesting than I expected." She had never in her life thought that about anybody. Mi Guo folded itself up on the 20th day. Every sect that went in came out lighter. Purple Void lost 11, 100-Year Sword lost 9, and one of them was somebody's grandson. Clear Moon lost their 33rd ranked prodigy, and a great deal of face, and Li had intended to catch Jia Li on the road home, and the bell had ruined that too, because you cannot ambush someone in the middle of a general evacuation. The story that reached the Azure Pavilion sect ahead of us was simple and wrong in a way that suited everybody. Chenyun Peak came out on the 5th day, could not handle it. Peak Master Jia took a knock and pulled her students out early. I heard 3 different disciples repeat that in one morning while I was walking to breakfast with a swollen eye. Good, I thought, and put more ointment on the eye. Let them think it. A sect that thinks you are finished stops watching what you are doing. Mei Lin kicked my door open at dawn. Master says, she announced, that your nature requires refinement and that the refinement of nature is best achieved through agriculture. Master says that. Master says that. She threw the pickaxe. I caught it with my chest. Back mountain. Go. So I went back to the rocks, and that is where I got the idea that changed everything, and I got it the way you always get them, which is halfway through a swing with your mind entirely elsewhere. Here is the thought. Shaolei, in 900 chapters, does exactly one clever thing, and it is not a technique, and it is not a plan. He works out that his master is a woman whose power can be leveraged rather than fought. He works out that a peak master who is compromised is worth more than a peak master who is defeated. Every terrible thing he does downstream comes off that single realization, so he becomes what this world charmingly calls a rebellious disciple, a student who turns on his teacher. And I stood on 200 acres of bad rock with a pickaxe over my shoulder and thought, why is that his job? I mean it, genuinely. Why is that a protagonist-only position? What is the barrier to entry? Let us game it out. Best case, I get to the same place he gets to, except I get there first and without any of the parts I find disgusting, and I come out of it with resources, protection, and a peak master who has a reason to keep me alive. Worst case, she throws me off this mountain and out of the sect. I want you to look very closely at that worst case. She throws me out of the sect, which removes me from the book, which is the entire objective. The worst case is a win. In 2 lives, I have never once been handed a bet where the downside was also the goal, and I am not the kind of man who leaves that on the table. Fortune favors the shameless, I thought. Cowards eat rocks. And then I put the pickaxe down and went to find out where my master took her baths. Officially, Jia Li was in closed-door seclusion, recovering. Actually, she was lying in a spirit spring behind her residence with her hair up and her eyes closed, doing the thing she had been doing for 2 weeks, which was making herself look injured, available, and alone, and waiting to see how long it took Shaolei to come through the screen. That is not a nice thing for a master to do to a student. I am aware. She was aware. She had 110 years of a Dao bead riding on the answer, and she wanted it fast. I came over the wall. I came over the wall because the front gate had wards on it, and I came over it badly, and I landed in a flower bed and lay there listening for about 9 seconds. Why is this little one creeping around like a thief, thought the woman in the water, and did not open her eyes, because she had assumed a specific silhouette was going to come through her garden, and this was not it. I got up and went along the wall to the screen. Master, I thought, and my heart was going like a bird in a jar. Master, are you there? Nothing. She is not challenging me. I am standing 11 feet from a return to emptiness true lord inside her own warded residence, and she has not so much as turned her head, which means the book is right and she is running on. Almost nothing, which means the only thing between me and the resources on this peak is a screen. I tore the screen down, then I walked through the gap and there was a second one, a light curtain, and I tore that down too, because at that point stopping was worse than continuing. She was sitting up in the water with a thin nightrobe pulled around her and her hair down her back in a wet rope, and her face was the face she had worn in the Hall of Ancestral Recognition, which is to say a beautiful woman looking at furniture. Rebellious disciple, Jiali said, let go of my curtain. Master. My voice came out about half an octave up. You can stop pretending. Right now, at this moment, there is no difference between you and an ordinary person. I went for the fisherman, she was thinking, with something that in a lesser woman would have been hysteria. I baited a hook for Shaolei and I have landed this. Today, I said, this disciple is going to become Chang Shi. There is no good translation for that word. The nearest is a man who elevates himself using a woman's cultivation. In this world, it is the single filthiest thing you can be accused of, and I had just announced it in a garden, out loud, to a peak master, with my hands shaking, and then, because my mouth has never in either life been on the same schedule as my brain, I added, in the privacy of my own head, do not be afraid. I am not going to be disgusting about it like Shaolei. He does it for pleasure. I am strictly here for resources. Jiali stopped moving. That sentence went into her like a nail, not the threat, the comparison. He does it for pleasure, said the boy who could not possibly know that 4 days ago she had watched her 6th disciple stand over her in the mud with his hand out and had felt for the first time in 6 years a small cold thing crawl up the back of her neck. So she made a decision, in about a second and a half, that she would spend the next several months regretting and never once reversing. She decided to play along. And if I refuse, she said, then Master should think about the next 12 months. I sat down on the edge of her bath, uninvited, which I want on record as the bravest thing I have ever done. The second elder of Zuodao Peak has wanted this peak for 11 years. He is not going to fight you for it. He is going to wait until an inspection finds Qianyun Peak unable to meet its quota, and then he is going to absorb it quietly with paperwork. Your disciples get reassigned. Senior Sister Yun goes to a peak that will use her, Senior Sister Mu goes somewhere colder, and you go on the list of former peak masters who live in a nice house and are never consulted about anything. I was making none of this up. It is chapters 200 through 240. And Clear Moon does not forget, I said. You told Li her sect raises flowers. She is going to remember that. And Master, you are in the top 10 of the record of beauties, and a woman on that list without cultivation is not a beauty, she is inventory. Unlucky, you die. Lucky, you belong to somebody. The garden was extremely quiet. I looked up and her face had changed. Not much. The corners. She was afraid. Genuinely, for about 3 seconds, because every word of it was structurally sound and she had been thinking 2/3 of it herself at 4 in the morning for a month. And I, seeing an opening and being 22 and being an idiot, reached out and pinched her cheek. Master is very soft, I said. The sound of the slap took birds out of the trees on the far side of the courtyard. 700 years. 700 years, and not one person, not an enemy, not a sect master, not an emperor's envoy, had ever put their fingers on Jia Li's face. She sat there with her palms still up, and I sat there with my head turned about 40 degrees, and both of us waited to find out what happened next. What happened next is that she lowered her hand and laid her head sideways against my palm and looked up at me with an expression of perfect surrender and a pair of eyes that were promising me a slow and inventive death. Very well, she said. What does my disciple want? I asked for the Elder's secret order. It is a token. It gets you into the main peak library. All 9 floors, including the ones where the elders themselves have to sign a book. She gave it to me. She put it in my hand and closed my fingers on it gently, the way you would with a child, and said, "Now get out. And never come into my residence again. Master." I stood up and tucked the token away and gave her my very best smile. That is not enough for a first visit. I will be back. Do not be stingy. I got over the wall on the second attempt. Behind me, a woman sat in cooling water for a long time with her hand over her eyes. Playing this part, she thought, is going to be extremely difficult. If I had not held my temper just now, I would have killed that little bastard where he stood. Then, after a while, he said Xiaolei does it for pleasure. He said it as though it had already happened. Main storyline objective complete, the system said, while I was walking away with my ears ringing. Congratulations, host, issuing a top-grade reward, 5-element spiritual root. I stopped dead in the path. Now, for anyone who has not spent 900 chapters learning this world's nonsense, let me explain why that is the single worst news a cultivator can receive. A spiritual root is your throughput. 1 element, you are a monster. 2, you are excellent. 3, you are respectable. 4, you are going to work very hard for an ordinary life. 5 is a joke. 5 is the punchline of jokes. 5 elements means your body accepts all of them and specializes in none, and the number everybody quotes is 150, 25, 15, 10. That is your comparative speed at each of the 5 stages. By the time a single element genius is a nascent soul venerable, the 5-element man is still a barrel with legs. You are killing me, I said out loud, to nobody, on a garden path. You are actively killing me. I asked for one thing. Correction, said the system, and I swear it enjoyed it. This root is mutated. I waited. Under the standard model, all 5 elements must be advanced in parallel. Under the mutation, the host requires only 1 element brought to great perfection in order to establish foundation. At the harmony with Dao stage, the mutation permits the fusion of mutually incompatible Daos. I sat down on the path. All Dao into one, said the system. I did not understand what that sentence was worth on that day, and pretending otherwise would be a lie. What I understood on that day was the first part, 1 element to great perfection instead of 5. That took a 100-year sentence and turned it into a to-do list. The transplant happened in my room that night, and I do not recommend it. It went hot, and then cold, and then both at once, and something in my gut that had been complaining for 22 years finally shut up. I woke up in the morning and went to the water bucket to wash and stopped because the face in it was wrong. Same face, same hands, same everything. Except that the boy who had been looking out of that face had been from a village and had never seen a city and had believed with his whole heart that if you worked hard and told the truth, it came out fine in the end. He was gone. All the way gone. There was no soft left in it anywhere. I looked at that for a while. Then I put the bucket down and went to the library. The main peak library is 9 floors, and it is the only building in the Azure Pavilion sect that impressed me. Floors 1 through 4 are open. 5 and 6 require an elder's signature. 7, 8, and 9 require a token that fewer than 30 people in the sect possess, and I was standing at the desk holding one while a fat young man in a librarian's sash slowly turned the color of paste. That is an elder's secret order, he said. It is. You are a new disciple of Qianyun Peak. I am. I am the assistant custodian of this library, he said. I have been here 9 years. I am the nephew of an elder. I am cleared for floors 1 to 4. That must be frustrating, I said. I am Chen Ming. What is your name? His name was Fu Min, and he was going to matter later, and on that morning he was mostly a very large man having a small crisis at a desk. Down in the book, Fu Min becomes Xiaolei's money man, the one who launders his reputation through main peak commerce. In the book, he is a footnote with a purse. He was also, I noticed, the only person in that building who did not look at my sleeves to check my rank before deciding how to talk to me. Half the arena was talking about the annual sect competition on my way in. Xiaolei and a main peak prodigy named Wen Kai had each taken 2 minor realms in 6 months, which is the kind of thing that gets you a nickname. And the year before, Qianyun Peak had swept the whole thing on the strength of 2 people, the eldest senior sister and Mei Hua, and that sweep is the only reason Jia Li got an invitation to Mieguo at all. That is how thin the margin was on that peak. 1 good year of results, 1 invitation, 1 trap. I went up. 2nd floor. In a rack nobody had touched in long enough for the dust to have a personality. I found a 4th tier technique. A 4th tier technique on the 2nd floor. That is a warhorse in a petting zoo. Qing Emperor Spirit Devouring Technique. The note on it said, in the handwriting of some long-dead cataloger, opens all 108 acupoints, absorption speed beyond measure. No living practitioner has completed the 2nd stage. 3rd floor, metal attribute. I found Tenjiang Golden Body. 3rd tier, and the note said it was a fragment of something that had originally been rated 10th, which is the sort of thing that makes your hands sweat. Body refinement. Turn the flesh into something that does not care what hits it. I was standing there with both of them under my arm when a voice at approximately elbow height said, "Those 2 are not for you." I looked down. There was a woman standing there who came up to my shoulder in a plain gray robe with her hair in a bun held by a stick. "Where did this potato come from?" I said. I said it out loud, not in my head. Out loud, to a stranger, in a library. Fu Min, 4 steps behind, made a noise like a punctured wineskin. The woman looked up at me for a long, long moment. "Little one," I said kindly, "you should walk louder. You will frighten somebody." "Those 2 techniques," she said, "have been on those shelves for 300 years, and in 300 years, 4 people have tried them. 2 of them are dead. 1 is a vegetable. The 4th is on the 8th floor, and I do not let him downstairs." She turned around and walked away. Fu Min grabbed my sleeve with both hands. "Sect young master," he hissed. "That is the custodian." "The what?" "The custodian. Of the library. Elder rank. She has been here 400 years. She has very sharp hearing." He was actually sweating. "Please, please do not call her a potato again. She hit an inspector once." He was in bed for a month. I looked after her. 300 years, 4 attempts, 2 corpses, said the note in my head, and I felt the thing in my chest that I get right before I do something expensive. "Fu Min," I said, "where do you sign these out?" "Here's the problem with the Qing Emperor Spirit Devouring Technique, and I found it on the first night, in a pavilion on Dongxin Lake, at about 2 in the morning. The technique does everything it says. You sit and you pull, and the spiritual energy comes in so fast that you can watch it condense in the air around you into little pale crystals, like frost forming on the inside of a window. And then it throws all of it out, not leaks, throws. The whole gathered mass goes straight out of the body through the meridians and dissipates into the night. I did it 4 times. I did it 4 times because I am stubborn. And after the 4th, I sat there in the dark and said, out loud, to a lake, 'That is backwards. That is the wrong way round. That is a pump plumbed to the outside.' Then I sat very still because of what happened next. The expelled crystals did not dissipate. Not all of them. Out in the air about a foot from my chest, they had started to turn, slowly, in a ring, and the ring was tightening, and then the whole thing screwed itself down into a point and came back in through my sternum like a drill bit. I would like to describe that sensation with dignity. What actually happened is that I fell off the platform, because I understood it. That is what heaven-defying comprehension does. It does not give you the answer. It gives you the answer the instant you touch the question, and I had just touched it. The technique is not a pump, it is a centrifuge. You throw the energy out so that it can be spun, and what comes back in is not spiritual energy anymore. It is spiritual energy that has been compressed into a structure, and the structure is the point. They call it opening an acupoint. That is a bad name. What it actually is a wheel. Breaking the first one took me until dawn, and I bit through my own lip. When it went like a knuckle cracking, all the way down my spine, and where it had been, there was a slow, dark blue turning thing about the size of a coin, sitting under my heart, drinking, and then it stopped. Full. Saturated. A wheel fills, and once it is full, it holds and takes nothing more. And the note on the scroll had said, no living practitioner has completed the second stage. And now I knew why. Because the second stage is written is just do that again. And doing that again gives you 2 full wheels sitting there doing nothing. I sat on that platform for 4 hours, watching 2 hypothetical wheels in my head and hating everybody who had ever written a manual. And then, somewhere around the 5th hour, I thought about a watermill. A wheel by itself fills up and stops. 2 wheels do nothing, but 2 wheels connected, at different pressures, with a channel between them, do not stop. The first drives the second returns to the first, and the flow does not end because the flow has nowhere to end. It just goes around. A circuit. Not 2 acupoints. 1 loop. The second wheel was worse than the first. I have skipped a great deal of pain in this account, and that one has earned its own line. It took 2 nights. And at the end of the second night, I was lying on the boards of that pavilion with my hands over my eyes, waiting to find out whether I was going to be able to walk. Then the 2 of them caught each other. There is a moment when it locks. The first wheel turns, the second answers, and the pressure differential between them opens a channel through the meridians that has no reason to ever close, and the whole system starts breathing on its own. I sat up on those boards at sunrise and I was absorbing spiritual energy, not cultivating, absorbing, sitting there, doing nothing. It kept going while I ate. It kept going while I walked back to Qianyun Peak. It kept going while I slept, which I confirmed by waking up further along than I went to bed. Ying refining, second layer, in 2.5 days. The standard for a 22-year-old with a mutated 5-element root and no pills is about a month if he is talented. There is a cost. There is always a cost. Every wheel after the first hurts more than the one before it, and the curve is not gentle, and I did not know then how far that curve was going to go, or how many nights it was going to take. But I sat on that platform in the sunrise with my meridians humming, and I laughed until I had to hold on to the rail, because for the first time since I woke up on that cold jade floor, I was not counting down. The peak went strange for a few days after that. Xiaolei came out of his own recovery in a good mood, because he had used the life-giving spirit wood on himself. I have to stop and enjoy this, because at the time, I nearly fell over. In the book, that piece of wood is not for him. He saves it. He carries it for 400 chapters, and eventually it becomes the foundation of the single filthiest thing he ever does, the thing that finally makes him what he becomes. It is a load-bearing beam of his entire arc. He burned it on himself for a fortnight of accelerated recovery because a bell had frightened him. "Congratulations, host," said the system, in the manner of a man watching a rival set his own barn on fire. The protagonist has permanently forfeited a primary route. The sect posts missions once a month. A, B, C, and D grade on a board outside the mission hall, paid in contribution points, and contribution points are how you get into the star-picking tower, which is where the good things are. Everybody on every peak goes, because there is no other way to get anything. Mei Lin caught me by the collar on the path. "Missions," she said. "Minimum 2 per team. Guess who is coming with me?" "Senior sister, I am Ying refining second layer." "You are ambulatory," she said, "and you are here, and I am not doing 4 days in a carriage with the other one." She jerked her chin toward Mei Hua's courtyard. "She does not talk, she just looks." "Xiaolei used me as a tool to get to you," I thought at her, while she dragged me toward the board. "That is the whole shape of it. He aims at me because I am the excuse, and you end up in the hole, and I end up with a leg that bends in a new place." Mei Lin's hand tightened on my collar. She had been hearing my voice for 3 weeks by then. She had stopped pretending to herself that it was a coincidence. She had started, quietly, in the dark, arranging her life around it. "Listen to me," she said, and she said it out loud, and she said it with her face very close. "You are going to stay where I can see you. I swear on my master's name, you will come back from this with all your arms and all your legs. Do you understand me?" Across the courtyard, Xiaolei watched a woman in red hold onto the collar of the peak's newest, weakest, most useless disciple as though he might blow away. The expression that went over his face lasted about a quarter of a second before the pleasant one came back. "We took 2, a D grade and a B grade, both in a place called Jinma City. Main quest," said the system, once we were on the road. "In Jinma City, Mei Lin is to be placed in a position where she owes her life to the protagonist. The protagonist acquires the heroine. Reward index, high. Anti-main quest. Prevent the protagonist from acquiring the heroine. Additionally, keep all of your limbs. Reward index, unknown." And then, and this was new, and this was the first time it ever did this, the system strongly recommends the anti-quest. Note: every heroine acquired by the protagonist reduces the host's probability of survival. I sat in the carriage looking at that for a long time while Mei Lin drank next to me and Xiaolei smiled out the window at the road. Strongly recommends, I thought. You have never had an opinion before. 4 days in a carriage got us to Jinma City, the setup of this world, delivered quickly because we were about to be busy. There is a dynasty, and the dynasty runs the secular half of everything, cities and taxes and law, and the people at the top of the dynasty are cultivators, because power in this world only sits in one kind of hand, and there are the immortal sects, which run the other half. Where those two overlap, they post missions, and disciples take them, and everybody pretends it is a partnership. We had two. A D grade proved that the city lord's mansion was doing business with an evil sect, and a B grade, which was the reason we were actually there. Guests were dying in the Miaoyu Pavilion. The morgue was under the Criminal Justice Department, and it smelled like lime. 3 bodies on 3 slabs, and the division head pulled the cloths back himself. I made myself look. The skin was dry. Not decayed, dry, the way a fallen leaf is dry, and it had that same fine crackle at the creases. The hair had gone the color and texture of rotten wood. No wound anywhere, not a puncture, not a bruise, nothing at the throat, nothing under the nails. Xiao Lei went a shade paler and covered it well. Mei Lin swore. I did not move at all, and the division head noticed and decided I was made of iron. I was not made of iron. I had read this chapter. Yang energy, I said. Somebody drank it. Drank, the division head said. All of it, in one sitting. That is why there is no wound. Nothing had to go in and nothing had to come out. And then I asked the question that turned the whole thing, and I asked it because it had bothered me in the book too. Why these 3? They were rich, the division head said. Merchants. It is robbery. Nothing was taken. He stopped. They were all between 40 and 55, I said. Look at them. If you are draining a man for his vitality, you take a 19-year-old porter with a chest like a barrel. You do not take 3 soft merchants with gout, unless you are not after their vitality at all. Unless you are after something that only accumulates with age. I turned around. I need the guest register. Every man between 40 and 55 who has stayed in the Miaoyu Pavilion in the last 2 months. It took an hour, 17 names. The division head read down the list and stopped, and his ears went red. Sir, said one of his own men delicately. I was there on business, said the division head. Of course, sir. I was investigating. Of course, sir. I took the list out of his hands and looked at his name on it, 6th from the top, and I smiled at him with all the warmth of a man who has just been handed a free tool. Sir, I said, how do you feel about fishing? Xiao Lei went to make contact with the dynasty office. Mei Lin and I went to eat, because she had been in a carriage for 4 days and had reached the end of her patience with dried rations. The restaurant was on the good street, 2 floors, red lacquer, and it was full. I had been there about 11 minutes when a young man came over. He was drunk in the specific way of a man who has never had a consequence. Silk, rings, and a servant hovering behind him whose face said, "This is going to be a long night for me personally. Sun Yu, son of the city lord." And the reason I knew his name before he said it is that he has a paragraph in chapter 104, and the paragraph is about the time he took another man's wife off the street and settled it afterward for 500 coins. He stopped at our table and looked at Mei Lin for slightly too long. "Friend," he said to me, "your wife is beautiful." The room did not go quiet exactly. It went attentive. "Name your price," Sun Yu said. Now. I had been in this city for 1 day. I had read the guest register that afternoon, and the register had prices in it because the Miaoyu Pavilion is a business and businesses keep books, and I had noticed that a Ying refining cultivator ran 999. A golden core is at minimum triple. 3,000, I said. I said it instantly. I did not pause. That is the part that got me in trouble. Somebody at the next table put down a cup. 20 years I have been coming here, a man said, into the silence, with genuine wonder. I have never seen a man sell his wife that fast. Son. You laughed like a drain and started stripping. Rings first. A jade ring off his thumb, worth 1,000. A bright moon pearl out of his collar, worth 1,500. A pouch off his belt with 500 in it. He piled it on the table in front of me and stood back with his arms out. 3,000, he said. Done. I swept it into my sleeve. Very good, I said. Senior sister, you may go. Sun Yu's face did a slow, beautiful thing. Senior, he said. Sister. Mei Lin stood up. I did not see the hit. I want to be accurate. I saw a red sleeve and then there was a hole in the wall of the restaurant and Sun Yu was in the street outside it and the wall was structural. Then I was in the wall too. Not through it. In it. She backhanded me across the room and I made a shape in the plaster that people came to look at later and I hung there with my feet off the floor and my nose full of brick dust while Mei Lin walked to the counter, put 50 coins down and said, "Boss." For the wall. She dragged me out by the ankle. 3,000, she said on the street. Senior sister. 3,000. You were going to kill him anyway, I said, and this is the part she had already heard because I had thought it before I said it. So I thought, why let him die with money in his pockets? I have expenses. I have never been to a city before. There are places a young man wants to see, and they are not free. Mei Lin stopped walking. Then she reached into her own sleeve and threw something at my chest hard enough to bruise. It was a gourd, not her drinking gourd. A smaller one, dull gray, and it hummed when it landed. Spirit treasure gourd, said the system. Soul-suppressing artifact. Converts incoming force into a directed sonic return. The greater the strike it receives, the greater the answer. Compensation, Mei Lin said, walking off. For the wall. While we were doing that, the city lord was having a worse evening. Gofeng had a black-robed guest in a white mask, and the guest was Foundation Establishment, and the guest was from the Blood Moon sect, which sits 8th on the dynasty's list of prescribed cults and stays there because it is small, careful, and feeds on other people's lifespan. They had a plan. Lure the 3 Azure Pavilion disciples outside the walls on the pretext of the investigation and let the sect's young master do the actual work, because a cult killing sect disciples is a scandal, and a city lord killing sect disciples is a war. Then a servant came in and told Guofeng that his son was dead. He did not shout. That is worth noting. He went out into the courtyard and picked up 2 of the ornamental stones from the border of the flower bed and beat them together until they broke. And then he came back inside with his hands bleeding and said, "Bring me the one who did it, alive." There was one other thing happening in that residence which I only found out later and which changes how the whole city reads. The division head, the one who had been 6th on my list and had gone red about it, had been feeding the dynasty evidence against his own city lord for 2 years. Quietly. Patiently, building a file, not out of virtue. He wanted the man's job. I have thought about that a great deal since. In every system I have ever seen, in 2 worlds, the thing that actually catches the rot is not the honest man. It is the ambitious one directly underneath. Take away everybody who wants to climb over you and the whole structure quietly turns to soup. The Miaoyu Pavilion was 9 floors and it was the most valuable building in Jinma City. 500 square meters a floor, carved beams, the kind of place where the 2nd floor is a poetry salon built around a woman named Shu Rong who sells her art and not herself, and every man in the room knows the rule and comes anyway. That is the business, the division head said, watching them. The harder she is to reach, the more they want to reach her. If she came down off that platform once, this whole floor would be empty in a month. The 3rd floor is where the 3 men died. I took a room on it. I sensed the other cultivator from 10 steps away, which is new, which is what 2 spiritual wheels running a circuit does for you. A woman in purple in the corridor turned, saw me, and went into her room fast enough to catch her own sleeve in the door. My room had a sandalwood box on the table, and the box had jade in it. Jade key of wealth and food, said the system. Access token, City Lord's mansion, treasury. I stood there with the key in my palm. Somebody had put a treasury key in the room of a visiting sect disciple. Tomorrow morning there would be a theft, and a search, and a discovery, and then a sect disciple could be killed legally, in front of witnesses, with paperwork. I put it in my pocket. Because in about 200 chapters, Xiaolei levels the City Lord's mansion in a rage, and when a mansion comes down, everything in the vault under it belongs to whoever is holding the key and standing nearby with an innocent expression. That night, I cracked the 3rd wheel. I want to explain what that did to the building, because I did not think about it at the time. To open a wheel, I pull spiritual energy in at a rate that is not polite, and I was doing it in a wooden building on the 3rd floor with a cultivator on the other side of the wall. Somewhere around the 2nd hour, on the other side of that wall, a young woman in purple opened her eyes, tried for the 5th time to gather a single scrap of ambient energy, and found nothing there at all. Not thin, nothing, like trying to breathe in a room where somebody had walked off with the air. What is on the other side of that wall, she thought, with the first real fear she had felt in some time. Then she came through it. She came through it in the way of a person who has decided to stop asking, which is to say the wall arrived in the room slightly ahead of her. Her name was Ziyu. She was the young master of the Blood Moon sect. She was, in absolute terms, a golden core cultivator, and she was standing in my room at Ying Refining, because the Blood Moon sect's inheritance runs on a rebirth cycle, and she was at the bottom of one, which meant her cultivation was garbage, and her technique library was not. The first exchange, I went into the wall again. I am beginning to detect a theme in my life. She used something called Ghost Fire Sword, which is a transformation class technique that a golden core is not supposed to have and a Ying Refining absolutely cannot support, and she used it anyway, and it took a strip out of the ceiling. And the entire time she was doing it, she was thinking, with mounting confusion, why can I hear him? Why can I hear him? That is not a technique. That is not a sound. That is inside my head. Where is it coming from? I got up off the floor. Here is what I did, and it is the first thing I ever did in that world that I am genuinely proud of. I let her hit me. Not once, repeatedly and badly, and while retreating in a way that looked like panic and was in fact a straight line toward the corner where I had left a small gray gourd on the table. I made it look like I was almost dead. I made it look like one more good strike would do it. I wanted her to stop being careful and put everything she had into a single finisher, because the gourd in my sleeve did not care how hard I could hit. It cared how hard she could. She put everything into it. The ghost fire came down. My sword, such as it was, snapped at the guard. And the spirit treasure gourd took all of that force, folded it, and returned it as a single note straight into her divine soul. She dropped like a coat off a hook, 200 spirit stones in her pouch, a wood essence pill, a 3rd-tier locket rope, and a beast seal, 6th rank, capable of binding a demonic beast up to the 5th. She came around tied to a chair. Name, I said. C.U. Her voice was ruined. Blood Moon Sect. Rank. Young Master. I slapped her. The reason was not cruelty, it was calibration. In this world, a Ying refining girl claiming to be the heir of a prescribed cult is either lying or is the single most valuable object in the province, and I needed to know which fast. Liar. I am the young master. I slapped her again. And I said, am the sage of the Azure Pavilion sect. Her chin came up and her eyes went bright and wet, and she did not cry, and that was the first thing about her I respected. Then I picked up the beast seal. Teach me to use this, I said, and I will let you go. She told me, sullenly, in the shortest sentences available, expecting it to take me a month. Blood on the sigil, intent through the blood, a binding phrase, and then years of practice to make the transfer stick. I bit my thumb and put blood on it. Heaven-defying comprehension does not do practice. The binding on that seal was hers, and it had been hers for 6 years, and I took it off her and put mine on in about 4 seconds, and I watched her face change while it happened. That is not possible, she said. And then I sat there turning the seal over in my hands and had the thought that ruined her entire year. A beast seal binds a demonic beast. A slave seal binds a person. They are the same document, same structure, same mechanism. The only difference is what you pointed at, and nobody points a beast seal at a person because it is illegal, degrading, and beneath the dignity of any cultivator with a name to protect. I did not have a name to protect. I put it on her forehead. She went very still, and then she started to shake. And I watched the single most humiliating moment of that woman's life happen about 18 inches from my face. Why? She said. Because I said I would let you go, I said reasonably, and I am going to. How else would I do that? She looked up at me, and her eyes were the darkest blue I have ever seen on anything, and she said, I am going to kill you. With my hands. Not a technique, my hands. I believed her completely and slept like a baby. I spent the next 3 days in that room with her because a bound demonic beast leaks energy toward its holder, and she was the richest ambient source in the city. 3rd wheel finished. Ying refining, 3rd layer. On the morning of the 4th day, the division head came up with a report and found a young woman tied to a chair with a mark on her forehead and an expression that could have stripped paint. He looked at her. He looked at me. He looked back at her. Immortal, he said carefully. Has interesting tastes. Get out, I said. Mei Lin was not at the inn. That is how it started. Not a scream, not an alarm. She had taken the best suite on the top floor because she had expenses and a master's name to spend, and she had been eating well and drinking better for 3 days, and on the 4th morning she was not there. They had used a powder called Shexiang Ruangu San. No color, no smell, goes into food and takes the strength out of the limbs over about a quarter of an hour. It is not a poison. It is a tool for taking people alive. She fought through 5 waves. That is not me being generous. The city lord's men brought her down on the 6th in a stairwell, and it cost them 4 dead. The cell was under the mansion. Guo Fang came down to look at her with his hands still bandaged. The black-robed man from the Blood Moon sect came with him. Break the core, Guo Fang said. The black-robed man made a small unhappy noise. That is a golden core cultivator of the Azure Pavilion sect. If we break her core, we cannot give her back. And if we cannot give her back, she is not leverage. She is a war. She killed my son. Your son was killed by a woman in a restaurant in front of 60 witnesses because he offered to buy her. The mask turned. My sect wants her cultivation. Your Excellency wants a knife to hold against a peak master's throat. Both of those require her alive and intact and quiet. So, he set a small jar on the table. Not the core. This. It puts the core to sleep. She will be awake, she will be able to speak, and she will not be able to gather a scrap of energy for 3 months. In 3 months, the Azure Pavilion sect will have agreed to something. Guofang looked at the jar for a while. Do it, he said. And in the cell, chained to a wall with a jar in front of her and 2 men discussing which parts of her were negotiable, Mei Lin of Qianyun Peak was not afraid. That is the thing I did not understand about her until much later. She was doing arithmetic. He said it 100 times, she thought. He said it on the mountain, and he said it in the carriage, and he said it in the restaurant. He said, I get taken in this city, and every single time he said it, he also said that somebody comes for me, so somebody is coming. She leaned her head back against the stone and closed her eyes and waited for the most annoying man she had ever met. Xiaolei found me at noon with a map and a plan. He had done real work, and I want to give him that, because it is the only way you will understand him. He had spent 3 days tracing the city lord's supply carts and had found a mine outside the north wall with bones in it and barrels stacked in the shaft, and among the bones he had found jewelry, purple void sect jewelry. They took the same D-grade mission we did, he said, 2 months ago. They failed, and they did not report the failure, because reporting it would mean admitting they went into a mine without permission. He rolled the map up. Their sect still thinks they are traveling. So the mansion and the Blood Moon sect are one operation, I said. They are. He looked at me, and his face was open and clean and full of purpose. Junior brother, I am going to stand at the front gate. The front gate. They know my face. If I present myself at the main entrance and demand my senior sister back under sect law, every man in that residence will be looking at me. He put a hand on my shoulder. Nobody knows you. Nobody has ever looked at you twice. You go over the south wall and you find her. There it is, I thought, smiling up at him. If I get her out, the merit is yours. Because you were the one who confronted the city lord in the open while your weak junior brother crept about. If I do not get her out, I am a body in a cellar, and you are a grieving senior brother who did everything he could. You could level that mansion yourself. You are one small realm off it, and you have done it before. You are choosing to kill me with somebody else's hands, and you are choosing it in front of a map in daylight with your hand on my shoulder, and the second fork was the real one, and he had built it beautifully. If I refuse, then when Mei Lin comes out of that cell, and she will come out one way or another, the first thing she hears is that her junior brother would not go in for her. How could this disciple disobey senior brother? I said. It took me 15 minutes. The south wall of the city lord's mansion has 5 willows along it, and willows are a security failure that rich men keep making because willows are pretty. Up the willows, onto the roof tiles, down into a service courtyard, and then into the first doorway available because there were footsteps coming. The first doorway available was the kitchen. There was a smoked venison haunch hanging from a beam. Side objective triggered, said the system. Food. I ate. I ate a considerable amount, standing up in an enemy stronghold with my back to a rack of cleavers, because I had been in this world for 6 weeks and had eaten rice, spirit melon, rice, and a bowl of noodles in a restaurant I subsequently got thrown through the wall of. Then I found the lever, underneath the stone table across from the privy. Not hidden well. Rich men build their secret cellars near the servants because the servants are the ones who have to carry things down there, and then they put the lever somewhere they can reach it without bending, and then they build a privy across the hall because they are also lazy. The stairs went down a long way. Mei Lin was chained at the wrists, and there was a jar on the floor in front of her, and her eyes came open when the light changed. Took you long enough, she said. The rope on her wrists would not cut. I tried. My sword bit into it and stopped, because it was not rope. It was a locket rope, 3rd tier, and the entire point of it is that it does not care about edges. So I picked her up. She weighs nothing. That is the first thing. Golden core cultivators have almost no water left in them. They are all fiber and bad temper. She is warm, I thought, going up the stairs 3 at a time. Last time I carried her off a battlefield, her feet were like 2 blocks of ice. This is much better. Her hand came around and hit me across the ear. Not hard. She did not have hard available. There were about a dozen household guards at the south wall. I did not have the option of a fight. What I had was a broken sword, 3 spiritual wheels, and a very specific piece of knowledge, which is that in this world, a name travels faster than a body. Azure Pavilion Sect, I bellowed, in the deepest voice I own. Xiaolei. If you have a grievance, look for Xiaolei in your next life. Senior brother, I thought, please accept these on your tab. Then I threw the broken sword. I had been running the Qing Emperor circuit for 3 weeks by then, and I had never once tried to put it into a throw. It turns out that when you dump the contents of 3 spiritual wheels through your shoulder into a piece of scrap metal, the piece of scrap metal stops being scrap metal and becomes an argument. It went through the first man and kept going and came back, because that is a thing you can do apparently, and by the time it stopped there were 10 of them on the ground, and the courtyard was very quiet. I ran at the wall, put my foot on the top of one of the heads for the extra height, and went over. Xiaolei was waiting on the other side. He looked at me. He looked at the woman in my arms. He looked at the wall. 15 minutes, he said. Was that slow? His eyes went to Mei Lin's face, and then narrowed, and his whole manner changed, and for 1 entire second he was exactly what he pretended to be. She has been poisoned, he said. He put a black pill in my hand. Antidote, he said. Take her back to the inn. I am going to finish this. Then he walked toward the front gate of the city lord's mansion. And I want to tell you what happened there because it is important for understanding what he actually is, and because I only heard it secondhand, and secondhand is how the city heard it too. He did not negotiate. He did not present sect law. He came up the ceremonial steps and took the gate off its hinges and went through the household in about 4 minutes. And when he came out again, Guo Feng's head came down the steps ahead of him and bounced twice. The city magistrate asked him afterward, carefully, whether the death of the city lord was not sufficient. He took a disciple of the Azure Pavilion sect, Xiao Lei said. The death of the man is not the price. The house is the price. And every person in Jinma City who heard that decided that the Azure Pavilion sect was not to be touched. And every person in the Azure Pavilion sect who heard it decided that Xiao Lei was a young man of principle. Meanwhile, I was in an inn room feeding a black pill to a woman who could not lift her own arm. I put it under her tongue. She swallowed. I sat back. And then, 4 seconds too late, the system spoke. Fallen sun pill. I went cold from the scalp down. Composition, said the system, in the flat voice of a thing that does not understand that timing is a courtesy. When taken in combination with a core suppressant, the two fuse. The resulting compound cannot be expelled by internal circulation. It leaves a mark on the core. What mark? I said out loud. A Dao mark of obligation. It can only be dissolved by an external source of spiritual energy delivered directly into the core, and the delivery inflicts the entire backlash on the giver. Any cultivator who performs the dissolution is bound to the recipient by a life-debt oath, witnessed by heaven. I sat on the floor of that inn room and worked it out, and it took me about 10 seconds, and I have rarely been angrier in my life. Xiao Lei did not poison her. The mansion poisoned her. Xiao Lei simply made sure that the antidote in the room was a compound, and then made sure that the compound was administered by somebody else, because he had told me, on the way out, to signal him with the sect token when we got to safety. He did not know which inn. He did not know which room. He was going to arrive, alone, invited, at the exact moment when the only thing that could save her was a man willing to put his own chi into her core and take the recoil, and she would wake up owing him her life in front of heaven in a way that could be pointed at. That is how you acquire a heroine, not with charm, with paperwork. I looked at the sect token on the table. Then I looked at Mei Lin, who was gray, and whose breathing had gone shallow and quick, and whose core was already dimming. And here is the ugly part, because I am not going to pretend I am better than I am. My first thought was not save her. My first thought was, if I do this, she never leaves my column. She never goes into his. The entire Jinma City arc, the whole load-bearing beam of his first act, breaks in half in this room. My second thought, arriving about a heartbeat later and arriving harder, was, she is going to die on this bed while you do arithmetic. I tore a strip off the bed curtain and tied it across my face. Not for drama. I would like to be brave about this, but I was terrified. This woman had put me through a wall for selling her at a table. She had put a foot in my chest for using her as a shield. If she woke up in the middle of this and saw my face, she was going to finish the sentence she had started on the cloud boat. Then I put my palm flat on her sternum and opened the circuit. I do not have good words for the next hour. Spiritual energy is not supposed to go that direction. The wheels fought me. Everything I pushed into her core came back up my arm, carrying the mark's resistance with it, and it went into my meridians like grit into a bearing, and I could feel individual channels tearing, and the water-conducting element I did not yet have would have made it survivable, and I did not yet have it. At some point I started talking. I do that when it is bad. Do not die, I thought, over and over with my teeth locked. Do not die on me. If you die on me, he wins the whole thing in one move, and worse than that, if you die on me, I have to go back up that mountain and stand in front of her and say, I got here in time, and it was not enough, and I would rather burn out every meridian I have than say that sentence. Under my hand, a woman who had been drifting somewhere dark heard a voice she had been hearing for 6 weeks say the true thing it had never once said out loud. She could not open her eyes. She could not move a finger. She could hear. It is him, she thought, from very far down. Of course it is him. He is not even doing it well. He is doing it like a man digging a ditch. And then, with the last of her, in that place where you cannot lie because there is nobody there to lie to, better him than that creature. Heaven help me, better him than Xiao Lei. The mark broke somewhere before dawn. I got as far as the wall and sat down against it and could not get up again. My sleeves were red at both cuffs from the inside. Somewhere in the last 20 minutes the Dao oath had settled, and I felt it settle, and it did not feel like a chain. It felt like somebody had quietly written my name in a book I was not allowed to read. I got the rag off my face and out the window before I passed out, which I consider, in the circumstances, an act of considerable strategic discipline. She woke at noon, and was fine, and was furious, and spent the entire day working out who. She had been unconscious. She had heard everything. She had heard a masked man she could not see spend an hour saying "do not die" and never once say his own name, and she knew, and she was going to have to decide what to do about knowing, and she was still deciding a month later. Xiaolei sent the signal 5 times that night. Nothing came back. He stood in the ruin of the city lord's mansion with a token in his palm, going quietly dark, and told himself the obvious things. That the country boy had no motive, that the country boy had no nerve, that the country boy could not possibly have understood what was in his hand. Then he went to collect Xiyu. That was the other half of the night's work, in the book. The Blood Moon Sect's young master loses her patron, is cornered in a burning city with her cultivation at the bottom of a rebirth cycle, and is beaten, and is taken, and becomes the second name on his list. The room on the 3rd floor of the Miaoyu Pavilion was empty. There was cut rope on the chair. There was a sheet of good paper on the table, and on the paper, in blood, 4 characters. Wash your neck and wait. Xiaolei stood there for a long time trying to work out who it was addressed to. Ding, said the system cheerfully in my ear, 3 streets away, while I was lying on an inn floor with torn meridians. Hidden storyline triggered. The bond between the protagonist and Ziyu has been severed. I lay there and did the accounting. In 6 weeks, I had made a peak master want to strangle me, made a senior sister who would never forgive me, and made the heir of a prescribed cult promise to remove my head with her own hands. I have not increased my odds of survival, I thought, staring at the ceiling. I have merely multiplied the number of people who would like to be present. The granary was the first place I went when I could walk, because a treasury key is only good while the treasury is confused. The criminal justice department had gotten there ahead of the dynasty, which tells you something. They had the vault, they had the granary, and they had 6 or 7 old men from the mansion staff kneeling in the yard in front of it. A department officer in a good hat was explaining the terms. 3 sticks of incense, he said pleasantly. Anyone still on the grounds when the 3rd one burns out is an accomplice, and I have authority for accomplices. One of the old men said something about having worked there 40 years. There is a bounty, the officer said, per head. I am not going to pretend otherwise. And I stood in the shadow of the granary wall and thought, there it is. The department is not the cure for the mansion. The department is the mansion with better paperwork. This is not a purge. It is a change of ownership. I came out of the shadow behind him and took his wrist. There is a specific noise a wrist makes when you rotate it a full turn. It is not a crack. It is closer to a click, like a latch. 6 of his men went down in one movement, and the 7th got a knife in the chest, and then the yard was quiet, and the old men were on the ground with their heads down, and I stood there looking at my sleeve. Stained it again, I thought. That is the 2nd robe this month. Immortal, one of the old men whispered. Go home, I said. You were not here. Nobody was here. Then I went and opened the vault. The key went into the socket, and the door did not swing. It went up, into a recess in the lintel, with a rattle. A roller shutter, I thought, standing there. This entire civilization has flying swords and soul-devouring cults, and the city lord installed a roller shutter. Vault 1 had water spirit mother in it. Pure elemental water essence, the kind that alchemists get into fistfights over, and somebody in that household had set it into the top of a side table as decoration. A blob of the most refined water essence on the continent, used as an inlay next to a bowl of dried fruit. What geniuses, I thought, and took the tabletop. There was meteoric iron behind it, and I took that too. Vault 2 was grain. This box is a loss, I said out loud, to nobody, and took a glowing pearl off the wall on principle. Vault 3 had money in it, more than 1,000,000 spirit coins. I want to give you the exchange rate, because otherwise it is just a big number. 10 coins to a spirit stone, so 100,000 spirit stones, in a room, in stacks. A sect disciple's monthly stipend is 500 to 1,000 coins. An elder of the Azure Pavilion sect draws about 3,000. There was also a 7th rank set of armor, far too large for me. 100-year blood lingji, and a black pearl about the size of a knuckle, which the heavenly compendium looked at and returned no result, and which the system looked at and said nothing about at all, which was the first time it had ever done that. I stood in that vault for a while holding an object that 2 separate omniscient encyclopedias had declined to comment on. Then I put it in my sleeve and left, because there is a kind of question you are better off carrying than asking. 2 mornings later, in an inn on the far side of the city, Mei Lin woke up and found 300 spirit stones stacked on the table. 300 spirit stones, 3,000 spirit coins. She looked at that stack for about 4 seconds while the arithmetic completed. The scream took the birds off the roof. There is a small crater in the floorboards of that room where the top stone was, because she closed her hand on it and it became powder. Lin Heng. I was 2 streets away and I heard it. The stones were, in fact, the 200 I had taken off Xiaoyu plus 100 of my own, left there so she could rebuild her core. I had not connected the number. Nobody has ever believed that, and I have stopped expecting them to. She calmed down after about a quarter of an hour and sat on the bed with her hands over her face. Senior sisters, she thought, should be magnanimous. A junior brother should be corrected gently. She looked at the pile again. We will simply confiscate the instrument of the crime. She kept the stones. The old man came out of the Black Mountain in the second week and he came looking for armor. Guo Kang. Core formation. They called him the Old Man of the Black Mountain, which sounds impressive and mostly meant that he lived on one. He had his son with him. They had spent a year working with the Criminal Justice Department of Jinma City for one reason, which was that the department had a 7th rank set of armor in a vault and the old man wanted it back. Back. That is the word he used. 100 years ago, on the Black Mountain, 2 parties of cultivators went in under a black fog and killed each other over something neither of them came out with. One man walked out. He was wearing armor and he was half dead, and he met a young cultivator on the path down, and the young cultivator was Guo Kang. Guo Kang did not help him. He finished him and took a scripture off the body called Wind and Thunder True Scripture, and that scripture is the entire foundation of everything the Sun family has been for a century, including his son. His son did not know. His son had been told the man died of his wounds. They picked up the trail southwest, through a place called Z Valley, toward Yanyun City. They were not the only ones on it. A woman in a red dress had been reading the same ground for 2 days and would have caught me a full week earlier if her tracking had not been comprehensively ruined, because on the night I came over the wall of the city lord's mansion, I had gotten another man's blood all over the woman I was carrying. And one more thing was moving toward Yanyun City that week, which mattered more than any of us knew. Mei Hua had gone home. Her mother's family, the Mu clan of Yanyun City, was in trouble, and the second senior sister of Qianyun Peak had taken leave in the middle of the year to go and stand in the middle of it. Main quest complete, the system said, while I was on the road. Top tier reward, primordial undying body. I stopped walking. One of the 10 immortal bodies, grows out of the 5 elements foundation, passes through life and death, opens reincarnation. You are joking, I said. Clarification, said the system. This is a path, not a physique. Acquisition sequence, 5 elements, body to perfection, then reincarnation body, then primordial undying body, a path, correct. A normal system, I said, to an empty road with considerable feeling, gives a man a physique, just the physique, in the physique-shaped box. You have handed me an archive. The system did not answer. I walked another mile before I got it. 2 rewards, both top tier. The first one was a 5-element root that everybody in this world would call a curse, and which is the only root that permits fusing incompatible Daos. The second one is a body that only grows out of a completed 5-element foundation. That is not 2 prizes. That is 1 prize delivered in 2 parts by something that has decided in advance which road I am walking down and is laying the stones ahead of me, so I cannot turn off. You are steering, I said. The system said nothing at all, which was, I felt, an answer. I heard the ambush in Z Valley before I saw it, and I was only there because I was hungry. That is the whole reason. My stomach was making noises audible to wildlife, and I had left the road looking for a village, and instead, I came over a rise, and there was a carriage in a clearing with a broken axle, and about 30 men standing around it in a circle. Their armbands had 2 different characters on them, king on some, envoy on others. 2 organizations, 1 job. The order, their captain was saying, concerns 1 person. Everyone else may walk away. I would encourage you to walk away. The people around the carriage did not walk away. There were 9 of them, household guards and a steward with gray in his beard, and they closed up in front of the door instead, which is a thing I have seen very few people do. Then the carriage door opened. The girl who got out was maybe 19 and dressed for travel and had the specific pallor of somebody who is ill in a way that has been going on for years. Uncle Liu, she said, move aside. Young mistress, they want me, not you. Not any of you. She came down the step. Her hands were steady, which I noticed because mine would not have been. If I am gone, this is over. Go home and tell my mother that Qing did not disgrace my father. I have never much liked people. I am going to be honest about that. I have found, across 2 lives, that most of them will let you drown if it is raining. But I have a specific problem, which is that when somebody puts themselves between other people and a blade, something in my chest gets up and starts putting its boots on before I have had a chance to consult it. I leaned on a branch, and the branch broke. 30 men turned around. Sorry, I said into the total silence. Passing through. Please continue. The captain sent 2 men to cut me down. Here is a thing about cultivator fights that nobody tells you. Most of these people have never fought anybody who did not fight the way they do. They trained for 100 years against a mirror. So when the first blade came down, I did not block it, and I did not dodge it. I stepped inside it and took the man's wrist and used his own sword to open his friend, and the whole exchange took about a second and a half, and both of them looked deeply betrayed about it. Then I walked over to the captain. He was Foundation Establishment, and I was Ying Refining 4th Layer, and on paper that is a joke. On paper. I broke his right arm at the elbow. That is a snap. Then the left, which is the same snap in a different key. Then I put a boot behind his knee and he came down. Kneel there, I said. We will settle this in a moment. He made a noise. Getting soft, these people, I thought, genuinely disappointed. 2 joints and he is already unwell. The girl was watching me with an expression I could not place at all. Young mistress, her steward said urgently. We should… Sir, she said to me. May I ask your name? Chen Ming. Mei Qing. She looked at the captain on his knees and then back at me and said, in the flat clinical tone of somebody who has been a physician since she was 11, in my years of practice I have met a great many living bodhisattvas. This is the first time I have met a living Yama. I ran the rest of them down over the next hour all the way to the tree line because I do not leave witnesses who work for organizations. It netted me 20 spirit stones off 30 men, which is genuinely insulting, and I said so. Mei Qing paid me instead. She took a piece of jade off her belt and put it in my hand. White tiger jade essence, said the system, and then, unusually, added nothing. She got back into her carriage. He is very handsome, her maid whispered, watching me walk off. He is, Mei Qing agreed. He also does not stop. She looked out at the road south for a while. He is going to Yanyan City, she said. I think we will meet again. They will not let you into Yanyan City with a weapon. Guards at the gate, a table, a ledger, and a polite young man who explains that all blades must be surrendered for the duration of your visit, for public safety. I found out 4 days later that there are 11 weapon shops inside the walls and that they do very good business and that the ban is not about safety at all. It is a market. You come in unarmed, you buy local, and when you leave, you either sell it back at a loss or carry it out and pay the export duty. I have rarely admired a city so much. The inn near the auction house had put its prices up 5 times over because there was an auction coming, and the auction was being run by the Royal House of the West Continent, and a dynasty envoy had come in person. Which means, the innkeeper told me, while I was eating my way down his entire menu 1 dish at a time, that everything worth having is already spoken for. The big houses settled it a month ago. The rest of us are audience. I threw a string of coins on the counter and took the best room for 20 days. That night, the dream mirror woke up. I had been carrying it since Mi Guo without ever getting anything out of it. I set it against the wall out of habit and glanced at it, and the reflection did not move when I moved. I want to describe this properly because it is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me, and I include being reincarnated. The mirror does not show you. It shows what you are thinking about. I thought about a man 3,000 years dead, and the room in the mirror filled up with people in clothes I have never seen, standing in a street that does not exist anymore. I thought about them being bones, and they were bones. I thought, because I am me, about putting a brocade robe on the bones, and the bones put on a robe. Then I accidentally thought about Mei Lin, and had to physically turn the mirror to the wall. And then, sitting there in the dark with my heart going, I got the actual idea. If the reflection does what I think, the reflection can do what I do. I put the water spirit mother in my hands and started refining a water-conducting body, which is slow, patient, physical work. And in the mirror, a man who looked exactly like me sat down in the same posture and ran the Qing Emperor spirit devouring technique and started breaking open a 4th spiritual wheel. 2 of me, working on different problems, at the same time. 4.5 days later, I had a water-conducting body at minor achievement, and I was at Ying Refining, 4th Layer, and I had discovered the thing that mattered more than either. The water-conducting body conducts. That is the whole trick. Once it was in place, opening a wheel stopped feeling like breaking a knuckle from the inside and started feeling like pushing a door with a stiff hinge. The cost curve I had been so worried about had just been flattened by a rock I stole out of a tabletop. 200 miles north, Guo Kong and his son spent 3 days combing Z Valley for a trail and found a woman in a red dress instead. It went the way you would expect. She put the old man through a tree, held his son up by the collar, asked him what the word envoy meant to him, listened to the answer, decided he was telling the truth, and dropped him. Father, Guo Bin said afterward, from the ground. You said she was a girl. She is a girl. She is stronger than you. Yes, said the old man of the Black Mountain with feeling. I have noticed. They went to Yanyan City anyway. There was an auction there, and everything eventually turns up at an auction. I sold the armor on the 3rd day. Wang Yu Tower, 3rd floor, private room, and the buyer was a fat man with the eyes of a lizard who valued a 7th rank set of dynasty pattern armor at somewhere between 20 and 30,000 spirit stones and knew that I knew it. 7,000, I said. He looked at me for a long moment. 7,000, he repeated. 7,000, and my face does not appear in anybody's book, and nobody remembers which direction I left in. He counted it out. On the way down the stairs, I heard a huge man with a double-headed golden axe say to nobody in particular, I was certain he was going to ask 20. He was afraid of the dynasty, the fat man said comfortably from behind his door. If he were not, he would have taken it to the treasure pavilion. A frightened seller is the best kind. Note the address he did not give me. Beiwang Street is a whole street for cultivators, and about a third of it is rough stone. You know the game. Uncut rock out of a mine, sealed, unknown contents, and inside there might be a spirit vein crystal worth a fortune, and there might be a rock. I stood at the back of a crowd and watched an old man work. He was very good. He opened a green crystal first, small, real, worth maybe 400, then a piece with a crimson blood-red vein through it, which got a noise out of the crowd. Then he opened a Xiang agate and the dealer weighed it and called 3,600, and the old man turned around with his arms spread and offered to go halves with anyone who wanted in. Hands went up all over the street. Free cheese, said a voice at my shoulder. The young man standing next to me was in black, about my age, with a face like a cat that has been thrown out of several houses. You think it is a setup, I said. I think the old man is the shop, the buyer is the shop, and half the people putting their hands up are the shop. He tipped his chin at the tables. Which stone do you want? Which should I want? He looked. It was not a long look, about 2 seconds. Third from the left, third row, he said. Everything else on that table is gravel. The dealer's face went a shade paler, and he said 2,000, which is highway robbery for a rough stone. I threw him the bag. I had gone to the exchange that morning and turned everything into stones, and I was carrying 150,000 of them, which is a number I would like you to sit with for a second, because 6 weeks earlier I had been swinging a pickaxe for free. The saw did not get through it. The stone split itself. It came apart along a seam nobody had cut, and there was gold light in the crack, and then there was a scale lying on the table about the size of my palm. Golden scale, said the heavenly compendium. And for the first time since Jia Li put it in my hands, it printed a ranking. Dorsal scale, chaotic ancient golden dragon. First of the 13 rarest materials recorded in this volume. The street went off like a dropped crate. Somebody said 100,000. Somebody said 150. A man in a steward's uniform came through the crowd sideways and said quietly, close to my ear, the Wang family extends its congratulations. Understand that you will not carry that out of this city. I looked at him. Get out, I said. His name was Guobin, and I knew it as soon as he said it, and I had to work quite hard to keep my face still, because Guobin is in the book. He is the second canon fodder villain. He comes after me. He is the one Xiaolei steps on in the middle chapters, the one who loses his father, and then loses his wife, and then loses the argument, and he gets about 4 scenes and a bad death, and readers do not remember his name either. The enemy of my enemy, I thought, and bought the wine. We drank peach wine on a balcony over Beiwang Street, and I got the measure of him fast. His gift is called wisdom eyes. He cannot see through stone. What he can see is the disturbance a dense spiritual object makes in the air around it, the way heat bends a road in summer. It is not X-ray vision. It is much better because it works on people. How did you know about the old man? I said. Because I have been the mark. He turned the cup. 11 times. Maybe 12. Every lesson I have I bought at full price and paid in blood. Then he told me why he was in the city, and I sat there with my face doing nothing at all while he explained that a set of 7th rank armor had been stolen out of a granary vault in Jinma City, and that he and his father had guarded the trail on that armor for 3 years. Terrible, I said. Do you know who? No. I might. Then I looked a man in the eye and told him that the Azure Pavilion sex Xiaolei had taken his armor, and then I talked for 10 minutes about the sort of person Xiaolei was, and every single thing I said was true. I described events that had not happened yet in enough detail that a jury would have convicted, and I did not have to invent one syllable of it, and that is the most useful thing about knowing a book. Guobin put his fist through the table. 3 years, he said. I know. 3 years my father and I… He stopped. What realm is he? Golden core. Middle. Guobin sat back down and picked up his cup and drank the whole thing. That is one small realm above my father, he said. It is. Then we will need a longer plan, he said, and I decided I liked him. While I was making a friend, Mei Lin was in the Mu family manner drinking a tea that made her want to lie down. What is this? She said. Jingyuan grass, Mei Hua said. It restores a damaged core. It tastes like a pond. You had your core suppressed 9 days ago. It tastes like a pond that has opinions. The Mu clan problem, briefly, because it becomes the whole second half of the year. The Mu clan of Yanyan City is matrilineal. Property, name, and authority run through the women and the men marry out. It has worked for 400 years and it has made them rich. Mei Hua is the only direct female heir of her generation. She is also the only person in the clan in 5 generations who can cultivate at all, so the clan has split in 2. The conservatives want to keep the old structure and put her at the head of it, immediately, permanently, in Yan'an City, where she will spend the rest of her life signing things. The reformers want to convert the Mu from a merchant clan into a cultivating clan, abolish the marrying in tradition, and use her as the seed for it. And on top of that, there is a childhood betrothal to the 3rd son of the Li family, who are the richest house in the city, arranged when she was 4. Both sides, Mei Lin said, are using you as a tool. Yes. So what do you want? Mei Hua looked out the window for a while. I do not want to be in their fight, she said. The world is very large. I would prefer to walk around in it by myself. Mei Qing found me 2 days later over a bowl of mutton soup. Young Master Lin, she said, I have come to ask for my jade back. Her maid, a sharp little thing called Ruer, added, and you might have the decency to… I lifted my hand, and the girl went up off the floor about a foot and hung there. I am speaking with your mistress, I said. Mei Qing did not react at all, which told me a great deal about her. I put the maid down and put the jade on the table. Take it, I said, and if it matters to you, stop handing it to strangers on the road. She reached for it and I kept my finger on it. Also, I said, unless I am mistaken, there are 2 of these. They are a pair. You found me by the second one. Her hand stopped. The second white tiger jade essence is in the Zhao Ancestral Shrine, and it has been in the Zhao Ancestral Shrine for 80 years, and 4 people alive know it exists. How? She said. I did not answer because the answer was that I had read it in a book and instead I named my price, 5,000 spirit stones and 1 favor. Put me in the Zhao delegation for the auction, I said. As a retainer, in my own name I cannot carry a prize out of this city, and we both know it. She agreed on the spot, which surprised me, and I found out why that evening, secondhand, from a conversation I was not in. Mei Qing's mother received her in the ancestral shrine and listened to the entire account, and then sat down. The jade responded to him, she said. Yes, Qing. The white tiger jade essence is a key. It opens Medicine King Valley, and inside Medicine King Valley is the legacy of the medical ancestor, and there are 10 of them scattered across this continent. Her mother's hands were flat on the table. It does not respond to blood. It does not respond to cultivation. It responds to genuine imperial dragon ying, and there has not been genuine dragon ying in the West continent in 3 generations. Mother, your grandfather said that one day someone would come who could open it. He said it on the day he left for River East. She looked up. That is him. 3 generations of the Zhao family have died in River East. 80 years ago, 60 years ago, 30 years ago. Purple blood in the fog, and a plague that kills 9 out of 10, and every one of those men went because the medical ancestor's legacy is supposed to be the only thing that answers it. And Mei Qing has been ill since the day she was born, and her mother has forbidden her, absolutely, from ever going. The auction ran 2 days, 2 sessions a day, 237 lots, and the good things came out at night. The Zhao carriage put me on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion in room 5. Directly across the gallery, in room 10, sat Mei Hua and Mei Lin. The geometry of that building is very poor. From room 10, you can see straight into room 5. From room 5, you can see the stage and a wall. So they watched me for 2 days, and I never knew. Mei Lin's cup came apart in her hand about 40 seconds in. He ran, she thought, watching a young lady of the Zhao family lean over and say something to me and watching me laugh. He ran off into the night, and he has spent the entire month attaching himself to a rich girl. There was one other thing on the ledger from that week which I only learned about much later. The night before the auction, Xiao Lei had arrived in Yan'an City and gone to the Mu Manor to pay his respects, and Mei Lin had met him at the gate and without one word of explanation had hit him across the face twice. He had no idea why. He genuinely did not. He spent the next fortnight trying to work out what he had left uncovered, and he sat in the auction house on the 4th floor with a bruise under his eye, next to a steward of the city lord's mansion, on a level the Mu and the Zhao and the Li could not buy their way onto. Between the 14th and 15th lots, I took Mei Qing's wrist. Her steward came off the wall so fast his chair went over. 2 fingers here, I said, ignoring him. Now the cheek. Now open your mouth. Young Master Lin, said the steward, Keibin, in a voice like a hinge. I have served physicians for 30 years, and I have never seen that method of examination. What exactly is he going to ask for next? Keibin, said Mei Qing. She opened her mouth. I looked and let go of her, and sat back, and told her what I had known since a paragraph in chapter 190. Your body is a net with holes in it, I said, and spiritual energy is a shoal of fish that never ends. It swims in, it cannot swim out, so it stays, and it breeds. The net stretches, the holes get bigger, more fish. Larger holes. She had gone very still. How long have you been pushing it out by hand? I said. Breathing technique, every day, at the same hour, or you cannot sleep. Since I was 6, Mei Qing said. And how much lung do you have left? Her maid made a small noise. 3 years, Mei Qing said. By my own estimate. Then the vessel exceeds the wall, and I come apart. She said it the way she said everything, like a woman reading a chart. My mother does not know I have calculated it. It has a name, I said. Innate cauldron. You are a container the world keeps pouring into. That is the polite version. The impolite version is why every cultivator in 3 provinces would take her if they knew, and why her mother had kept her inside a manor for 19 years, and why the illness and the danger were the same fact. There is no cure, she said. There is no cure. There is a drain. I tapped the table. You do not need medicine. You need somebody who can take the overflow off you and not fill up himself. Somebody whose absorption does not stop when he is full. Somebody with 2 wheels turning against each other in a circuit. Somebody who, at that moment, had 5. The gallery went quiet for a lot with a bell on it, and neither of us looked up. Yesterday, I said, I told you I was not a good man. I withdraw it, not because it is untrue, because in this specific matter it is irrelevant. I stood up as the lot closed. If it comes to that, consider me first. Behind me, He-Bin was making a sound like a kettle. I hope, Mei Qing said, that young Master Lin will agree to save my life. Main quest, said the system while the auctioneer worked through the small lots. After the auction begins, the protagonist will obtain a peerless treasure. Reward index, top quality. Anti-main quest. Intercept the treasure. The path beyond this point is concealed. This may be the most important decision the host will make. Reward index, unknown. I sat up. Concealed. It had never once said concealed. The early lots were blades out of Maple Leaf Town, which is where every good weapon on this continent comes from. Star Mark Sword, 2,500. Chong Tao, 2,100. A staff at 1,600. Weapons, I thought, watching the money change hands. In the city that confiscates weapons at the gate. This place is not a city, it is a business with walls. Thunderstruck wood. Water glass. Obsidian. 53 lots and Xiaolei had not made one bid, and I was starting to sweat. 4 floors up, in a private room with a bruise under his eye, Xiaolei was going over the same problem from the other side. She knew, he thought. She knew what was in that pill. Somebody told her, and the only person who could have told her is the country boy, and the country boy does not have the wit. Then he arrived an hour late at the wrong answer, and it comforted him. He never gave her the pill at all. He was too frightened to make her swallow anything. She woke up on her own and worked it out from the taste, and she blames me for the poison, and she is right to. He touched the bruise. He was going to spend a long time being wrong about that, and it saved my life at least twice. I got caught the next day at lunch, and it was entirely my own fault. The Drunken Immortal Residence is the best restaurant in Yanyan City. Wine, lamplight, 3,000 guests a night. I was sitting with Mei Qing because she had a proposal about the delegation, and because the mutton there is the best thing I have eaten in either life. A chair scraped, and a woman in red sat down. Junior brother, Mei Lin said pleasantly, not happy to see senior sister. What happened over the next 40 minutes was the most painful experience of my life, and I include having my meridians torn. The two of them liked each other. Immediately. Enormously. Mei Qing complimented Mei Lin's technique. Mei Lin complimented Mei Qing's family's reputation in medicine. Mei Qing said something admiring about the Azure Pavilion sect. Mei Lin said something admiring about the resilience of a young lady managing a household at 19. They leaned across me, they talked past me. At one point they agreed on something and both looked at me for confirmation, and I nodded. I sat between them for 40 minutes and nodded. Then Mei Qing left, and Mei Lin stood up and took me out to the alley behind the kitchens by the collar. The pressure of a golden core is a physical thing. It came down, and my knees went. I did not kneel out of fear. Standing had simply become inconvenient, and I have never had a problem being comfortable during a threat. The knife came out and stopped under my jaw. The mask, Mei Lin said. There it is. How long have you known? I said. Since I woke up. The knife did not move. I was unconscious. I was not deaf. A man spent an hour with his hand on me saying, do not die, and he never once said his own name, and there is exactly one person in this world who would go to that trouble and then run out a window. Senior sister. So you will explain it to me now, she said, and you will not be clever because I am extremely tired of clever. So I stopped lying. I have thought about why since. Partly the knife. Mostly that I had been lying for 8 weeks straight in 2 directions, and it turns out that is a load, and putting it down was a physical relief. 2 reasons, I said. The first one is Xiaolei. That pill was not a mistake. He built a situation where the only person who could save you would be the one who came when he signaled, and he signaled 5 times. If I had waited, you would have woken up owing him your life in front of heaven, and everybody would have called it love. He has done it before, and he will do it again, and it works because nobody ever looks at the paperwork. The knife stayed where it was. And the second reason, I said, is that I like you. I have liked you since the day I knelt on that floor, and you squeezed my hand hard enough to break it while telling 300 people you would protect me. The pressure came off about a quarter. What is there to like? She said. There were 3 answers available, and I want credit for the one I chose, because the other 2 were right there. You are proud, I said, and you are a menace, and you are cold to everyone, and you have never once in 8 weeks left me anywhere. Who would not like that? Mei Lin's ears went red. And then, because my mouth is a saboteur, I added, although you do hit me a great deal. Beating, she said, is affection. Then senior sister loves me very much, and I will take responsibility. She took responsibility for me by putting my head into the alley wall. But before that, while she still had a hand on my collar, she put 2 fingers against my forehead the way a doctor does, and I felt her go through me, and I felt her stop. Water conducting body, yin refining, 5th layer, in a month. She stood there in that alley doing arithmetic that had nothing to do with romance. The eldest senior sister of Chanyun Peak had not moved that fast at that age. Neither had Mei Hua. Neither, and this was the number that frightened her, had Xiaolei. He is marked, she thought. Whatever heaven does when it decides to pick somebody, it has done it to this idiot. Then she threw me over her shoulder into a stack of crates. Senior sister, I said from the crates, this is domestic violence. There are laws. She set her terms that evening, sitting on my windowsill with her boots on my table. In the sect, she said, in front of the master, in front of the sisters, if one word about this leaves your mouth, I will kill you. I want you to hear that as a schedule and not a threat. So we are. Do not say it. But we are. Do not. 3 reasons, and she gave them in order, which is how I knew she had rehearsed. 1. The elders gossip, and a peak with 2 of its disciples entangled is a peak that gets audited. 2. The master had told her when she was young that her physique wanted to stay clean until it flowered, and she had never once disobeyed the master about anything. 3. And this was the real one, and she went quiet before she said it. If Xiaolei finds out, she said, he will not come at me. He will go at you, quietly, somewhere with no witnesses, and he will be very sorry afterward in front of everybody. Underground Tao companions, I thought, with enormous enthusiasm. Secret meetings. Coded signals. This is genuinely exciting. Stop that, she said. When is your birthday? Next month. Why? How old? 72. I looked at her for a moment. Old maid, I said. I would like to report that I got the second syllable out. I am a golden core cultivator, she said, holding my ear at an angle my ear was not designed for. I have 500 years. When you are ash in a jar, I will look exactly like this. That is a terrible thing to say to a man who is 23. Then get stronger, junior brother. Later, when she asked how I had gone from nothing to the 5th layer in a month, I told her, with a completely straight face, that it was the beneficial effects of paired cultivation with senior sister. That is a lie. That is such a lie. She went quiet and thoughtful for the rest of the evening, and it took me 3 attempts to hold her hand, and on the 3rd one, she let me. The scroll came up as Lot 80. Lot 55 had been the armor, and I had watched Guo Kong of the Black Mountain buy his own property back for 15,000 spirit stones, which I enjoyed enormously and will never tell him about. Lot 80 was a gray rag. A partial scroll, the auctioneer said without conviction, recovered from the Black Wasteland. The hall laughed. You need to understand what the Black Wasteland is to know why they laughed. It is one of the 4 dead places of this world. 10,000 years and 3 people have come out of it. Which means that every con artist on the continent labels his garbage as Black Wasteland salvage because it explains why the thing does nothing and why nobody can verify it. 2,000, the auctioneer said without hope. For 2,000, somebody called. I could go for a walk in the Black Wasteland myself. And then, from room 3 on the 5th floor, a voice said, 3,000. I came up out of my seat like a scalded cat. Baby brother is here, I thought. The 5th floor. He had gotten himself onto the 5th floor. Bid, I said to Mei Qing's man. How much? 3,100. He Bin stared at me. 100. 100. The auction rules in the treasure pavilion are that lower floors yield to higher floors on a tie, but nobody has ever written a rule about increments because nobody has ever needed one. 3,100. 4,000 from the 5th floor. 4,100. There was a pause up there. Then 5,000. 5,100. You are using the name of the Zhao family, He Bin hissed at me, to pick a fight with the city lord's mansion. 7,000, said the 5th floor, and there was something happening to the voice now. 7,100, I said. 10,000. The hall had gone completely silent. 10,000 spirit stones for a gray rag from a place nobody believes in. 10,500, I said. Somewhere above us, a fist came down on a table hard enough to be heard through 2 floors. Last chance, Zhao family, Xiaolei said, and his voice was not warm anymore, not even a little. 20,000. The whole room turned to look at our box. I held up one finger. Add 100, I said. 20,100. The treasure pavilion of Yanyan City lost its mind. Somebody in the standing gallery actually applauded. A merchant 3 rows back said, to nobody, the Zhao family is openly mocking that man, and I have to say, I am enjoying it. Silence from the 5th floor. Then the killing intent came down through the ceiling, thick enough that 2 people near the front had to sit down. Senior brother is upset, I thought happily, folding my hands. I am so frightened. I may need to go and hide inside senior sister's coat. Across the gallery in room 10, Mei Lin put her chin on her hand and watched a boy hold up one finger at a man 4 floors above him and said to nobody, only a child like Chen Ming raises by 100. Tell me something honestly, Mei Hua said later, in the carriage. Chen Ming and Xiaolei. What do you make of them? Mei Lin thought about it for a while, which she did not usually do. Junior brother, yeah, she said. 5 years. Never rude, never late, never once out of place. First talent in the sect. She turned her cup. He is like a blue stone under running water. It looks clean and it looks solid and it does not move, and then you put your foot on it and you go under and you do not come back up. And the other one? At first I thought he was stupid. Mei Lin actually laughed. Then I worked out that the reason he seems fake is that he is constantly performing for an audience that does not exist. He thinks he is a great actor. He is not. He is a menace and a thief, and he lies about everything. She looked out the window. He is not cruel, though. Not once. Not even when it would have been free. So senior brother Ye should be watched, Mei Lin said, and made a fist. And Chen Ming should be looked after. Mei Hua filed that away, and then said, do you remember the time you switched the pills in the alchemy room? We are not discussing that. Master took a Shuangyu Dan by accident. We are not. 3rd senior sister was punished for it, Mei Hua said, for 2 months, and then she worked out who had actually done it and hung you from a tree by your ankles for an entire night. I was young. You were 61. To this day, the 3rd senior sister is the only person alive who can make Mei Lin behave. The system would not tell me what the scroll was. That is worth noting, because up to that point, the system had been an encyclopedia with opinions. I asked it 4 times. It gave me nothing. You hand out quests all day, I said to the ceiling of my room, and the moment there is an actual problem you go quiet. I bit my thumb and put blood on the gray rag. The rag caught fire without burning. Black fog came off it, and the fog did not spread. It jumped, straight at my face, and my consciousness went out of the room and down. There was a golden line in the dark, and the line became strokes, and the strokes became characters in a script that has not been written in a very long time. The Dragon Emperor returns, and with one thought, the mountains and the rivers stand forever. Mountain and river diagram, said the system, and there was something different in it, and I only recognized it later as caution. Relic of the Great Collapse. Origin. Black wasteland. Rank. Unknown. Inside it there was a world. That word is doing some work. There was a gray space with no edge to it. No sky, no ground, no direction. Just gray, going on until the concept of going on stopped applying. The treasure pavilion had held that scroll for decades. They had put alchemists on it, formation masters, an appraiser who had cataloged for 400 years. They had gotten nothing, and eventually they had done what auction houses do with an unsolvable object, which is put it in a sale and let it be somebody else's problem. It took blood, that is all. 1 drop of blood, and every fortune I had spent was suddenly the cheapest purchase of my life. Then the scroll folded itself down to the size of a seed and went into my dantian and settled there. Out, I said. Nothing. Come out of there immediately. Nothing at all. They ambushed me at the inn door in the morning. Junior brother, Mei Lin said sweetly. Are you really going out walking with Miss Zhao today? That is a business arrangement. So you enjoy the physical pleasures, she said, close to my ear on the way down the steps. Fine. When we get back to the sect, you will be rewarded. The Mu Manor is more impressive than the City Lord's mansion in Jinma City. That is not an exaggeration. I compared them, and I had been inside both. Their latrine is bigger than my entire residence on Qianyun Peak, I thought, walking through the 3rd courtyard. No wonder the matrilineal system has held for 400 years. Look at this place. Their back garden is an imperial harem with better drainage. Honestly, if the terms were reasonable, I would marry in. Then I said that part out loud because I am consistent. What are the actual requirements? I asked. For a son-in-law entering the household, because I have some things to offer. Mei Hua stopped walking. My father is a sect master, I said, counting on my fingers. My mother is the hall master of 10 Directions Hall in the East Continent. My connections include several senior sisters of a respected peak, and I am on personal terms with Peak Master Jia Li. Neither of them said a word for about 8 seconds. Xiao Lei was waiting for us in the main hall, and he came forward and bowed to Mei Lin deeply and apologized for Jinma City. He said he should have gone into the mansion himself. He said he had failed her. He said it well. It is not that a man may not court a senior sister, I thought, watching him. Court her, bring her things, be charming. That is all permitted. Poisoning is simply cheaper. 2 women in that hall heard the word poisoning. Mei Lin's face did not change at all. Mei Hua's did, for about 1/10 of a second, and then she put it away and stored the word somewhere she could get at it later. Junior brother, yeah, Mei Lin said. A cheap apology is a piece of crumpled paper to me. Then she walked past him. The Mu clan had 3 problems, and Mei Hua laid them out at the table like a hand of cards. 1. The Li family was pressing on the betrothal, not the 3rd son anymore, the eldest. 2. The clan had split down the middle over whether to break the matriline. 3. And she said it last, which is how I knew it was the one that had actually brought her home. 12 of our miners were killed last month, she said. The city calls it bandits. We have 111 businesses in Yanyun City, and every one of them has had its permits reviewed in the last 4 weeks. Why now? Mei Lin said. Because 5 weeks ago, a natural spiritual ore vein opened in the western suburb, Mei Hua said. On Mu land. The survey estimate is in the tens of millions of spirit stones. The 3 of us made the same noise. That is the 3rd problem, she said, and I am giving it to you, because I cannot look at it anymore. She cornered me in the kitchen that night, which was not a small room. The Mu family kitchen had a whole lamb turning on a spit and a table 6 meters long covered in meat, and I was working my way along it in an orderly fashion. She stood there and listened to me think, and what I was thinking was this. They are not simply going to make her warm his bed. That is the part everybody sees, and it is the smallest part. Every business this clan owns becomes his wedding gift. The clan splits, and some of them die, and the rest scatter, and the ones that scatter get bought. And the finest detail, the one that would make you put the book down, is that at the end of it, she is grateful. She thanks him. In front of people. And then I stopped, mid-thought, because I had reached the ribs. Keep going, Mei Hua said. I looked up with a rib in my hand. Senior sister? Nothing, she said in a voice with a hairline crack down it. Then she sat down opposite me and set the trap she had been building all day. What would you do? She said. About the mine. About all of it. Why ask me? Because you are cleverer than junior brother, yeah. That was a lie. She had not asked Xiao Lei anything. She had not spoken to him alone once. She wanted to see what I would say when I thought I was second choice. Main quest, said the system. The protagonist's handling of the betrothal results in the destruction of the Mu clan and the submission of Mei Hua. Reward index, high. Anti-main quest. By any means, prevent the protagonist from touching Mei Hua. Protect the eldest ranking senior sister. Reward index, excellent. And then underneath, unprompted, after Mei Lin, the enmity between the host and the protagonist cannot be resolved. Denying him this woman and denying him the master are the host's only remaining routes to survival. I put the rib down. If you let him handle the Li family, I said, he will kill their heir. Mei Hua's eyebrows went up about 1 millimeter, which on her is a shout. Not in a duel, in the room during the negotiation, in front of witnesses, and he will have a reason ready, and the reason will be good. I wiped my hands. The Li are the richest house in this city, and they have 300 years of marriages inside its walls. The moment their heir dies in a Mu hall, this stops being a business dispute and becomes a blood feud, and you will be fighting the Li on the inside and the city lord's mansion on the outside at the same time, and the Mu clan does not survive that. Not 1 year. And then? And then the only man standing in the wreckage with a sword is the one who caused it, and you will marry him, and you will believe it was your own idea. The kitchen was very quiet. He came into the city, I said, and went straight to the city lord's residence. Then he was invited to a box on the 5th floor of the treasure pavilion, which the Mu, the Zhao, and the Li cannot buy. Senior sister. If there were nothing there, that would be the strange thing. Mei Hua sat with her hands flat on the table for a long moment. What do you want? She said, for handling it. A reward. Name it. I looked at her for a while. It took long enough that she said flatly, do not, you cannot afford it. So I reached across the table and put 2 fingers at the corners of her mouth and pushed them up. She froze solid. There, I said. That is what you look like. That is my price. Be a block of ice to the entire world if you want, senior sister. Smile at me. Then I took my hand back and went to bed. Mei Hua sat in the kitchen for a long time. Later, in her own room, she stood in front of a bronze mirror and put 2 fingers at the corners of her own mouth and pushed them up and looked at it. Is that a smile, she thought. Then she went red to the ears because she had spent the entire walk upstairs braced for him to ask for something filthy and had already decided what she was going to break, and he had asked her to smile. Xiao Lei caught her outside the hall about 4 minutes later with the same offer. Second senior sister, let me help with the city. He was very good. He put it as a debt he owed the peak. He mentioned that he had contacts in the mansion, which was true, and that he had been received there, which was also true, and he made both of those sound like an inconvenience he had endured on the family's behalf. Mei Hua looked at him with the face she used on the world. You are close to the mansion, she said. You must have gotten a great deal out of them. Xiao Lei stood up out of his chair. I was not there. She told me about it afterward, and she was very precise about the choreography because she had been watching for it. He stood up, and his face went through hurt and then through wounded dignity, and he said quietly that he had not thought his second senior sister would think of him that way, and he began to gather his things. Junior brother. She was on her feet at once, hands out. Forgive me, that was badly said. Of course I trust you. I am tired, and the clan is eating me alive, and I spoke like a fool. He let himself be persuaded, gracefully, in about the right number of exchanges. That is how it works. You do not defend yourself against a suspicion. You are injured by it, and then the other person spends their energy repairing you, and by the time they are done, they have forgotten they suspected anything. So he sat back down, satisfied, and started in on the Li family, and Mei Hua said, The Li are mine. Second senior sister, the Li family. The Li family is a matter for the Mu clan, she said. I have Mei Lin, I have Chen Ming, it is handled. There was a pause about a half-second long. Of course, Xiao Lei said. He walked out into the courtyard, and the pleasant expression stayed on all the way to the gate, and about a foot past it, his face went dark in a way that would have made anyone who saw it change their opinion of him permanently. Nobody saw it. Mei Hua sat in that hall afterward with her hands in her lap, thinking about the fact that half an hour earlier she had asked the wrong man for advice on purpose, and it had turned out to be the right one. I spent the next night burning the golden scale. Let me explain the machinery once, quickly, because everything after this depends on it, and I am tired of pretending it is mystical. Your spiritual root is your affinity. It decides which of the world's rules you are allowed to touch at all, and it is the ceiling on your talent. Nobody changes theirs. I changed mine once by blackmailing my teacher, and I am aware of how that sounds. Your physique is your body. It decides how hard you hit and how much you can take, and most people never get one at all. Your foundation is the thing nobody explains to outsiders. Your foundation is the container for laws. When a cultivator says he comprehends the Tao of fire, what he means is that his foundation holds one rule and he can express it. Almost everyone alive holds exactly one. Two is a legend. The record for the entire recorded history of the immortal realm is 6 Taos on a single foundation, and the man who did it is on a wall somewhere with incense in front of him. My mutated 5-element root gives me affinity to 5, and, because the mutation is greedy, to ice and lightning on top, which are derivations. I did not think about the number 6 that night. I thought about it later, and it kept me awake. The 5th wheel was the worst one yet, even with the water-conducting body, and I finished it at 3 in the morning, and then I did something entirely indefensible, which is that I went and knelt at Mei Lin's door and put my eye to the crack. There was an eye on the other side, 6 inches away, looking back at me. Junior brother, Mei Lin said. Were you planning to be there long? She had just come out of the bath, which was the reason for the entire expedition, and which I maintain was reasonable behavior. I got my arms around her waist before she could get properly annoyed. I am your Tao companion, I said. Am I not permitted? We negotiated. Actually negotiated, sitting on the edge of her bed like two people settling a boundary dispute. Looking, permitted. Touching, permitted. Within limits she defined precisely, and which I am not going to reproduce. Paired cultivation, absolutely not. If you behave, she said, we will discuss it. Eventually, perhaps. And then, because I am who I am, my mind wandered to a certain powder they sell in certain shops, purely as a hypothetical, purely as an idol. The temperature in the room dropped. If you ever, Mei Lin said, in a voice I had not heard from her before, and never wanted to again, so much as buy one, I will not forgive you, not in a year, not in 100. There will be nothing left between us at all. I would never, I said, very fast, and meant it, and I have never once revisited the thought since. She let it go. Then she sat between my knees and let me put her hair up. Ling Yun style, 3 loops and a fold. My mother, my first mother, in the world with dentistry, had long hair and a bad shoulder, and I did that for her every morning for 6 years. You have done this before, Mei Lin said, suspicious. You can always tell a craftsman by the hands. Then I recruited her. I need you to beat me up, I said. In front of the heir of the Li family. She turned around. So you did like it. Acting, I said. Acting, senior sister, not killing. There is a difference, and it is important to me. The row in the Mu main hall started at breakfast, and I heard it from 3 courtyards away. The old woman was 157 years old and had a stick, and the stick was not for walking. Facing her across the hall was Mei Hua's mother. Mei Rong was perhaps 40 and looked 30 and had the exact face her daughter would have in 20 years if her daughter ever learned to smile. She was not shouting. The old woman was doing all the shouting. Then strike us out, Mei Rong said, into a pause. Both of us. My name and my daughter's name out of the clan book this morning, and we will walk out of that gate with what we are wearing. Her chin came up. But nobody in this room is going to spend her. Not you, not the Li, not the council, nobody. I was around the corner where I had no business being, and I stayed there because I have never in either life seen anything like it, and I did not want to interrupt. Then somebody nearby, in a whisper, told me why the old woman had a stick and why nobody in that hall would look at her. The Mu clan has a rule. When a Mu woman gives birth, her husband climbs the cloud stair of Mount Taibai. 1,634 steps, cut into the rock, worn smooth by 400 years of rain, no rail. At the top, he burns incense for 3 days without coming down. It is supposed to purchase the child's fortune. 5 sons-in-law have died on that stair. Mei Rong's husband went up on the day she was delivered because the old woman sent him, because a delay would have been an insult to the ancestors, and she said so out loud in front of the household. He went up in the morning. It rained on the second day, and it was still raining on the third. The clan got the rarest immortal bloodline in 5 generations out of that birth. Everybody says so. They say it at banquets. And a woman lost her husband, and a girl never met her father, and the clan has spent 19 years being extremely proud of the arrangement. I stood around that corner and thought a thing I had been carefully not thinking for 2 months. In this world, I have a father who did not care enough to look for me for 22 years, and a mother I have never seen. And here is a woman who will burn her own name in the family book before she lets anyone spend her daughter. Some people spend their whole lives crouched in a dirty gap in a wall, watching other people's families and thinking, so that is what it is supposed to look like. They carried the old woman out unconscious about 10 minutes later. Mei Rong found me in the corridor and looked me over with frank interest. You must be the one, she said warmly. Hua talks about you constantly. Madam, Xiaolei, is it? There is no good way to answer that. I brought the solution to the hall in the morning on a sheet of paper with 4 circles drawn on it. I had drawn the circles by tracing around the bottom of a cup because I had spent the entire night with my head in Mei Lin's lap and had not gotten to it until dawn. Wang, I said, tapping. Which is the city lord's mansion, do not pretend otherwise. Mu, the overlap is the mine. Li over here, Zhao over here. We know all this, Mei Hua said, so stop fighting for the mine. 3 faces looked at me. Give it away, I said. Not the vein, the output. 30% of everything extracted goes to the Zhao family. 20% to the Li. Written, sealed, filed with the city, and announced loudly at the largest banquet you can arrange within the week. That is half, Mei Lin said. That is half of a mine you currently own none of, because in 4 months you will be dead, and the mansion will own all of it. I put the cup down. The moment that document is filed, the Zhao family's money is inside your mine, and the Li family's money is inside your mine. If the mansion moves on Mu land now, they are stealing from 3 houses at once, and one of them is the medical house that treats every official in this province. Mei Hua looked at the paper for a long time. The Li are pressing me into a marriage, she said. Yes, because a marriage is the only way they can get inside your holdings. I shrugged. So let them inside your holdings for 20% and no wedding. What do you actually want, senior sister? Another enemy or another partner? There was a silence. Do it, Mei Rong said from the doorway. 2 hours. Later, a servant came in and said that senior brother Ye had ridden out to the western suburb in the night, alone, and had not said when he would be back. 10 miles outside the city, Xiaolei was standing on a flying sword talking to the jade at his throat. There was a woman in the jade, not a soul exactly, a remnant of one, a fragment left behind by somebody who had been very large once, and her name was Luo Kai, and she had been in that pendant for a long time, waiting for somebody worth spending herself on. Your body is not ready, she said. The wild bone tyrant blood body is the first of the 3 combat bodies of the chaotic age. It burns your own vital essence for strength, and the worse you are wounded, the stronger it makes you. That is not a gift. That is a debt with a fast clock. You are not mature enough to hold it, and you will not be for years. I know. Then why are you out here? Because I am going to take them first, Xiaolei said, and he said it perfectly calmly, which is the part that would have frightened anybody listening. The Mu clan is going to be in trouble, very serious trouble, quite soon. And when it comes, the only person in this city who can put a hand out is me. And the woman? Second senior sister is intelligent, he said. When the alternative is her whole clan in the ground, she will see that being my Dao companion is the only door in the room. Luo Kai did not argue. She had watched him arrange the fallen sun pill, and she had said nothing. She had watched him build the trap around the Mu clan, and she had said nothing. She was going to keep saying nothing for a long time, and her reason was the same reason old powers always give. The talent was simply too large to waste on a conscience. Mei Lin found the bruise the next morning. She was in front of a mirror, half-dressed, and she stopped, and she looked down, and there was a mark on her stomach with a full set of teeth in it. "Chen Ming," she said to the empty room. "Were you born in the year of the dog?" I had been lying with my head in her lap the previous night while she meditated, which puts her senses off, and I had gotten bored. Other men, she thought, going for her sash with unnecessary violence, leave a mark on the neck, like normal people. This one leaves it where I have to explain it to a physician. I found the Li heir at his own gate and followed him to a 6-story building called the Spring Breeze House. I paid the woman at the door 100 spirit stones for a look at the ledgers. She put the stones away, and where she put them is the detail I have never gotten over. She had a storage necklace. A necklace. I have seen storage rings, storage pouches, storage bracelets, storage belts. I had never once seen a woman drop 100 spirit stones down the front of her dress into a piece of jewelry and then smile at me about it. The ledger was not what I expected. I had expected accounts. What she brought up from the back was a set of 11 bound books, and the 11 bound books were a debt register, and the debt register covered the entire West continent. Who owes what? Who was ruined and in which month? Which houses went into bondage and which of their children were sold into indenture to cover the interest? Which small sects stopped existing and what their assets were valued at afterward? I sat in a back room of a pleasure house for 2 hours reading a map of who actually owns this continent, and it is not the dynasty and it is not the sex. It is a thing called the Yi Pavilion, and here is the part that made the hair stand up on my arms, because it is in the book and I had read it as background. The Yi Pavilion is what is left of the Red Demon Society. The dynasty did not destroy the Red Demon Society 30 years ago. It broke it into pieces, and the pieces reassembled under a new name with better bookkeeping, and now every large city on the continent has a house like this one taking a cut of everything. 100 Flower Valley helped the dynasty in that campaign, 103 people. And when the dust settled, the Yi Pavilion came back and erased them to the last name, and nobody moved, and everybody understood. The white road needs a black road to solve its problems, I thought, closing the 11th book, and the black road needs the white one to explain why nobody is doing anything about it. Guobin arrived at the 7th hour, dragging a very drunk young man by the collar. "Look what I found," he said. The young man was Qian Wei, heir of the Wang family, which is to say the city lord's mansion of Yanyun City, and he was at the stage of drunk where a man tells you his business because he thinks it makes him interesting. He wanted to complain about Xiaolei first. "At the banquet," Qian Wei said, weaving. "I poured him a cup, good wine, 40 year, and he took it and he tipped it out on the floor and he said, 'I do not drink secular wine.' He slapped the table. On my floor. 'Terrible,' I said. 'Tell me about the mine.' And he did. All of it, in about 4 minutes, in the loud, confidential voice of a man who has never once had to be careful. 'Draw the golden phoenix of the Mu clan out to the western suburb. Take her alive. Break her core so she cannot make trouble, and hang the whole clan's debts around her neck so the Mu are legally finished in a morning, and then the vein is a Wang asset by lunch.' Guobin, who is cleverer than he looks, said carefully, 'The Azure Pavilion sect stands behind that woman.' Qian Wei laughed until he had to hold the table. 'You think,' he said, 'that the only thing standing behind the Wang family is the dynasty?' And then he did not finish the sentence, because even at that depth of drunk, something in him knew where the edge was. I walked home in the dark taking that apart. The mansion has a card nobody has seen. That is one. And the second one, the one I liked much less, is that Qian Wei wants the same woman Xiaolei wants, which means that at the end of all this, Xiaolei is going to betray the men he is currently working with and level the city lord's mansion of Yanyun City exactly the way he leveled the last one, and he is going to do it while rescuing her. He is not planning to win the mine. He is planning to be the last man standing next to it. I took a room with a view of the Spring Breeze house door and settled in to watch it, and that is when I found out that the man in my mirror had gone on strike. He would not cultivate. He sat there. I gave the order 3 times, and he looked back at me with my own face and did nothing at all, and then the frame changed under my hands. "Illusion World Mirror," said the system. Complete edition. The reward from the mountain and river diagram had quietly finished it while I was not looking and had not mentioned it, which I was beginning to accept as a personality. I touched the surface, and it went in like a hand into a water curtain, and then something on the far side took hold of my wrist and pulled. I came out standing up in a white place with no horizon. And there was a man there who had my face and was not doing anything I was doing, and behind him, out of the light, something else came. An old man, gray robe, long beard, and everything below his waist was translucent, like a reflection on still water. He looked at the walls of white that were not walls, and then at me, and his eyes came alive. "The Illusion World Mirror," he said. Somebody finally completed it. How long has it been? Then he sat down on nothing and told me who he was, and I want to give you his introduction exactly as he gave it, because it is the only modest thing he ever said. I am a remnant will, he said. You may call me sage. That is not a title in your world anymore. It has not been a title in your world. For a very long time, he offered me a trade. I will teach you the only thing I ever made that was worth anything, he said, and in exchange, you will paint this place. It is white. It has been white for longer than your continent has had a name, and I cannot stand it. So I closed my eyes and I built Qianyun Peak, every step of the mountain stair, the long meadow, the cloud bridge with the third plank that creaks, the main hall and the crack in the second pillar, and the smell of the wisteria on the east side in the morning. The waterfall behind the residence and the sea of flowers below it, all 3,000 of them, in the colors they actually are and not the colors people say they are. And then the back mountain, 200 acres of bad rock, down to the individual stones, because I had spent a month out there with a pickaxe learning every one of them personally. When I opened my eyes, the old man was standing very still. In my own realm, he said at last, that would have taken me half a day, and it would not have been as good. Then he paid me, and he overpaid. Years swordplay, 4 forms. Sword of time, years, sword intent, sword of time domain, and one called years of beauty that he would not explain. Its selling point is the thing that made my hands go cold when I heard it. There is no realm requirement, none. You do not need golden core to use the second form. You do not need nascent soul for the third. Cultivation techniques do not work like that. Every single one in that 9-floor library has a floor and a ceiling and a note about what happens if you try it early. How? I said. Because I did not build it out of your world's rules, Sage said. Now go away, you are giving me a headache. I went out through the water curtain and gave the man in the mirror new orders. Swords first, wheels second. 4 days later, I had the Tenjang golden body at minor achievement and the sword of time at minor achievement, and inside the mirror, an old man with no legs stood watching a boy repeat, on the 4th day, a form that had taken him a year. 3 days, he thought. I spent a year on that. I was considered a prodigy. 3 days. What exactly did I let in here? The waiter brought the news up with the breakfast. They hit the dynasty envoys, he said, wide-eyed. Out in the western suburb, on the road, a lot of dead. The criminal justice department rode out of the city an hour ago, the whole department. I have never seen them all leave at once. I stood at the window with a bun in my hand. It has started, I thought. Now we find out who moves first, senior brother, or the House of Wang. Then I went to work on the Li family heir. The conversation looks like magic. The preparation was not. 4 days earlier, I had gone to the Spring Breeze house and bought out the contracts of the 3 young women Cao Wei liked best, quietly, at a price that made the manageress put them straight into her necklace. So Cao Wei came to me. I did not have to find him. He came looking for the man who owned his evenings. We sat down. I did not threaten him once, and it was the cheapest and most effective thing I did that entire month. You are going to marry into the Mu clan, I said. That is the arrangement. Do you understand what marrying in means? Not the ceremony, the terms. I poured for him. You go into their house. Your children take their name. Your allowance comes from their steward. And your evenings, young Master Li, will be a matter of family record. Everything you currently enjoy stops on the day of the wedding and does not resume. He shifted. Second thing, I said, she is golden core. You are an ordinary man with money. In 100 years she will look precisely as she does this morning, and you will be a skeleton in a box under a hill, and your wife will still be 23 years old and married to your name. He had gone quite pale. I do not think it had ever been put to him in a number. And the third thing, I said. The third thing is the one that should keep you awake. You are the eldest son. He looked up. Stay out of the Mu house and you inherit the Li family, I said. Go into it, and you are gone from the Li succession the day you cross the threshold, and your younger brother takes the seat. And if the marriage does not bring the Li family a profit worth that trade, then in 10 years you will be a man with no family, no seat, no allowance, and a wife who does not age. Cao Wei put his cup down without drinking. He had been dreaming for 11 years about marrying a fairy. Nobody had ever asked him to look past the wedding. Tomorrow noon, I said. The clinic in the West Quarter. Come alone, and I will show you exactly how to get out of this with your name intact. He came. Next on the list was the Zhao family, and that one was going to be harder because the Zhao had nothing to be frightened of yet. Mei Qing's mother took one look at my face and went white. Not at me. At my face. She stood up in the middle of her own hall and could not seem to get a sentence out, and I stood there with the cup halfway to my mouth, having no idea what was happening. I found out about 90 seconds later, and it explained the entire summer. 100 years ago, the old ancestor of the Zhao family commissioned a reading from the head of the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion. He paid what those things cost, which is not money, and what he got back was that in 100 years, the Zhao would come to the edge of ruin, and that a man would come with Imperial Dragon Ying in him, and that everything depended on whether they recognized him. They had kept the images. Divination in this world produces images, and the images are stored, and the Zhao family had kept theirs in a shrine for 100 years. And a woman was standing in her own hall, looking at a face she had been looking at since she was 6 years old. "Auntie," I said when she could hear me again, "you cannot stay out of this any longer. The Zhao are not involved. 2 weeks ago, a party of 30 men with envoy insignia intercepted your daughter's carriage in Z Valley with an order to kill her by name." I put the cup down. "Somebody has already decided you are involved. They simply have not told you yet." She sat down. "The Mu clan falls this month," I said. "When it does, the mine goes to the mansion, and the mansion has a partner nobody has seen. Then it will be the Zhao, because you are the medical house, and every official in this province needs you, and a house that everyone needs is a house that everyone wants to own. Then the Li, because by then nobody will be left to object. And your terms? 30% of everything the mine produces, and joint development rights, and the Zhao family's name on the filing where the whole city can read it." She was quiet for a long moment. "I do not want the 30%, she said. I waited. "I want one thing," she said, "and I am going to ask you for it in my own house with my daughter out of the room, because I am her mother, and there is nobody else to ask." Her hands were flat on the table. "Qing has 3 years. She thinks I have not counted. I have counted since she was 11. Auntie." "There is no medicine," she said. "There is no technique. There is a hole in her and the world pours into it, and the only thing that has ever been able to take the overflow off her without filling up is you. You told her so at the auction house, and her steward reported it to me the same night, and I have not slept since." She looked up. "Bind yourself to her," she said. "Formally. Years, not months. Whatever you want the Zhao family to be, it will be. Just do not let my daughter come apart at 22. I said yes. I made a speech about it, in fact, a rather good one, about mothers and about how a house that will trade its entire future for one child is a house worth standing next to. And I promised myself, walking out of that manor, that the yes had nothing at all to do with the fact that Mei Qing was the most beautiful woman in Yanyan City. I am not certain I believe me. There were criminal justice department officers in the Mu courtyard when I got back, and their faces were bad. The dynasty envoys had been attacked on Mu land. That is a sentence that ends houses. The Yanyan City Department had been hollowed out from the inside years ago by the mansion's people, and now the mansion had arranged for a massacre of imperial officials to happen on the property of the family it wanted to eat. Mei Lin caught me by the back of the neck in the corridor. I licked her palm. "You animal!" She wiped it off on my back, and then stopped and hit me in the shoulder and looked at her own hand. "Why does that not work anymore?" "Tenjong golden body, minor achievement, thank you very much." "Report," Mei Hua said from the doorway. "The Zhao have agreed. 30%. I straightened my collar. "And the Li heir is going to break the betrothal himself. Today." "He will not," Mei Lin said. "He will. That betrothal is 11 years old. Both families signed. His mother wants it." "Wager," I said. "Terms." "When I win," I said, "senior sister keeps the promise she made at the window." She went red. "And if you lose?" "If I lose," I said, "I will fill your gourd." She looked at the gourd on her hip. It had been empty for 2 years. She had been carrying it out of habit and drinking whatever was nearest and pretending she did not care. "Done," she said, far too fast. I asked Mei Hua for 50,000 spirit stones on the way out. "You have 130,000, she said. "I have expenses." She gave me 30,000, which is exactly what I expected, and about 10,000 more than I deserved. Beiwang Street had changed since my last visit. Half the dealers packed up when they saw me coming. The man who had sold me the golden scale was no longer in his shop. He was on the street with a mat and about 9 rocks on it. "Him and that black-eyed devil," he told a colleague, not quietly enough. "They came through and they took the best of 300 stones off my table and left me the gravel. 300 stones. I am selling 9. The black sword had already been melted down, which was a pity. What I bought instead was on a rack at the back of the last shop on the street. 4th rank. 6,000 spirit stones, which is a scandalous price for a 4th rank blade, and the shopkeeper wanted rid of it. 9 Heaven's sword, he said, found 50 years ago in a gully. It was covered in blood and none of it was the owner's, and it took 5 foundation establishment cultivators working together to hold it still long enough to bring it in. I picked it up. It was quiet in the shop, and the blade was heavy, and something came off it and went up my arm and looked around inside me and decided not to argue. That sword, I thought, is not simple. I bought it, and I never once regretted the 6,000. Cao Wei arrived at the clinic at noon and found me lying face down on a massage table. This was medically necessary. I had opened a fifth wheel and refined a golden dragon scale in the same week, and my back had views on it. Young Master Lin, Cao Wei said uncertainly. Sit down. Then the door came off the frame. The Dao companion has arrived, Mei Lin announced. Behind her, Mei Hua came in with her arms folded and stood against the wall like an executed sentence. What followed was supposed to be a performance. Mei Lin was supposed to storm in, be theatrically outraged, and demonstrate to the Li heir that any man attaching himself to the women of the Azure Pavilion sect could expect a physically eventful life. Two things went wrong with the plan. The first is that the woman running the clinic was extremely pretty and had been very attentive to my shoulders. The second is that I was enjoying it, visibly, with my eyes closed, when Mei Lin came through the door. She put me in the wall. Not the acting version. The real one. I took a piece of the plaster out with my face, and there was a discussion afterward about who was paying for it. And Cao Wei sat there with his cup in both hands and watched a woman in red drive a young cultivator into masonry, and then looked over at Mei Hua, who had not moved and who was looking at him, just looking, cold as a well. Whatever was left of his 11-year dream of marrying a fairy folded up quietly and died. He went home that afternoon, went into the Li ancestral shrine, knelt down in front of every tablet in it, and told his father that he would not marry into the Mu clan, and that if he was forced to, he would end his own life in that room. His grandmother broke his father in about an hour. That evening, Cao Wei came to the Mu manor in person with a chest of silk on a cart, and knelt in the front courtyard where the whole street could see him, and said loudly, "This unworthy person is not fit to be a son-in-law of the Mu family." Mei Lin stood at the window with her mouth slightly open. "How?" she said. "Senior sister," I said. "When are we settling the wager?" It took 3 days to write. The mind stays with the Mu. The output splits 5-3-2, Mu, Zhao, Li. The head of the Li family had spent a week braced for the Mu clan to come at him with lawyers and grievance over a broken betrothal, and instead the Mu clan came to him with 20% of a spiritual ore vein and a smile, and he signed so fast the ink smeared and then swore eternal friendship on his ancestors while gripping Mei Rong's hands. Then the three houses posted a joint hiring notice, and the response was a mob. 2 of the names in it made Mei Hua sit up. Golden Core cultivators, both of them, both of whom owed the Zhao family their lives from separate incidents 20 years apart, both of whom turned up with their own weapons and refused payment. 4 Golden Core and 111 fighters. 6 days earlier, the Mu clan had been 1 woman and an argument. I went ahead to the western suburb alone because I wanted to see the ground, and 5 men were waiting on the road. The one in front had a double-headed golden axe, and I knew him. He had been standing in the Wangyu Tower the day I sold a set of armor for a third of its value, and had told the room I should have asked 20,000. 3 of the 5 were Foundation establishment. "Give me a reason not to kill you," I said. He opened his mouth to give me one. Sword of time is not fast. That is the first thing everybody gets wrong about it. It is not a quick technique. It is a technique that arrives at a point in the exchange that has not happened yet, and the difference matters when you are on the receiving end. He came apart at the waist somewhere in the middle of the second word. The other 4 took slightly under 2 minutes. Then I sat down on a rock because one swing had emptied an entire spiritual wheel, and I had 5, and I did the arithmetic on that, and did not enjoy it. The mine was on a hill, and the hill had 4 boulders on it. 4 identical boulders, in 4 positions, each carved with a spiral that resolved, if you followed it far enough with your eye, into a snake eating its own body. Formation, I thought, and that was as far as I got because 5 people came out of the tree line behind me, and one of them was Golden Core. "Father," said a familiar voice. "Wait, he is my friend. Guo Bin, of course." The old man of the Black Mountain looked at me the way a butcher looks at a hanging carcass, and then decided, on his son's word, to be reasonable. "You may live," he said, "on the condition that you stay where I can see you until this is over." "Generous," I said. Later, when the old man was out of earshot, I sat next to Guo Bin on a rock and dropped the rock on his head. "Question," I said, purely as a matter of curiosity. "What if the Mu girl your employers want to take turns out to be Xiaolei's own senior sister?" Guo Bin stopped chewing. "What?" "Same peak, same master. He calls her second senior sister, and she has been feeding him since he was 15. Guo Bin put his food down and went a shade of green I have rarely seen on a living person. "He is helping outsiders take his own sister? Apparently? That is—" He was actually struggling. "A man does not do that. Whatever else he is, a man does not do that." I sat there on that rock and applauded, internally, with feeling. The second canon fodder villain of this book, I thought, has a functioning Dao. The protagonist does not. I made sure Guo Kang heard the next part. A warning, I said loudly to Guo Bin with my back to the old man. Be careful of Xiaolei. When this is done, he will come for you. The old man was in front of me in a blink. I dislike men who sow discord, he said. Then let us do arithmetic instead. I did not move. The mansion pays by contribution. 17 hired blades on this hill, and not one of them can take Xiaolei, so at settlement he takes the largest share and every one of you takes what he leaves. That is a reason for him to fight well, not to kill us. It is a reason for him to kill Qian Wei, I said. The old man went still. Think it through, I said. If the heir of the mansion dies on this hill during a raid on Mu property, the Wang and the Mu are in blood feud by morning. There is no settlement, so no shares. And the man who was standing nearest the body walks off with the mine, the woman, and no witnesses because he will make sure there are none. Guokong said nothing for about 10 seconds. So what would you advise? He said, and I heard the change in his voice. Do not take part in the seizure, I said. Guard Qian Wei instead, stand next to him, and do nothing. If Xiaolei comes, you either stop him or you leave with the heir over your shoulder, and either way you are the men who saved the Wang family's son, and either way you get paid. He thought about it for a long time. Then he took the watch off me and told his son to go and eat something. Making enemies for Xiaolei, I thought, walking back down the hill, is the same activity as making friends for myself. I should have started sooner. The plan for the following morning was clean. Mei Lin and Mei Hua walk up to the mine in the open as bait. 111 fighters stay in the tree line. When the mansion's people commit, the tree line closes. I ruined it on purpose. 5 paces from the boundary, I came up out of the long grass beside the path and fell in step with them, and both of them turned around with murder on their faces, and by then, we were inside. The man waiting for us wore white and was a formation master, and he was polite about it. Mei Lin went first. Her sword chi came off the blade in a sheet, and he caught it, bare-handed, closed his fist, and crushed it like a wafer. And I watched Mei Lin's expression change into something I had not seen on her. So she stopped being polite. She put ghost fire along the edge and said, sword fire emerges from the clouds, and the thing standing in front of her, which had stopped being a man at some point in the last 4 seconds and was now 9 feet of packed earth in the shape of one, cracked from the collarbone down and came apart into sand. He reformed 20 paces back, retreating, drawing us on. And I knew what he was drawing us into, and I said nothing at all. The 4 boulders lit up. Celestial star, soul-slaying formation, said the system, unhelpfully and late. Thank you, the man in white said, from outside it, with real warmth. You did not tell them. I will destroy your souls first and then make puppets out of what is left, and I will remember that you were courteous. 2 hands closed on my ears at the same instant from 2 different directions. Talk, said Mei Lin. Now, said Mei Hua. Because, I said, at the volume ears require, if we kill him now, Xiaolei has nothing to do today, and I need Xiaolei to have something to do today. Specifically, I need him to kill the heir of the Wang family in front of witnesses, and he will not do that if the fight is already over. There was a pause. The hands did not let go. The man in my mirror had stopped working. I went in to find out why, and found Sage sitting on a rock in the white with an expression I can only describe as professionally embarrassed. I killed him, he said. You killed me. I killed the copy of you. He rubbed his beard. He learned the sword. He learned it well. And then he came at me with it, and he very nearly unmade my remnant soul, and I had to put him down. He looked up. Boy, when you build one of those, do not tell it to learn swordplay in order to strike me. Tell it to learn swordplay from me. Those are different instructions, and the difference is my continued existence. I built a new one in about 2 minutes. Even I was slightly unnerved by how fast that went. Every hair, the small scar on the left thumb from a hoe when I was 9, in the other body, in the other world, which should not have transferred and had. A copy of the 9 Heavens sword, down to the pitting near the guard. Sage watched the whole thing without saying anything, and afterward he said quietly, Your mind builds like a god's. I am not being kind. I am telling you what I am looking at. I need to break a heavenly star soul-slaying formation, I said. Never heard of it. He waved a hand. Garbage formation. They all are, at that grade. There is no answer? There is always an answer. Every barrier of that class is anchored to a boundary, and every boundary is a surface. He looked at me as if I were slow. Dig under it. I stood there. Dig, I said. You have hands. Then, before I could leave, he asked me to build him a new world. Mountains, water, a spirit beast or 2, some pavilions, and a large sun, because the white was giving him a headache, and the peak I had built him was, and I quote, somebody else's furniture. It took half an hour. I gave him a biosphere. Half an hour, Sage said when I was leaving. He was not looking at me. In my age, the men who could do that in half an hour had temples. Qian Wei came up the hill at noon and demanded both women. That is not what the formation does, the man in white explained patiently. It is soul-slaying. It does not capture. What comes out is an empty shell with a heartbeat. A doll. Qian Wei made a face. Where is the entertainment in a doll? And then Xiaolei arrived. Qian Wei, who had been drinking since dawn, greeted him by comparing him loudly to a dog that had not guarded the house all night but had turned up promptly at the bowl. Xiaolei smiled. Your father promised me 30% of the assets of the House of Wang, he said. I have reconsidered. I am going to take that, and the entire Mu clan as well. He drew, and what came out of the sheath had a name that made 2 men on that hill step backward. But first, I am going to need your heads. Guo Kong took the first strike on a lattice of lightning and did not even try for the second. He got Qian Wei by the back of the collar like a chicken, crushed a teleport talisman, and was gone. He left the formation master behind. He is yours, he said on the way out. The man in white lost an arm and then his head, and about 2 minutes after that, at the bottom of a scrubby slope 30 paces outside the boundary of a soul-slaying formation, the ground bulged and split, and I came up out of it face first with dirt in my mouth and my nose approximately 4 inches from a severed head. I lay there. Losing a head, I said, fine, that happens, but how did it get all the way over here? Behind me in the tunnel, 2 golden core cultivators of the Azure Pavilion sect were laughing so hard that neither of them could crawl. They had spent 40 minutes watching a Ying refining disciple defeat a top-grade killing formation by getting on his hands and knees and digging under it with a sword. I looted the body before the dust settled. 5,000 spirit stones, a case of pills, a formation plate, and a formation flag, which are the actual tools of a formation master and are worth more than everything else combined. Xiaolei was in such a hurry to go and kill people, I thought, that he did not stop to search the man he killed. Then I divided it. I made a point of it. I put 1,000 spirit stones in a pouch and handed it to Mei Lin, and 1,000 in another, and handed it to Mei Hua, and stood back. There, I said. Now it is our haul. Mei Lin looked at the pouch in her hand. You, she said, are dragging us onto your pirate ship so that when this comes out, the master has to punish all 3 of us instead of only you. Senior sister, I said. That is a very cynical way to describe generosity. She kept the pouch. Bring all of them up, I said. Everyone, onto the summit in the open and tell them to stand there and be seen. There is nobody left to fight, Mei Hua said. There are 3 men in that tree line whose entire job is to go back and describe what they saw. So 111 armed retainers came up onto the top of that hill and stood there in the sun in 3 blocks, with the Mu banner and the Zhao banner and the Li banner over them, and anybody with eyes could count them and could see that the count was not a Mu number. Mei Hua came and put her hand on the back of my neck. I flinched hard enough to hurt myself. That is a conditioned reflex, and I have never gotten rid of it. In my defense, the last 4 times a woman took the back of my neck, I ended up inside masonry. She did not do anything. She left her hand there and moved her thumb once. When this is finished, she said, the Mu clan will hold a banquet. You will sit at the head of it. You are the hero of my mother's house. And you, Mei Lin said, arriving on the other side and pointing at Mei Hua, will stop hitting him. Then she stood there for a moment and thought about the fact that she was the only person on that hill who had hit him, and about the fact that he had a mine, an alliance, 30,000 spirit stones, 2 grateful noble houses, and a physique she could not bruise, and was still, at that exact moment, complaining about his back. Her fists closed. Senior sister, I said carefully, your face is doing something. Xiaolei came back to an empty formation and a stripped corpse. He had killed 14 of the 17 hired blades. That is not a small piece of work. 14, in about 6 minutes, and he had done it because his plan required that nobody survive to give an account. But Guo Kong had gone out on a talisman with the heir of the House of Wang under his arm, and that meant the account existed, and that meant Xiaolei could not now touch the Wang family at all. The dynasty protects secular authority. That is the arrangement that keeps the whole continent from burning. A sect disciple who kills a city lord in a punitive raid on a criminal conspiracy is a hero. A sect disciple who kills a city lord's son during a land grab is a war, and no sect will cover it, and his would not have. Luo Kai told him so, twice. He came up the last slope with his sword still out, and stopped, because the top of the hill had 111 people standing on it under 3 banners. Senior sisters, he said. How did you get out? Chen Ming broke the formation, Mei Hua said. There was a silence about 4 seconds long, and in it a young man's entire model of the world made a noise. That is not possible, Xiaolei said. How could that piece of... He stopped himself. He was very good. He got it back inside in under a second. Then he looked at the banners, the Li family, the Zhao family, standing under a Mu flag on Mu land. He stood there on that hill in the sun, and I watched from 30 feet away the exact moment the picture in his head came apart, and I would not have missed it for the mine. It is finished, he was thinking. All of it rested on one thing. The Mu clan is rich and alone. Alone. That is the entire structure. A wealthy house with no friends, one heir, and a city closing around it, and one man arriving at the right hour. Who is behind her? Who put those banners on that hill? I do not accept this. Mei Hua walked over to him and put her hand on his arm, gently, and said that it was not safe for him here now that the mansion had a grievance, and that she would be much easier in her mind if he went back to the sect ahead of them. He went. He went with his shoulders down, sincerely touched, because his second senior sister had put her hand on his arm and worried about his safety, and he did not notice one single thing about how quickly she got him off that hill. There were 4 feasts in Yanyun City that night. At the Wang mansion, Qian Wei sat with his face the color of a plum until his father brought him back to the world with 2 flat slaps. Then Guo Bin told them everything, because he had been paid to fight, not to keep secrets, and because he had gone off Shaolei personally. He is her fellow disciple, he said. Same peak, same master. He has been on their side since before he walked through your gate. The head of the House of Wang dropped his prayer beads. Then the plan was compromised, he said. On the first day, Guo Kong collected his fee and gave 1 piece of free advice on the way out the door, and I have always been fond of it. Do not touch the Mu clan, he said. They have a man there with the surname Lin. He is extraordinarily devious. At the Mu Manor, 3 houses ate together for the first time in 400 years, and speeches were made, and the head of the Li family cried, I ate. Stewed rabbit head, I thought, working through my 4th. That is the thing. That is genuinely the thing. Mei Qing, standing to accept the thanks of 2 clan heads, redirected every word of it across the room. If he had not laid it out for my mother, she said, piece by piece, in one evening, we would still be deciding. She would not have moved that fast for anyone else. There is a lantern festival at the Xiangju Temple on the 14th, and half the city goes. I walked behind the 3 of them through it, hands in my sleeves, watching a group of children paint something unspeakable onto the underside of a hanging beacon while the lantern keeper was not looking. Ordinary people, I thought. They get 100 years, most of them less, and they spend every one of those years right here, in the world, at the festival, with the noise and the fried things and the children ruining the lanterns. And a cultivator gets 500 and spends 490 of them in a cave scratching at other people's leftovers. Honestly, I thought, it is more pleasant to keep fish in the secular pond. We took a boat out on the canal, which they drain every 3rd day, so it was slow and shallow and full of light. I gave her the gourd back. She took it, weighed it, and stopped. It is full. I cleared out the entire cellar of the drunken immortal residence, I said. 6 months of their peach wine, 3,000 spirit stones, and the manager wept. Mei Lin unstoppered it and tasted it, and her eyebrows went up. He is good, she said. He has put something in this. She had been carrying an empty gourd for 2 years. I had noticed in the first week and had never mentioned it. Then she talked about the sect because she was slightly drunk and because it was easier than talking about the gourd. A month from now, the internal selection, she said. Then the intersect competition, and that runs for a season. Then the heavenly ladder ranking, and every 10 years the Tianshuan Grand Competition, which is the one that matters and which we do not attend because we cannot field anybody. She lay back against the side of the boat. I envy you, she said. You are ying refining. Nobody expects anything from you. You are allowed to be a salted fish. Then she rolled her head over and looked at me. Get your foundation, she said. Fast. Master is lazy, and there are no resources on that mountain, and nobody is coming to help you. Do it before the selection, or they will find a reason to take the peak apart. We sparred in the back courtyard of the Mu Manor the next morning, and that is where it came apart. It started as a lesson. She was correcting my footwork, which was terrible, and then she got annoyed at my footwork, which happens, and then she stopped pulling the strike. I felt it coming and did the stupid thing, which was nothing. I stood there. Her fist landed on my sternum with the full weight of a golden core cultivator behind it. There was a noise like somebody dropping an anvil onto a temple bell. Mei Lin went back 3 steps holding her wrist. I stood exactly where I had been standing, and where her fist had landed, there was a patch of skin the color of an old coin, spreading out in a ring and then fading. What, she said, was that? Nothing. Chen Ming. A minor thing. You have a water-conducting body. She came forward and put her hand flat on my chest, and I could feel her sense go through me, and I felt the exact moment she hit metal. Why are you glowing gold? Tenjiang golden body, I said. Minor achievement. It has been about 2 weeks. She took her hand back. That is the 3rd-tier body refinement technique off the 3rd floor of the main peak library, she said, and the note on it says 2 of the 4 people who ever attempted it died. 3 of the 4. The fourth is upstairs, and they do not let him down. Mei Lin stood in the middle of that courtyard doing sums with her mouth slightly open. Then she hit me again on the shoulder out of pure feeling and hurt her hand again and said something about my ancestors. Senior sister, I said, since I appear to have won the wager. Do not. There was a promise made at a window. Junior brother, Mei Lin said, going scarlet from the collar up. Call me senior sister. Shaolin Lin. Call me senior sister. Shaolin Lin, I said. I am extremely grateful for your patient instruction. She chased me around that courtyard for 11 minutes, and I have counted it among my finest days ever since. The old woman of the Mu clan died 4 days later, and before she did, she asked for her granddaughter. They had never had a conversation, not one. In 19 years, that was not an instruction. When I had your mother and her brothers, the old woman said, I lost my husband, my mother, and my sister inside the same year. I was 31. There was nobody else, so I held the clan. Her hand moved on the blanket. 200 years. What you children have been calling a crisis these past 2 months would have been a Tuesday. Mei Hua did not say anything. The old woman had them bring the scepter. It is not ceremonial. In the Mu clan, holding that scepter is holding the clan, and it had been in that room for 140 years. Take it, she said. And then, at the very end, when her granddaughter was already at the door, tell your mother. The old voice had gone. Tell her I said I am sorry. Mei Rong took the message standing up in the corridor without a word. Then she pushed the scepter back into her daughter's hands. It was left to you, she said. Not to me. Mother, I do not know how to run a clan. You are not going to learn how to run a clan, Mei Rong said. You are going to learn how to run people. The clan is only the excuse they give you for the second thing. Top-tier reward, said the system. That night, in my room. Imperial Dragon Ying. 3 strands. I sat up on the bed. The luck of the human path, said the system, a secret art transmitted only among supreme rank. It is not a technique, it is a claim. The method that came with it was called 9-5 Supreme, and it took me about an hour to run it the first time. Rings came up around my body. Then something in the room made a sound that was not in the room, a long, low note that I felt in my back teeth. And then, one after another, 3 golden dragons wound themselves out of nothing and coiled around me. And then the sky over Yanyun City split. I want to describe this properly, because I have been in 3 fights I did not expect to survive, and this was worse than all of them together. It had been a clear night. In about 4 seconds, the clouds over the entire city went black from horizon to horizon, and thunder came down flat and wide, and something reached into my room from a very long way up and closed a hand around me. Not a technique, not a beast, a hand and an attention behind it, and the attention had noticed me and had decided, immediately and without curiosity, to put me out. The building started to fold. And the mountain and river diagram came out of my dantian on its own. It unrolled over me, and there was white light, and the pressure was simply not there anymore, in the way that a sound stops when a door closes. The 3 dragons finished their coil and locked into their final shape and stopped moving. The east wing of the Mu Manor collapsed. Mei Rong arrived first in her nightclothes and found me sitting in a pile of roof and started brushing tiles off my shoulders. Auntie, the wing. Buildings are money, she said. Nobody was in it. Are you hurt? Mei Hua arrived second and did not brush anything off me. You did not merely make noise, she said. You blackened the sky over an entire city. I looked at the hole where a roof had been. Consider it this way, I said. I am cultivating something forbidden, not evil, simply something that was never supposed to belong to me, which I have taken anyway. Nobody in that courtyard slept afterward, including me, because I had spent the whole evening being pleased about 3 dragons and had come away with a much worse and much more useful piece of information. There is somebody above the sky of this world, and they are watching for exactly this. Mei Rong started matchmaking over breakfast the next morning and did not stop until she had won. Hua, she said, what is he like? Mother, I am asking my daughter a question about a young man who has collapsed a wing of my house. What is he like? Mei Hua put her cup down. He is a show-off, she said. Occasionally he is genuinely stupid. A pause. He is clever. He is good-looking. He does not tell anybody anything, and when he decides that a thing is going to happen, he will go around it, under it, and through it. But it happens. Do you find him repellent? Tolerable. I decided to help. The head of the Zhao household, I said, into my rice, also expressed an interest in taking me as a son-in-law. The effect was immediate and total. Mei Rong came around that table, took her daughter's hand and my hand, put them together, closed her own hands over both, and then physically removed us from the room. In the corridor, Mei Hua said, without turning her head, let go of my hand. Senior sister, your mother is still watching. She is not. She is. Do not look. We agreed eventually to be courting on paper, in name. so that her mother would sleep and so that the clan council would stop sending her portraits of second sons. Then I pushed my luck about money, because I always do. If senior sister will not fund me, I said, I may have to ask mother. The golden core pressure came off her like a door opening onto winter. Then she let it go and reached out and patted my cheek twice, which was worse. Senior sister will give you anything you ask for, she said. Ask, do not extort. Then she gave me 10,000 spirit stones and walked away, and did not notice, and would not notice for another 2 months, that something in her had put out a root. Mei Lin found out 3 days later that she was going to break through. She had been sitting at the same wall for 4 years. It is the wall before core formation, and everybody hits it, and hers had gone from a wall to a habit, and she had stopped talking about it the way people stop talking about a bad knee. That morning she sat down out of pure routine and found herself on the other side of the room from it, close enough to see the grain in it. She burned 3 fourth-grade pills in a row, and it did not quite finish the job. Fine, she said out loud to her own room with her jaw set. I will do it myself, and if it turns out that it took something else to move it, then it took something else, and I am not going to call that a fall. She sat there for a while. I'm going to call it seeing a thing through, she said. Boy, Sage said, do not talk rubbish. Are you the king of the human race? I had told him about the dragon ying in the way you mention weather. Show me, he said. The man in the mirror raised 3 golden dragons. The old remnant of a man who had watched an entire epoch die went absolutely silent for about a minute and a half. Human king, he said at last. Human emperor. Human Tao supreme. He sat down on nothing. That line still has airs. Then he told me the shape of the world, and I am going to give it to you compressed, because I have spent a lot of the time since then thinking about it, and it is the only part of this story I am still frightened of. There are 3 kinds of dragon ying: demon ancestor, immortal source, and imperial. Imperial belongs to the human race alone, and within the human race it belongs to one bloodline, and that bloodline runs to the human Tao Supreme. There have been 5 eras. The first was dark, and nobody remembers it. The second was chaotic and belonged to demons. The third has been scrubbed so thoroughly that even a man like Sage only knows it existed because of the gap. The fourth was a golden age. Humans and immortals living in the same world at the same time. And on the human side there were 3 names: the human king, the human emperor, and above them, the human Tao Supreme. And they stood against the great emperors of the immortal houses. And after the human Tao Supreme appeared, the 4th era was cleaned. Not conquered, cleaned. What was left afterward was not a change of government, it was an empty universe with 2 structures still standing in it. The palace of the human king and the great wall of the immortal houses. And I, Sage said, am from the 5th, the eternal age of the great collapse, which should tell you what happened to mine. I sat there. So the thunder, I said. The thunder was a taboo going off, he said. Somebody, somewhere, has an alarm set for exactly what you did last night, and the alarm is about the human supreme line, and whoever is on the other end of it does not investigate. It swats. Then I cannot use it. You cannot condense it out there. He pointed at the white around us, which was now a mountain range with a lake in it and a very large sun, because I had built him one. In here nothing reaches, not the heavenly Tao, not whatever that was. Do the condensing in the mirror, then use it outside as freely as you like, because a technique in use looks like a technique. It is the making that rings the bell. How many can I have? 9 is the ceiling, Sage said. You are given 3. The other 6 you will have to go and take from something that does not want to give them up. Then he asked me, with enormous dignity, whether I could provide him with a cow. A cow. I am farming, said the remnant will of a saint from a dead epic. The field on the south side is going to waste, and I refuse to pull a plow myself. I got a retainer's cord out of the Zhao household on my way through, which is a thread token that says a man belongs to a clan and is therefore somebody's problem if you kill him. The black market of the West Continent is under Qingyang Mountain, 60 miles northeast, and everybody knows that, and knowing it is worth nothing because the entrance moves and the guides are the entrance. Behind me, in an empty hall, Mei Qing's mother sat with the divination images in her lap and put together the thing that had been bothering her for a week. 100 years ago, a dragon's roar was heard over Yanyun City. The dynasty came the next morning and took her husband's grandfather away, and the Zhao family very nearly ceased to exist that season. And then he came back, alive, unharmed, saying nothing, having agreed to something, and then he went into River East and did not come out, and every Zhao man after him went the same way. The dynasty needs the Zhao family. That is not speculation, it is on paper, it is why they have protection, and the dynasty also, 3 weeks ago, sent 30 men with envoy insignia to intercept her daughter in Z Valley with an order to kill her by name. They need us for River East, she thought, looking at a face in a 100-year-old image, and they are killing us to keep us out of it. Those are not two policies. Those are two departments. I flew there on my sword, which was a new skill and a bad one. Also, I had to have a conversation with the sword. The Nine Heavens sword had been quietly refusing to cooperate since Yanyun City, in the way of a blade with somebody else's will still living in the metal, and I finally got tired of it about 40 miles out and held it up in front of my face. Two options, I said. Come with me, get filthy, kill things, and grow. Or I sell you to a foundry, and you spend eternity as door fittings. It stopped arguing. I am not proud of the method, but I am fond of the result. The guide's hut on Qingyang Mountain was on fire when I arrived. I mean genuinely on fire, roof and all, smoke going straight up, and an old man standing in front of it doing nothing at all. So I stood next to him and also did nothing because it was his house. You want the market, he said eventually. I do. Fee is steep, and I am not in the mood. He had a boy with him, maybe 11, whose hand he was holding, and he had a knife behind his back which I could see the elbow of. I took the boy by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Elder you, I said, you are an ordinary man, no cultivation, not a scrap, and you are standing there playing two games at once with somebody who could take this mountain apart. Put the knife down. He put the knife down. I put the boy down. Then he gave me the rules, sullenly, and they are worth knowing. The market is under the mountain. Sellers go in during the first half of the day, buyers during the second. Minimum deposit to enter is 10,000 spirit stones, which is not a fee, it is a filter. I paid and went down the path. Behind me, the old man watched me go with an expression that had nothing sullen in it at all. Finally, he said to his grandson, a lamb, and I hope to heaven he is an expensive one, or you and I are going to be eating the northwest wind this winter. There is a bald circle of ground at the top of Qingyang Mountain with a black handle sticking out of it. You pull the handle and the ground gives way, and under it there is a tunnel that runs 600 meters straight through the roots of the mountain, and at the end of it there is a city, 2-story pavilions, lanterns, streets, under a mountain. The guards at the mouth wore white masks with nothing behind the eye holes but flat attention, and they sold me a mask for 100 spirit stones. That mask sells for 30 coins in any market town on the continent. The black market, I thought, counting out 100 stones for 3 coins of goods. Named with total honesty. The first stall I stopped at was run by a child, not a small adult. A child in a mask far too big for the head under it, sitting on a stool with the legs not reaching the ground, and when it spoke in the cracked voice of a man of 90. Elemental stones, 10 apiece, 8 if you take more than 20. How much for the lot, little one? The mask tilted. Do not call people little, it said. Everyone here is older than you, you 22-year-old snot. I bought 32 for 256. Further in, a man selling metals gave me an honest price on a lump of raw refined iron and then gave me something better for free. You cannot buy everything you want here with money, he said quietly, while he wrapped it. That is the mistake. Show what you have and you stop being a customer. I was still thinking about that when I turned a corner and walked directly into somebody. Shoulder to shoulder, both of us in white masks, both of us apologizing without meaning it, both of us taking 2 steps and then stopping and turning around. I looked at a woman in a mask. She looked at a man in a mask. Neither of us knew. 2 streets away, Ziyu pulled her hood forward and said to the black-robed man beside her, it was nothing, and went back to the conversation they had been having, which was about me. We know who he is now, the black-robe said. New disciple of Qianyun Peak. And the sect master's lost son. That is worse. That is considerably worse. Young lord, if it becomes known in our sect that the heir to the Blood Moon sect is walking around with a beast seal on her forehead, we will not need the dynasty. Our own people will do it. Then we buy what we came for and we go. What they had come for was people. There is famine in the Western Territories this year, and refugee columns coming east, and no city on the road will open its gates to them, and the black market has discovered that a column of starving people with nowhere to go is a commodity you can purchase in bulk from the men who are supposed to be turning them away. Xiaoyu bought labor for her sex rights and did not enjoy it and did it anyway, and that is the most honest thing I can say about her at that point in her life. I noticed the thing about the goods on the second hour. I had bought iron from a man in the east row and iron from a woman in the west row, and I put the 2 lumps down next to each other in my hand, and they matched. Not similar. Matched, along the break, the way 2 halves of the same casting match. Every stall on that market was selling out of the same hole. I spent 7,000 spirit stones walking that city and found nothing I actually needed, which was the foundation material I had come for, and left through the exit toward the Shu River in a bad mood. 14 men in white masks were waiting on the path. Do not hold it against us, their leader said. Hold it against your guide. He turned you loose like a pig out of a pen. He drew. A pig does not carry the secrets of this place out alive. I looked at 14 masks. Why? I asked, honestly curious. Do people put profit above murder in this world? Not beside it, above it. Then I cut him in half without finishing the question. All of you at once, I said. Let us find out how many I can get through. I want to explain what the sword of time actually is because I have been careless about it and it matters here. Everybody in this world talks about speed, speed of the body, speed of the blade, speed of the technique. Nobody talks about the speed of time. A Foundation establishment middle stage man came at me from the left with a good clean thrust, and I did not move at all, and his blade stopped flat against the side of mine at rest with his full weight behind it and my arm not shifting an inch. Then he was in two pieces. Slow, I told the pieces, and wooden. Remember that. Swordsmanship is not for everyone. The one with the pale face was Foundation establishment peak with 50 years of palm technique behind him, and he was the only genuine problem on that path. He put a hand into the sky. I do not mean he raised his hand. There was a palm above us, a real one, 100 feet across, made out of pressure and coming down, and it is called touching the strength of heaven and earth, and it is the first genuine step past the human scale. Unfortunately, he did not own an artifact, so when he pulled the strike, the beam of it went through one of his own men on the way past. I have seen a lot of things, I said over the noise, but that is the first time I have watched a man kill his own subordinate for the convenience of it. They came at me together, so I gave them the second form. Year's sword intent goes out as light. It is a great deal of light. It is honestly more light than technique, and the giant palm above us caught all of it and closed on it, and I heard the sound of something enormous cracking, and while every one of them was watching the sky, the spirit treasure gourd came off my belt and put a single note straight into 14 divine souls at once. The light was the bait. The gourd was the sentence. ZU came out of the trees while I was still standing there with 5 empty wheels and nothing left in any of them. She was Foundation establishment late stage now. The beast seal on her had faded to a smudge. She had been running her rebirth cycle hard for 2 months, and it had worked. There has not been one day, she said, since Jinma City, when I have not thought about grinding you into powder. She was fast, and I was dry, and she came in low, so I opened my mouth and let 3 golden dragons out of it. The air on that path tore. The dragon roar went out flat across the mountainside, and everything still standing went down, including her, and the black-robed man behind her screamed something I have thought about ever since. Dragon Ying! You are of the dynasty's imperial line. That sentence saved my life. I had nothing left. If anyone on that mountain had come at me in the following minute, I would have died on that path. Instead, the black market began to beg. I killed all of them anyway. I let the leader talk first because he was talking, and he gave me everything without being asked. A token called the Wealth Seal, which opens the market's own mine at the spring under Biyun Mountain, and the answer to the puzzle from the stalls. The black market mines its own ore and sells it to itself. It has to. If it went to open market with that volume, the dynasty would trace the vein inside a month. Then he offered me his life for the token, and I looked at him for a while. Do you eat beef? I said. He blinked. Sometimes. That is a pity, I said. I do not eat beef. The head came off. ZU, on her knees in the dirt 6 feet away, stared at me with an expression I would give a great deal to have preserved. I tied her with the immortal binding rope, which I had been carrying since Jinma City and had never had an appropriate use for, and slung her over my shoulder and left her black-robed servant alive in the dirt with a message to carry. Hostage and lever, both. I have never once pretended otherwise. The Wealth Seal opened a curtain of light in the rock face at the spring under Biyun Mountain. Inside, the walls were studded with glowing pearls, and 5 shafts had been driven down into the ore, and there was more refined metal on the floor of that place than in the vault of a city. They will find us here, Ziyu said from where I had propped her against the wall. They will find us here and they will kill us both. Probably. Then I sat down and started burning metal. The spiritual wheel does 2 jobs at once, and that is why it beats everything else in a place like that. It refines the metal, which is the slow half, and while it is refining, it is also absorbing ambient spiritual energy, which is the fast half. And in the mirror, a second version of me was running the wheels at the same time on a separate schedule. 3 sources of progress, running in parallel, in a hole full of ore. 5 days, Ying refining 5th layer to Ying refining 7th. Then the Tenjang golden body went to major achievement, which took a night and left the floor cracked. Then the 6th wheel opened, and that is where my own technique turned around and bit me. Qing Emperor Spirit Devouring Technique is incomplete. I knew that. It says so on the scroll, in a hand 300 years dead, and I had read it and shrugged, because the first half worked so beautifully. The number of wheels a body can hold is bounded by its realm. That is the sentence I did not have, because it is in the missing half. the sixth wheel opened, and the seventh started opening on its own, and I could not stop it. Because the whole design of the thing is that it never stops absorbing. Yin refining, ninth layer, in about 11 hours. And my meridians began, quietly and steadily, to come apart because there was more energy going through a yin refining body than a yin refining body has any business containing. I sat in that mine with my hands flat on the stone and worked out that I had somewhere between 1 day and 2. If I did not establish foundation and establish it immediately, my own technique was going to open me up from the inside. A foundation is built on something. That is the whole of it. You take an object, you burn your entire cultivation through it, and whatever the object is, your path is that shape forever. I emptied my storage onto the floor of that mine and looked at 4 candidates: raw refined iron, cheap, stable, and about as ambitious as a bucket, an undying body path, a mutated 5 elements root, and a foundation made of scrap iron. That is a level 90 character in starting equipment. The 100-year blood Lingji. Excellent for a body cultivator, and it would have worked, and it would have capped me at exactly 1 Dao forever. The 9 Heavens sword, 4th rank, which is low, and with somebody else's will still living in it, which is worse. Building a foundation on a haunted blade means sharing. And then the mountain and river diagram came out of my dantian on its own and hung in the air above my head, vibrating. I looked up at it. Absolutely not, I said. It came down about a foot. You eat my spiritual energy, I said. You live rent-free in my dantian. You have never once told me what you are. And the moment I lay out 4 objects on a floor, you turn up with an opinion. It vibrated harder. You are a relic of the great collapse of unknown rank, I said. And if I build a foundation on you and it goes wrong, there is nobody on this continent who could even tell me what killed me. It went back into my dantian in a sulk. So I picked up the black pearl, the one out of the city lord's vault in Jinma City. The one the Heavenly Compendium had no entry for and the system had declined to comment on, which was the only time in 5 months it had ever done that. That was not courage. This was a man with 14 hours of meridians left choosing the door with the least writing on it. Foundation establishment normally takes a day and a night, and it is the worst day and night of a cultivator's life because you are burning your entire accumulated cultivation and your body is fighting you the whole way. It took 4 hours. There was no rejection. None. Not one moment of resistance at any point from a body being asked to accept an object that no encyclopedia in the world would name. That is not lucky. That is not a good match. Materials do not do that. I came out of it with a foundation the color of nothing and sat there for a long time with my hands on my knees, thinking about what it means when a thing fits you perfectly and neither of you knows why. While I was doing that, Ziyu was holding the entrance. 2 men had come down the shaft on the 4th day and she was tied at the wrists and she took both of them anyway and it cost her. The blood moon sex inheritance runs on a rebirth cycle. She had been forcing it for 2 months and now she was overdrawn and the color was going out of her from the fingers up. The 2 of them stood over her afterward discussing what to do. The mine is worth the manager's position, one of them said. We hand her up with the mine and we do not go back to the stalls. Ziyu spat blood onto the stone. That bastard, she said, is not my Dao companion. Feed him to something if you can catch him. Her head came up. I am not going up with you. You are not in a position. Living and dying are matters for the heart, she said through her teeth. But you do not break a person's dignity. Not mine, not yours, not anybody's. I came out of the shaft about 11 seconds later. Foundation establishment is not a small step. It is not one more rung. I put my hand through a 4th rank breastplate and out the other side without meaning to, and the man wearing it looked down at the hole with an expression of mild surprise before he fell over, and I finally understood the thing that had been bothering me for weeks. Before this, one swing emptied a whole wheel. I had assumed that was the cost of the technique. It was not. It was me. I had been pouring everything I had into every strike because I did not know how much a strike required, so I bought it at full price every time, like a man in a foreign market who has not learned the currency. Now I knew what a thing cost. I could pay exactly that and nothing more. I brought the shaft down behind me, and then I went and found the ones who had run and finished it because a man who leaves survivors sleeps badly, and I have always valued sleep. Then I walked back and pinched her cheek. Well said, little fox, I told her. She tried to bite me. She went down properly an hour later on the path, mid-sentence. Her blood was moving through her at several times the rate it should have been. That is what a broken rebirth cycle does. The body accelerates and there is nothing to feed it, and it starts spending the person. She needed yang energy, and there is exactly one way that gets delivered in this world, and it has 2 names depending on who is doing it. Dual cultivation is mutual. Both parties gain, both parties give, and it is a technique like any other. A cauldron is not mutual. A cauldron is a person emptied into another person, and what gets taken is lifespan, and what gets left is a shell. And every cultivator on this continent knows the word and pretends the practice is historical. I carried her to a hot spring in the rocks above the Mine, which is the only warm thing on that mountain, and I put her in it up to the collarbones with her hands still tied, and then I put my palm flat between her shoulder blades and pushed my own ki into her. I could do that. That is the entire point of the spiritual wheel system, and it is why nobody else could have. 6 wheels turning in a closed circuit means I can give without emptying because the thing refills itself from the outside faster than I can pour it out. It took most of the night. I did it badly. She was unconscious for the worst of it, and I sat on a rock beside a hot spring at 4 in the morning holding a woman upright by the shoulder and swearing at her steadily. She woke at dawn, alive, warm, colored, furious. "You," she said. "Good morning. Untie me." No. She looked around at the spring and at her own hands and at me, and I watched her put the night together and hate every part of the arithmetic. "You have 2 roads," I said. "You can be an ally, or you can stay an object, and you pick the second one yourself, twice. In Jinma City, you came through a wall to take something off me. Then you came back to the mountain to take my head." I shrugged. "I have never once approached you. You keep arriving. You put a beast seal on my face." I did. On my face. Yes. She was crying by then, silently and furiously, which I do not think she had done in front of anybody in a decade. So I said the true thing, which I had been carrying around since the auction house and had not said to anyone. "The righteous sex," I said, "are the funniest phrase in this world. They are not righteous. They are numerous. 10,000 people doing a thing makes it orthodox, and 400 people doing the same thing makes it a cult, and the difference is arithmetic and nothing else. Your sect eats lifespan. The Azure Pavilion sect eats mountains and villages and boys from nowhere who can be spent for merit, and it does it with a ledger and a hall and a very good reputation." She did not answer. "You and I are the same breed," I said. "We are both trying to steer ourselves in a world where everything is already tied to something, and we are both tangled in the strings, and the only real difference between us is that nobody is going to write your name down kindly." She looked at the water for a long time. She did not say yes. She never said yes then or afterward, but when I untied her hands, she did not run, and she did not go for my throat, and that is how that particular agreement got made. She asked for the beast seal back a day later, and she asked properly, which cost her something. "If my sect finds out it is gone," she said, "there will be questions, and I have an elder brother and an elder sister, and both of them are against me, and neither of them needs a reason as good as this one." I gave it back. I did put the seal on again first, and I put an instruction into it, and I told her exactly what the instruction was, because I have found that hidden clauses are what turn allies back into enemies. "On the 3rd or 4th of every month," I said, "you present yourself at the gate of the Azure Pavilion sect." "You are joking." "I am not." "Does one," Xiaoyu said with tremendous restraint, "put a beast seal on one's Dao companion?" "We are not Dao companions." "That is not the part of the sentence I am objecting to." Then I paid her, and I paid honestly, because she had held that shaft for 4 days and had earned it. 13 bodies from the black market, including the pale-faced one, who was Foundation Establishment Peak, and one of those is worth 3 of the late stage in the trade she is in, plus 2 live ones, Elder Yu and his grandson, who I went back for, because they both wore ornaments made of human bone, and both of them had sent me down that mountain as a pig. She raised the corpses in front of me, which was a mistake. Soul control technique. I watched her do it exactly once. Then I raised 3 of them myself and made them hop in a circle. "Would you like me to teach you?" I said. Xiaoyu went the color of paper. "That is our sect's art. It is a very good one." She stood there watching 3 corpses hop, and I could hear the sentence forming behind her face as clearly as if she had shouted it. "He must never be allowed to watch us do anything again." There were 2 conversations about me that month, in 2 different places, and both of them reached the same wall. Ziyu and her black-robed man had the first one on the road east. "Dragon Ying is inherited," the black robe said. "It comes down the dynasty's line by blood, or it is taken by force from something that has it. Those are the only 2 doors. He is not dynasty. He is certainly not dynasty, and thank heaven, because if the Blood Moon sect had put a beast seal on the forehead of an imperial prince, we would already be a hole in the ground." He shook his head. "Which leaves the other door, and I do not know what a Ying refining boy from a village could possibly have taken it from." Then he said the thing that stayed with her. "His 22 years are confirmed, young lord. He really was in that village, and the Azure Pavilion sect really did look for him for 22 years. He let that sit. The West Continent is not large. 22 years. Either they are the most incompetent search party in history, or somebody was not looking very hard. The second conversation was in the sect, and it was about a different problem. Mei Lin was stuck 1 hair from core formation and getting shorter with everybody, and Mei Hua finally cornered her about it. "Do not go looking for a shortcut," Mei Hua said. Maylin's entire body locked up. She has found out, she thought, with total horror. She knows. She knows about junior brother, and she is going to say it out loud. Senior sister, I can explain. There is nothing to explain, Mei Hua said. You took 100-year spirit treasure out of Master's storehouse in the spring, and you have been sitting on it waiting for the moment. Do not use it. It will get you through the wall, and it will cost you 200 years of sealing. There was a pause. Right, Meilin said. That. Yes. I got back to the Azure Pavilion sect on the last day of registration for the internal selection and had to run the last 2 miles. The registration desk is on Main Peak, in the open, in front of the arena, which means that everything that happens at it happens in front of about 400 people. The Zudao Peak disciples started before I reached the steps. Qianyun Peak has entered a mediocrity. He will only embarrass the sect master. Foundation establishment at 23. My condolences. Some background on that, because it explains the whole competition. Zuodao Peak and Qianyun Peak have been at each other's throats for 11 years. Zuodao has Wen Kai, who is genuinely formidable and who 2 years ago in the arena crippled a talented disciple of another peak in a match that had already been called deliberately in front of the elders and was fined and kept his place. I ignored all of it and went to the desk, and the person sitting behind the desk, in the gray robe with the hair stick, was the custodian of the library. Hey, I said, at conversational volume, into a courtyard containing 400 people. Little potato. The silence that followed had weight. I want to explain what everybody in that yard was reacting to. About 60 years ago, a disciple of Main Peak patted the custodian on the head. He was taken to the hall of execution the same afternoon and beaten so thoroughly that they carried him out on a board, and it is one of the stories they tell newcomers. The custodian looked up at me, then she laughed. Foundation establishment, she said, taking my token. I did not think you would manage it that fast. She wrote something. Do not ruin that 5-element spiritual root of yours, boy. It is worth more than you think it is. I stood there. Nobody had told her. There is nobody who could have told her. Come and see me, she said, when you have stopped being busy, and waved me off the desk. There was smoke coming out of the alchemy hall on Qianyun Peak when I got home. The sisters were burning their 4th cauldron of the week trying to produce a soul-soothing pill for the master. 10 ingredients, a mountain of failures on the bench, each one a small gray stone that had cost about 400 spirit stones to make. Alchemy, Mei Hua said without turning around, requires talent. I have discovered that I have none. The master was still refusing to see anybody. Shaolei had gone up to Shenyang Hall 3 times and been turned away 3 times, and had now put himself into closed-door seclusion until the competition, which was the first sensible thing he had done in months. I told them about the wheels, not everything, the wheels. 6, Mei Hua said. 6. And your absorption rate against a disciple of the same age? About 3 times. She put down the ladle and went and got a book, and it took her a quarter of an hour to find the entry, and when she did, she read it out. Spiritual wheel system, a rare branch of internal cultivation. The technique that describes it is incomplete in every known copy. The opening of a wheel is described in the surviving text as the sensation of having the marrow dug out of the bone. That is accurate, I said. You have done it 6 times. The first 2 were the bad ones. It stopped hurting after the water-conducting body. Mei Hua looked at me over the top of the book. Water-conducting body, she said slowly, conducts. It does not remove pain, unless the pain was friction and the water is smoothing it, in which case there is something else in you underneath, taking the edge off the rest of it. She closed the book. You have a 5-element spiritual root, she said. I did not answer, which was an answer. Everyone in this sect would call that a curse, she said. Everyone in this sect, I said, is looking at the standard model. Mei Lin came to my room that night, and most of that visit is not going in this account. What is going in is the conversation, because we had one, and it was the only fully honest one either of us managed that whole year. I was lying on my back looking at the ceiling, and I said, out of nowhere, Senior sister, what is this actually built on? What? Us. Is it responsibility because of Jinma City? Because if it is responsibility, that is a debt, and debts get paid off, and then people stand around not knowing what to say. I kept looking at the ceiling. Or is it the paired cultivation? Because that is a benefit, and benefits run out. She was quiet for long enough that I thought I had ruined it. If there were no feeling in it, Mei Lin said, I would not have let you explain yourself in that alley. I would not have let you get to the second sentence. I would have made you into an actual senior sister and gone home. And the benefit? There are a great many men in this world, she said. Why would I need you specifically? I laughed at the ceiling. People on the outside, she said, love to measure other people with their own ruler. He is not sincere with her. She only wants what he can give her. Everybody has an opinion about a thing they have never been inside of. She turned over. The truth about a person's own heart is known by that person and by nobody else. So I have stopped asking anybody, including myself, and I have decided to simply carry on. Then she said, "Your turn." So I told her the truth, which was worse and better. At first, I said, it was the body. I am 23, and I am not going to lie in this bed and pretend otherwise. Then it was you. Now it is both, and I do not think either half is going anywhere. Mei Lin thought about that. Acceptable, she said. Then she sat up, and the whole register of the conversation changed, and she was a golden core cultivator of the Azure Pavilion sect again. "Xiaolei," she said, "we know what he did in Jinma City, and we know what he tried in Yanyun City, and between the two of us, we have exactly nothing. No token, no letter, no witness who will speak in the hall of law enforcement. I know. The conspiracy came out into the open, and it left no paper," she said. "If we accuse him now, he will stand there with that face on and be hurt, and Master will apologize to him, and then he will know we are hunting him. So we stop talking," I said, "and start collecting." "Yes." "Starting when?" "Starting the day he comes out of seclusion," Mei Lin said, "which is 11 days before the selection, and I want everything he does in those 11 days written down." Fu Min told me without meaning to, which is how I get most of my information. "Senior brother Ye came by," he said, checking a ledger. "He wanted to know which techniques you had taken out." "Did you tell him?" "I said the records are sealed for secret order holders." Fu Min turned a page and did not look up. Then he gave me a third-rank artifact and said he hoped we could do business privately in future. I put my hand on the ledger. "Fu Min," I said, "my senior brother does not defraud strangers. Strangers are difficult. He defrauds the people who already know him, because they are the ones who will take a first offer without asking why it is so good." He looked at the artifact on the shelf behind him for a while. Then the custodian came past with an armful of scrolls and dropped the actual news on the desk without slowing down. "6 elders are nervous," she said. "Your master has been in seclusion for 4 months, and Zuodao Peak has started asking loudly when she is coming out, not privately, in the hall, in front of the Grand Elder. Why does it matter? Because if it becomes established that Jia Li has lost her cultivation," the custodian said, "the Grand Elder can dissolve Qianyun Peak, not overrule it, dissolve it. There were 9 peaks in this sect within living memory, and there are 6, and the same man signed all 3 of those." She kept walking. "Look it up. 3rd floor, sect records, the green boxes." She took me to the 6th floor, not the 9th. "The top 3 are forbidden techniques," she said, when I complained. "Almost none of them can be cultivated at all by a living person. Should I hand you the Jade Maiden True Scripture? Would you like to try it? What does it do?" "It would do a great deal for you," she said, "and then you would need an entirely different sort of robe." The 6th floor is where the sect keeps the 6th rank techniques, and she laid 14 of them out on a table for me like a woman dealing cards. She recommended one called Golden Light of No Thought and made a good case for it, and she was wrong, and I only knew she was wrong because the system will quietly tell me a technique's ceiling. Golden Light of No Thought tops out at 7th rank. My broken half of the Tenjang Golden Body, the one 2 men had died on, tops out at 10th. A complete technique with a low ceiling, I thought, or a ruined one with no roof at all. I took water. 9 symbols, water dragon song, 6th rank. 9 symbol forces of water, which are ice, current, clear spring, surge, dissolution, dew, waterfall, tide, and deep cold, and which are supposed to be comprehended one at a time over about 30 years and then fused into a single song at the end. 2 disciples of Main Peak had come to blows over the last available copy, the previous spring. On my way out, the custodian put a jade bottle in my hand. 6th rank spirit restoration pill, she said. For your master. She will know what it is. Why are you? And tell her to be careful of old men, the custodian said. Then, as I was going down the stairs, she said, mostly to herself, in the voice of a woman who has been irritated about something for a very long time, I am 20 years younger than that woman, and my cultivation is not one step behind hers, and nobody puts me on any list of beauties. I came back to Qianyun Peak and found 30 strangers in the courtyard, new utility disciples, 2 from every peak in the sect, sent up with a sanction from the Grand Elder under the reasoning that Peak Master Jia was unwell and Qianyun Peak was short of hands. 2 from every peak, including 2 from Zuodao. Mei Hua was standing on the steps with her jaw set, and I could see exactly what she was about to do, which was refuse, out loud, in front of all of them. I got there first. Excellent, I said loudly to the yard. On behalf of Peak Master Jia, Qianyun Peak thanks the Grand Elder for his consideration. Show them where the tools are. Mei Hua got me by the collar in the corridor about 90 seconds later. They are spies. They are 30 pairs of eyes and 1 order from the Grand Elder, I said. Refuse them, and the refusal is a message, and the message is that somebody up here is making decisions, and then everyone in this sect spends the next fortnight working out who and why. Accept them and thank him in Master's name, and the whole thing stays a fog. Is she ill? Is she directing this? Did she authorize it? Nobody knows and nobody can ask. She let go of my collar. If you had not come back today, she said, I would have gone down there and told them no to their faces. Then she pinched my cheek, which she had started doing at some point and which I had decided not to comment on. I took her hand and held it against my cheek. Cool, I said. Very good for the skin. In front of people, Mei Hua said, removing it. You will call me senior sister. The Mu clan has rules and my mother enforces them. I had by then gotten into the habit of visiting Shenyun Hall every second day. The master received me every time. I took this as further confirmation that she was in no position to refuse, which matters, because of what I found out later. The routine was consistent. I would come in, she would be reclining, pale, purple, faintly unwell. I would go through her cabinets looking for resources. She would let me. On the fourth visit, I found a folded stack of very fine silk in a drawer and held it up to the light before I understood what I was holding. The kick put me through the doorframe. Master, I said from the corridor, with feeling, Tianyun Peak is destitute. We are eating grass. The Immortal Academy has no capital. If Master will not fund it, get out. And then, on the sixth visit, I found the spring. It is in the back garden, behind a screen of bamboo, and it is fed from underneath, and the water in it is so dense with spiritual energy that it fogs in cold weather. I knelt down at the edge of it with a wooden cup and drank. It was extraordinary, genuinely, sweet, cold, and it went down into the meridians like a hand smoothing a sheet. Master, I said, coming back inside with the cup refilled, why did nobody tell me about this? Jia Li on her couch said absolutely nothing for approximately 4 seconds. You may drink it, she said carefully. I would not advise it. Stingy, I thought, with real indignation. Stingy master. It is water. It comes out of the ground. It costs you nothing, and you begrudge me a cup. I drank about 2 liters of it over the following month. I once tried to fill a gourd to take some down to Mei Hua, and Jia Li came off that couch faster than an allegedly crippled woman had any right to and forbade it absolutely, on pain of never getting another drop, and I put that down to greed as well. Her one condition was that I tell nobody where I was getting it. The moment the door closed behind me, Jia Li put her face into a cushion. 4 months, she said to the cushion when she could speak. 4 months of this. He drinks out of my bathing pool with a wooden cup and calls it a holy spring. She had to stop for a while. He looks so happy, she said. Her shadow came in through the hidden panel that night and reported. 5 days ago, 4 elders of Zuodao Peak went to the Grand Elder. That evening, the Grand Elder went up to Kanglin Peak alone. The following morning, Xiaolei was invited to Kanglin Peak into a room behind a barrier, and I could not get closer. How did he look coming out? Uncertain, the shadow said. Like a man who has just agreed to something and is still working out what. And the second thing? Clear Moon Sect has been sending people onto Main Peak. Quietly. It began 9 days after you entered seclusion. Jia Li sat with that for a while. Li, I understand, she said at last. I insulted her sect and her disciple died in a hole. That is a straight line and I would do the same. She turned her cup. But for our own elders to coordinate with an outside sect against a peak master of this sect, that is not about me. Somebody has promised them something that is worth more than the Azure Pavilion sect. Then the shadow, who had been with her for 200 years and had earned the right, added, Also, my lord, the library custodian gave the boy a 6th rank spirit restoration pill 3 days ago and instructed him to deliver it to you. There was a silence. He kept it, Jia Li said. He kept it. Write that down, said the peak master of Tianyun Peak. The little wretch is going to weep when I present the bill. Mei Hua worked it out on her own, which I should have expected because she works everything out on her own. She had noticed that I went up to Shenyun Hall every second day. She had noticed that I came back down with an expression of unmistakable physical bliss, and she had put those 2 observations next to a master who had been alone and cultivationless behind a closed door for 4 months, and had arrived at a conclusion that made her put her hand flat against a wall. Jia Li let her in through the hidden panel and put her behind the false door and told her to watch. So Mei Hua watched me come in, kick the cabinet open, and demand the bustling spirit. That is a soil. There are 5 pots of it in the entire sect, and a Dao fruit grew in one of them 200 years ago, and it is not a resource, it is an heirloom. 6 months, I said. I will bring it back in perfect condition. I need it for the academy. Rebellious disciple, that soil is 6 months, master. Then I picked up the pot and left without waiting for permission, and on the way past the couch I leaned down and pinched her cheek. Behind a false door, Mei Hua stopped breathing. Jia Li bit her lip and let it happen and said nothing at all. The door closed. The footsteps went away down the path. And then the woman on the couch stood up. The illusion came off her the way a coat comes off. The pallor went. The purple robe stopped hanging and started falling correctly, and her hair lifted off her shoulders in a draft that was not there, and the pressure of a return to emptiness true lord filled that hall corner to corner. Well, Jiali said, do I look like a proper master now? Mei Hua came out from behind the door and sat down on the floor because her legs had stopped. Master. I was never injured, Jiali said. 80% of it was an act. I spent a Dao bead in the Mie Guo formation to make certain of the other 20. Then the seclusion is bait. She sat back down comfortably and poured herself tea. 4 months of a peak master alone and defenseless. I wanted to see who came up that path. I have a list now. It is longer than I hoped and shorter than I feared. Mei Hua's mind was 2 steps behind and catching up fast. And Chen Ming, she said. Chen Ming, said Jiali, concluded on the day he arrived that I was going to be crippled, and then watched me be crippled exactly as he had said, and drew the obvious conclusion, which is that I am empty, and then he came up here to take what he could get. Master, you have let him. He has not taken anything I did not decide to give him. She was actually enjoying herself. He shouts, he rummages, he steals soil. He is under the impression that he is a terrifying opportunist and that I am a broken woman managing him. Why? Jiali looked at the window for a while. Before he came, she said, this peak was quiet. 6 disciples, a great deal of silence, and me in this hall doing nothing at all for years at a time and calling it cultivation. She turned the cup. He is a fish in a clean pond. Everything is stirred up and the water is filthy, and I can suddenly see the bottom. Is it not more interesting, having a show-off on the mountain? Then her expression changed slightly, and Mei Hua told me afterward that it was the most frightening thing about the entire conversation. I am going to keep playing, Jiali said, and I am going to present the bill at the single most inconvenient moment of his life. That is when he will weep. And the peak? That is your work. The master put her cup down and became, in one sentence, an entirely different kind of person. I want Qianyun Peak solvent, not comfortable. Solvent. Spiritual gardens on the back mountain, seed stock, contracts into the secular cities, a name in the markets. I have been lazy for 100 years, and it has cost this peak everything it should have had. 9 symbols. Water Dragon Song says to comprehend the symbols one at a time. I do not understand why. Water is compatible with water. Every one of those 9 forces is the same substance behaving differently, and the manual has you spend 3 decades learning them as if they were strangers. So I fused from the beginning. Clear spring is purification, and I got it in a day. Dissolution is decay, which sounds ugly and is not, because dissolution is simply patience made physical, and the correct image for it is that water will eventually remove a mountain and will not be in a hurry. Dew was the one that took me. Dew is nourishment, restoration. The line in the manual for it is the only sentence in 600 pages that is not technical, and I sat with it for an entire afternoon. Water cannot put out a fire that is large enough. But the spring comes back every year regardless. 4 days later, 3 dragons came off my hands and fused into one, and the 200-year-old tree in the courtyard came down across the wall. Mei Hua arrived at a run and had me by the ear before the dust settled. Sound barrier, she said. Put one up. The disciples on the lower terrace are complaining and my floor was shaking. Then I took an axe out and started cutting the trunk into firewood, and she asked me what I thought I was doing. Even the dead trees of the Lin family, I said, belong to the Lin family. Mei Hua brought me her business plan 2 days later, and it was good and it was wrong. Plant the back mountain with spirit herbs. Sell into Dapan City and Zhongbing City. Reinvest. It is July, I said. So it is harvest, and grain prices are on the floor, and every commodity in every market on this continent is at its annual worst. Also, our arable land is smaller than the holdings of any single city merchant house, which means we cannot win on volume, which means we compete on price, which means we lose. I pushed the paper back. 3 to 5 years and you would have a modest herb farm and an ulcer. Then what? Turn the direction around, I said. Stop trying to export. She waited. Who is rich in this world? I said. Merchants, city lords, old families with 400 years of money, and what is the one thing all that money cannot buy? Mei Hua's eyes changed. So we sell it, I said. An immortal academy attached to Qianyun Peak, paid instruction in the fundamentals. The teaching is done by utility disciples, which costs us almost nothing and gives them a wage, fixed term, fixed fee. And at the end, there is an examination, and the examination gives them what? Anyone who passes it bypasses the sect's general intake entirely, I said, and becomes a disciple of Qianyun Peak directly. Mei Hua sat down. Because that is the part. The money is the small half. The large half is that every other peak in this sect fights over the same intake every 3 years, and Qianyun Peak always loses, because Qianyun Peak has no reputation and no resources and one lazy master. An academy is a private door in the wall. 2 days later, Jiali read the plan through twice in her own hall, alone, and set it down. If that rebellious disciple, she said, put the talent he uses for extorting his own master into anything at all, he would move mountains. Xiao Lei, Jiali told her shadow that night, is the third son of the House of Ye on the East Continent. His mother was a concubine. The principal wife put him out of the gate the winter he turned 9, and he would have frozen in the snow that night if I had not been passing. My lord has never spoken of it. Because the House of Ye is the first house of the East Continent, she said. They are the equal of this entire sect. And last month they sent people to ask after him. Why now? Because he killed a young man ranked 33rd on the heavenly ladder in the Mieguo secret realm, Jiali said, and it has taken the House of Ye 4 months to decide that the son they threw into the snow might be worth collecting after all. She was quiet for a while. And that, she said, is my problem. How do I gather proof of a betrayal from a man who will not move until he is guaranteed? And if I had the proof, what would I do with it? I cannot kill him. There is Yi blood in him, and I would be answering to the East Continent inside a season. The shadow said nothing, which is what shadows are for. He has taken a dislike to Chen Ming, Jiali said at last. A very deep one, deeper than he knows. My lord? So let those two go at each other first, she said, and I will find out what my 6th disciple is actually made of without having to ask him. Mei Lin came out of seclusion at core formation. I got to her in broad daylight in the middle of the path, and she fought me off with genuine alarm. There are disciples on this mountain, she hissed. Female ones. With eyes. Then she sat me down and told me what she had decided in there, and it was not what I expected. We are going to limit ourselves, she said. You and me both. Senior sister. My cultivation stopped for 4 years because I spent a decade putting pills into every wall I hit. She was not looking at me. Every shortcut works. That is the trap. Every single one of them works, right up until the day the road they were shortening runs out. So no more. I did not say never. Her ears were red. I said we hold ourselves in hand, because I have noticed that I am getting used to it, and getting used to a thing is how you stop noticing what it costs. Then she poured me tea. I should have been suspicious immediately. She had never once poured me anything. It was Jingyuan grass tea, and it tastes like a pond with a grievance, and I got about half of the first mouthful out before her hand clamped over my mouth and the cup came back up. Under my nose. Drink it, she said sweetly. All of it. Jinma City. Do you remember Jinma City? Do you remember what you put in my mouth in Jinma City? I drank it. Now, Mei Lin said, releasing me. Do you understand the principle of not doing unto others? Wait, I thought, wiping my mouth. Wait, that is the tea. That is second senior sister's tea. She drinks that every single day, voluntarily. Later that night, sitting on the roof, she told me about her father, without my asking. He drank, she said. That is all of it. He drank until it killed him. And then my mother worked herself apart, holding the house together, and went about a year after him. She turned the gourd over in her hands. People say secular wine dulls things. It does not dull anything. It just makes you cold enough not to mind. She took a mouthful. I got used to it, she said. Xiaolei came out of seclusion 11 days before the selection at very nearly Golden Core Peak, and the first thing he did was ask about the master. Has anybody been admitted to Xianyun Hall? Nobody, Mei Hua said. There is no barrier on Xianyun Hall, I thought. I walk in there like it is my own kitchen. Mei Lin's head came around about 4 degrees and then went back. The rules had been changed 6 days earlier, which is a very interesting number of days. The old format was simple. Every disciple fights, wins count as points. Points go to the peak, and at the end, the peak with the most points has won. Under the old format, a peak with 2 exceptional people and 80 ordinary ones does well. Qianyun Peak had won that way 2 years running, on the backs of the eldest senior sister and Mei Hua, and that win was the entire reason Jiali had an invitation to Mieguo. The new format is individual scoring, plus random 3-person teams drawn from mixed peaks. Tokens go in a barrel and get shaken, and team victories are counted by wins accumulated, which means the team is a unit, which means you carry 2 strangers. There is a hole in that rule about a mile wide, and everybody in the sect saw it. If your 3 come off peaks that hate each other, your team does not lose. It disintegrates. Xiaolei advised me publicly, in the yard, in a kind voice, not to enter. Junior brother has established foundation, and I am proud of him, he said. But this is not a friendly bout. There will be Golden Core disciples in the upper bracket and Foundation Peak in yours, and if you go out there and are humiliated, it is Qianyun Peak's name on the board. Senior brother, I said, who among us was born unbeatable? A man who thinks he was is either mad or a fool. I said it looking directly at him, and he did not blink. Then he asked what my foundation was built on, in the tone of a man making conversation. A golden spirit pearl, I said. Off a stall, 1,200 stones. Nothing special. The relief that went across the back of his eyes was almost affectionate. There are 1,500 disciples in the Azure Pavilion sect. Canyon Peak brought 80. Returning Origin Peak, which is our nearest neighbor and not a large peak, brought 200. The grounds are a secret realm built for the purpose, with a gallery for 5,011 arenas going at once, and it smells like sweat and lamp oil and the specific ozone of a lot of nervous cultivators. The night before, Maylene sat on my windowsill and did not make one joke. Every year, she said, somebody loses an arm or a leg, not by accident. The elders call it the cost of realism. I know. Chen Ming. She looked at me. Nobody looked for you for 22 years. In a continent this size, with a sect this large, and the sect master's own son, somebody did not want you found. And that somebody is still in this sect and is going to be sitting in that gallery watching you fight. The draw was random, and mine came out as follows. Zhou Bao, of Kanglin Peak. 2 meters of him, a warhammer, a face like a wall, and the nickname Bullet, which he had given himself. Chen Guang, of Star Peak. Astrologer and formation specialist, which in practice means a man who requires 4 minutes of quiet to do anything at all, and whose own peak calls him a fraud to his face. And our first draw was against the second-seeded team in the entire bracket, 2 of whom were from Main Peak. Chen Guang looked at his star chart for about 90 seconds and then walked to the edge of the arena and jumped off. Before the bell, there was a noise from 5,000 people that I have never heard before or since. He had drawn Kai Fan, who is the strongest individual in that entire bracket, and he had given him the point for free without exchanging a blow. The steward of Star Peak went the color of old paper. That is TNG, I said out loud, and got looked at by about 400 people. It is an old story from my other world, and it turns out this world has its own version. You have 3 horses, and your opponent has 3 better ones. So you run your worst horse against his best and lose it deliberately, and then your best against his second and your second against his third, and you take 2 out of 3. You cannot win every match. You can choose which ones you lose. Zhou Bao went second and broke the sword of a Main Peak disciple with 1 downward swing of that hammer, and the man looked at the 2 pieces in his hand and stepped off the arena voluntarily, which counts as a loss. 1-all, which put me on the sand against returning Origin Peak with the entire round on it. My opponent talked for a while first. Beating you gives me nothing, he said. There is no glory in it. But losing to you would make you a laughingstock forever, so I am going to be thorough about this. A man with no name, I said, talks a great deal. He was a telekinetic, which is unpleasant, and he moved on antelope step, which is a real technique from a real school and takes about 4 years to get right. I watched him do it twice and then did it. The gallery made a noise. 2 elders on the platform got into an audible argument about whether it is possible to copy a movement art by eye, one insisting it is not, the other pointing out that he had just watched it happen. Your antelope step, I said, coming out of it on his blind side, is supposed to transmit the reaction of an antelope. Yours transmits a dog going upstairs. That did it. He came in frontally, which was the feint, and sent a hooked knife around behind me on the return, which was against the rules of the selection and which the elders on the platform watched and did not stop. I noted the silence from the platform. I have a long memory for silences. Then I gave him the water dragon. It came off my hands and dissolved the hooked knife in the air, went through his technique, and hit him with the full weight of a river. When the water cleared, he was lying on the sand entirely naked, because dissolution is one of the 9 symbols and clothing is not a difficult problem for it. I walked over and went through his storage pouch while he was still down. Nobody in the recorded history of the Azure Pavilion sect's internal selection had looted an opponent on the arena. The elder of returning Origin Peak got halfway out of his chair before somebody explained to him what he was looking at. The betting is run by the elders. It took me a day and a half to work out, and it changed how I saw the entire institution. The books are held by senior disciples, the tables are on the concourse, and the house takes 10%, and the 10% goes up. Every elder in that gallery had a stake. There were over 1,000 spirit stones on one table. A utility disciple in this sect earns about 100 a month. Guobin taught me how to read that kind of room. Back on Beiwang Street, and the lesson holds everywhere. The crowd bets on the popular team. The people who consider themselves clever bet against the crowd. And the house is not built to shear the crowd because the crowd is small money. The house is built to shear the clever ones because they bet larger and they bet with confidence. So when I saw the whole concourse loading onto the 5th team and the sharp money quietly stacking against it, I knew the 5th team was going to win. Then I worked out the actual opportunity, which is better. Our team could afford about 4 losses before elimination, which means our losses have market value, which means we should be selling them. You want us, Zhou Bao said slowly, to lose on purpose, for money. I want us to lose the ones we were going to lose anyway, I said, on a schedule, with our own money on the other side of it. Chen Guang was already doing arithmetic on his fingers. What do you two even want money for? I said. My junior sister's name day, said Zhou Bao. I spent 6 months of stipend on it. I am saving, said Chen Guang with enormous dignity, for my future wife. In the golden core bracket on the other side of the grounds, Mei Hua fought in white and did not lose. There is a young man on main peak called Deng Ji who has been courting her for 2 years, persistently, publicly, expensively, and, as he told anybody who would listen, without receiving one single smile in 24 months. That afternoon, he came around the end of the gallery and saw her standing shoulder to shoulder with a foundation establishment disciple from her own peak, and she was smiling at him. The expression that went across Deng Ji's face was 3 parts shock, 5 parts disbelief, and 2 parts something considerably worse. Up on the Elder's platform, a different conversation was happening. Peak Master Jia has been in seclusion for 5 months, said the Elder of Zuodao Peak. I am aware, said Tang Rui, the Grand Elder. The Clear Moon sect has approached this sect 3 times. They approached me, Tang Rui said. I met them once privately, and I told them that with the sect master in seclusion, I cannot move against a peak master, and that is the end of it. The Elder of Zuodao Peak inclined his head politely and thought, with perfect clarity, there is a spiritual vein under Qianyun Peak thicker than the one under mine. When she goes, you will be the first man on that mountain with a surveyor. The best fight of that entire selection had nothing to do with me. Mei Lin drew Xiao Lei in the golden core bracket on the 4th day. He offered to concede. He did it well, quietly, at the edge of the sand, so that it looked like consideration and not like a performance. And she looked at him for a moment, and then said, You told me once that the word defeat would never appear in your vocabulary. Are you going to break that for me? Senior sister, one day, Mei Lin said, somebody you trust is going to be standing across from you. That day is coming for everybody. So put your feelings down and fight me properly, junior brother, because I would like to see the size of the thing before it arrives. Then she burned her bloodline. Her hair went from black to a red I have only otherwise seen in a forge. Her eyes went scarlet, and something came up off her that made 2,000 people in that gallery stand up at once, because the Yun family bloodline is Phoenix, and the master had forbidden her from opening it 11 years ago after it got away from her and took most of a mountainside with it. 1,000 transformations, flowing light sword rain. 1,000 blades in the air at once, every one of them real. They did not get through his guard, so she went inside them, which is the last thing anybody expected, and put her sword through his chest from collarbone to hip. And that was the mistake. The wild bone tyrant blood body does not resist damage. It converts it. Every wound he takes makes him stronger, and she had just handed him the largest single wound of his life. He was fighting at about 70%. I want that in the record. He never went past 70, and I watched the rage come up behind his eyes twice and get pushed back down, and the second time it did not go all the way down. It ended with Mei Lin on one knee, leaning on her sword, coughing blood onto the sand. He put his hand out. She looked at it. Now I can see the gap, she said. You really are a monstrous talent, junior brother. I am not being gracious. I mean it. She got up without the hand. But your talent is not the frightening part. Your thinking has gone much further ahead than your strength has, and nobody in this sect has noticed. She had fought that entire match for one man in that gallery. Afterward, Mei Hua said the only thing that mattered about it. Knowing the outcome, she said, is not a reason to skip the fight. Some people choose to concede and call it clear sight. I call it running. I carried Mei Lin off the grounds in my arms across the entire concourse. What if Xiao Lei sees? Mei Hua hissed. What if he does? She is my Dao companion. Mei Hua missed a step and did not comment, which I only understood much later. The phoenix blood was still burning in her, and she was hot enough that carrying her was genuinely uncomfortable. Mei Hua put a hand on her forehead and left it there. You are worse than last time, she said. It is not the power that frightens you, is it? It is what it costs afterward. Across the concourse, Xiao Lei watched a foundation establishment nobody carry his 4th senior sister through a crowd, and his hands closed. Inside his jade pendant, Luokai finally lost patience with him. You should have conceded. I do not concede. Being unbeatable, Luokai said, is a posture you take toward enemies, toward heaven, toward fate. It is not a posture you take toward the people who fed you. Her voice was cold in a way it had never been. You have changed. Your strength has doubled in a year, and your heart has come unmoored from everything that was holding it in place, and you have not noticed because the strength is louder. He was quiet for a moment. You were my first teacher, he said. I have not forgotten my promise. I will open the starry sky ancient road myself, and I will put you back where you came from. That is what she wanted. That is why she had picked him, and why she had watched him arrange the fallen sun pill and said nothing, and why she was going to keep saying nothing for a while yet. On his way out, he stopped beside me in the corridor and said it plainly for the first time. Do not dream about the senior sisters, Xiao Lei said. Any of them. They are my women. Nobody touches what is mine. Then he walked off, and I stood there holding an unconscious woman and thought, say that again in about 4 months. I want to remember exactly how you looked. Round 2, we put 500 spirit stones on ourselves. Everybody in the building, including the third elder, was on the 9th team. He beat one man because that man was asleep, the third elder said at the table loudly to general agreement. The water dragon song eats his entire reserve in one release. Survive it once, and he is finished. Zhou Bao took his match with the hammer. Chen Guang genuinely tried and genuinely could not because a formation specialist needs 4 minutes and a competent opponent gives him 40 seconds, and there is nothing to be done about that. And then I put out 3 water dragons in a row. The third one took a section of the arena wall with it. The elder's platform came apart in argument. 3 consecutive full releases at Foundation Establishment is not possible. He has been eating pills. I was watching him the entire time, said another. He did not so much as move his hand toward his sleeve. Tang Rui, Grand Elder of the Azure Pavilion sect, sat in the middle of that and had a thought he did not share with anybody, which was that on the day of the ancestral recognition, he had personally described this young man as a waste of the sect's time. Then he had a second thought, which corrected the first. Even so, even if he is a genius, he cannot be permitted to become the sage candidate, or this sect becomes the private property of the Lin family. 500 stones came back as 1,475. We did not divide it. We reinvested. In round 3, I lost on purpose to the weakest opponent in the bracket. The setup was Chen Guang's, and it was a work of art. 30 seconds before the book closed, he tripped on the concourse and dropped a full pouch into the box marked for Chen Ming to lose, and made a great show of trying to get it back, and the third elder, who was running that table personally, and who had spent 2 days being publicly wrong about me, sealed the box himself with enormous satisfaction, and refused to allow the withdrawal. Then I went out and lost. Odds on that box were 5 to 1. Elder Wu Peng nearly brought up blood in front of 600 witnesses. That little animal, he said, set me up. You involved yourself in the disciples' betting, Tang Rui said from 4 seats away without looking at him, and you are unhappy about losing a small amount of money. Team purse after round 3, 5,375 spirit stones. I gave my share away. All of it, split between Zhou Bao and Chen Guang, and I did it in front of them and made a joke of it. 2 men from 2 peaks that had no reason to like Chunyun Peak walked out of that room owing me something, and it cost me 1,800 stones, which is the cheapest thing I bought that year. The elders take their cut in sacks, I thought, walking out onto the concourse. The disciples fight for scraps and pay the house 10% for the privilege, and they call it a selection. We made the final. Chen Guang laid out his chart the night before and worked it for 2 hours and then rolled it up. I have run every ordering, he said. There is no permutation in which any of the 3 of us wins. Not one. I was already at the door. The stars, I said, are karma reflected upside down. What you are looking at is not the future. It is a prediction of the future you are currently choosing. I put my hand on the frame. Only after you take the step does the reading become an account of the past, so let us go and give it something to describe. My opponent was Wen Kai, Foundation Establishment Peak, and deliberately so. He had been holding his realm down for 8 months specifically to enter this bracket and take first place in it, which is legal, and which everybody does, and which nobody admires. He is the man who crippled a disciple 2 years ago in a match that had already been called. His elder brother is Zuodao Peak's candidate for Sage. He said he would finish it in 3 exchanges. It went 30. Spear against the Sword of Time, and at 80% of his strength we were dead even, and I could see him working out that the number was going to have to go up. Somewhere around the 20th exchange, in a lock, close enough that only he could hear it, I said the only thing I have ever said out loud about being Chen Ming. 22 years ago, I said, I do not remember my own darkness. There is nothing there. I have looked. He tried to break the lock. 22 years later, somebody told me I have a father and that he is the master of this sect. And then a different voice, in a hall full of people, explained that my existence is a step, something with a surface, something everybody has an equal right to put a foot on. The spear shifted. So which is it? I said. If you are going to bury a man, why put him on display? And if you are going to display him, why be surprised when he keeps the grudge? Then I gave him the second form. Year's sword intent does not cut faster. It arrives at the moment of the strike, and it makes that moment longer, and Wen Kai's spear crossed about 4 inches of air in what I am told, by people watching, looked like a very long time. Tang Rui dropped his cup off the platform. He slowed the strike, the Grand Elder said, out loud, to nobody, with sword intent, at Foundation Establishment. Wen Kai broke through to Golden Core on the arena. That is not a comeback. It is an attempt at murder. Breaking through in place calls the heavenly lightning down onto the arena, and the arena had 2 people on it, and only one of them was undergoing tribulation. Tang Rui came off the platform and took me out of there with one hand. Suppressing your realm for a tournament is a private matter, the Grand Elder said, into a silence you could have leaned on. Breaking through inside the ring is not. Victory to Chen Ming. All individual points accumulated by Wen Kai struck out. I lost consciousness about 4 steps off the sand. Mei Lin made Xiaolei carry me. He risked his life for Qianyun Peak's standing, she said sweetly, in front of 100 people. Or would you prefer that second senior sister and I carry him ourselves? He carried me across the entire concourse on his shoulder. Her actual reason, which she admitted to me later, was that she wanted to see whether he would still do what the 2 of them told him. He did. That year. The results came out at the feast. Qianyun Peak, second, behind Main Peak by 2 points, with 80 entrants against Main Peak's 400. Our team lost 1 match. Main Peak's leading team lost 3. The weighting formula that produced those 2 points is, and I quote the announcement, not disclosed. And in the individual standings, first place, Chen Ming of Qianyun Peak. Jolly received the news in her hall and told Mei Hua not to file a protest. The Grand Elder has to keep his face, she said. Second is more than this peak has had in a decade, and I am satisfied. Then she put her cup down. The boy is to be rewarded, and then he is to be punished. Master? The little black room, said Jia Li. Briefly, and Zir, I do not want to hear you speaking up for him again. That night, Xiaolei went to Mei Lin's courtyard to apologize for the match and walked into a sound barrier at the gate. There was somebody inside it. He stood at that barrier for about 4 seconds, and then Mei Lin came out and steered him back down the path, and he went, because she was smiling and because he still could not conceive of the alternative. I want you to know something, she told me afterward, sitting on the end of the bed with her hair down. If you had not been in that gallery, Mei Lin said, I would not have burned the phoenix blood. I would have taken the loss and gone home. She pulled the blanket over her feet. And in your final match, you did 3 things you could not do a week earlier, so it was not wasted. Xiaolei took his accumulated points into the star-picking tower and disappeared for a fortnight. He was asked before he went whether he would take charge of the Immortal Academy construction, and he declined in a sentence that I have kept. It is junior brother's idea, he said. It would be improper for me to command it, which is a very elegant way of saying that if it fails, it is mine, and if it succeeds, he will be standing next to it. Then I sat down with Mei Hua and the actual numbers, which were bad. The Academy needed 100,000 Spirit Stones minimum. Qianyun Peak had 25,000 in reserve. Jia Li released 30,000 from her own holdings, and I put my own 30,000 back in, which hurt more than I let on. 70,000 at best against 100,000 required, and the gap is labor and material, so I did not buy labor. I bought a grievance. Kanglin Peak has over 300 utility disciples and had not paid them in 11 weeks. Their treasury door had a crowd in front of it most mornings. Their steward was a man who had aged 4 years in 3 months. I offered 50 stones a month base, piecework on top to a ceiling of 200, paid on the 15th. In stones, in hand. And I said one more thing to him. Senior sister wanted to offer this to returning Origin Peak, I said sadly. They are closer. I argued for 2 days to get Kanglin a chance at it. He signed inside a quarter of an hour. Star Peak got the same treatment for timber, stone, and iron. Their master has been in seclusion for 10 years, and the peak is quietly going under, and their steward not only signed but knocked another 1,000 stones off the price on his own initiative because he was terrified that Kanglin would take the whole contract if he hesitated. Mei Hua watched both conversations without saying anything. You told both of them, she said afterward, that you had rescued them from the other one. I did. They will find out. They will find out in about 6 months, I said, when both of them are being paid on time by a peak that has money, and neither of them will care. She looked at me for a long moment. Then she reached up and kissed me on the cheek. Enough, she said. May I return it? Once. What she got back was not what she had given, and afterwards she stood there with her fingers against her own mouth, looking mildly stunned. In front of people, she said when she had recovered, I am senior sister. And alone? Alone, said the head of the Mu clan. You may call me patriarch. I took 2 missions off the board, and both of them were north. C grade, the disappearance of a dynasty official in Zhanfang City. B grade, bandits on Xianfang Mountain. Mei Hua read the board over my shoulder and immediately found the problem. Xianfang Mountain is 20 miles from Zhanfang City, she said, on the main trade road. Why has the local city lord's mansion not handled a bandit problem sitting on its own trade road for 4 months? That, I said, is the interesting part. The other reason I took them is arithmetic. Jianfeng City is the poorest and weakest of the 13 cities of the West Continent. Cold, wet, the soil produces nothing, and the population has been going south for 2 generations, which makes it the cheapest place on the continent to sell an immortal academy, and once the North has bought it, the wave runs south on its own, because nothing in this world sells to a rich city like the news that a poor one got there first. On the 3rd of the month, Ziyu was standing under the 8-pillared pavilion at the foot of Qianyun Peak praying that I would not come. I came. Come here, I said. The beast seal is a compulsion, and I had written the instruction into it myself, so she came, one step at a time, with the face of a woman walking toward a gallows and the posture of somebody being reeled in. With love in your eyes, I said. She arrived with love in her eyes and murder in every other part of her. Then I told her the truth because I have found that the truth is cheaper to maintain. The seal is weakening, I said. 2 months and it will fall off on its own. I want you to know that so that you can decide what you are doing in the meantime, rather than finding out later and deciding I lied. And you will have learned a new method by then. Almost certainly. Then I put her on a flying sword and took her 3,000 miles instead of 2 days. This is not the arrangement, she said, at about the 1,000th mile. It is the arrangement I am offering, I said. You come on sect missions with me. Sect missions come with legal authorization to kill people who need killing, which you currently do not have, and which is why your sect operates in the dark and gets hunted. Everything on the ground afterward is yours. Corpses, cores, whatever your rights need. She was quiet for a long way after that, because it was, from her position, an extremely good offer, and she hated that. She tried to buy her way out in the carriage on the 4th day. I do not want to give the details because they do not do either of us any credit. What matters is that she reached for the fastening of her own collar with her chin up and her eyes flat, and I caught her wrist and put it back in her lap. Do not. You have been... I liked the one who would rather die than kneel, I said. That one was interesting. The obedient ones are extremely boring, and there are a great many of them. And that is what finally broke her. You, Ziyu said, and her voice went, you are the one bending me. You put the seal on my face. You drag me across the continent, and then you sit there and demand that I keep my back straight while you do it. She was crying and furious about crying. There is nothing anybody can give you. There is no shape a person can be that satisfies you. She cried for about 4 minutes and I sat there and let her. She is not crying about me, I thought. This has been coming for years and I am simply the nearest available wall, so I told her the only true thing I had. We are the same, I said. We both wanted to be completely evil and we both found the floor. We both had childhoods we do not discuss, and we are both still climbing in a world that has already decided what we are, and neither of us is going to stop. She wiped her face with the back of her wrist. I have an elder brother, she said after a while, and an elder sister. Both of them are against me. I do not get to make one mistake, not one, ever, in my entire life. Jianfeng City in August had frost on the north side of every roof, ice on the paving in the shadowed lanes, timber houses under red glaze that had been beautiful 60 years ago, narrow alleys, and everywhere a smell of damp. The city is dying of arithmetic, the soil is poor, and the climate is cold and wet, so the young leave for the south, so the tax base falls, so the city lord's mansion cannot pay for order, so there is less order, so more of them leave. It is a wheel, and it only turns one way. Magistrate Li, the city lord, and Captain Zhao of the Criminal Justice Department received us personally, immediately, and with a desperation that was frankly embarrassing. They were not worried about their positions. If the capital does not receive an explanation, Magistrate Li said, we will not be dismissed. We will be executed. The distinction matters a great deal to me. Here is the case, and it is the best puzzle I have ever been handed. 4 months ago, a dynasty official called the gatekeeper of the city, out of the 3 departments in the capital, sent north by the empress in person, arrived in Jianfeng City with 12 companions. They took the Fengyue Inn, all of it. The mansion cleared the building for them. At dawn the following morning, 13 people rode out of the south gate, guards on both leaves of the gate, and the register, and 4 witnesses, and 12 people came down the stairs of that inn. The serving women on the 3rd floor swear it. 12 came down. The envoy did not, and his door was locked from the inside, and when it was finally forced, there was nobody behind it. The 12 companions were found 5 weeks later on Xianfang Mountain, all dead. The envoy's body has never been found. 3 questions. How did a man leave a building he did not leave? Who was the 13th rider? And who on this continent is willing to touch an embassy of the dynasty? Magistrate Li gave me the political half on the second night, over wine, when he had decided that either I solved it or he was going to be executed anyway. He was not inspecting the northern border, he said. That was the cover. He was carrying a letter from the Empress to the 6th Prince at Genyuan Hall. Genyuan Hall is the fortress that faces the Baekhyun Demon Valley, which is the territory of the Fox clan, which is the reason the north of this continent has a wall at all. The Empress Supreme has reigned for 258 years under the era named Tianqi, Magistrate Li said. She has spent all of it doing two things, grinding the cults down on the inside and holding the outside out, and the 6th Prince at Genyuan Hall is the load-bearing beam of the second half. He drank. There are people in the capital, he said, who would like that beam removed. I sat with that. The envoy is dead, I thought. Not taken. Dead. And he was not killed on the way north to stop the letter arriving, because the letter arrived. He was killed on the way back. He is not dead for what he was carrying. He is dead for what he heard. I solved it in a corridor because of the temperature. Xie gave me the first half. She stopped on the second-floor landing of the Fengyu Inn and put her head back and made a face. That is not mold. It smells like mold. It smells like soul-burning ants after they have burned themselves out. She looked around at the walls. My sect breeds them. They are too small to see. You put them into a body and you can walk it. If you have enough of them, you do not strictly need the body to be dead first, which meant the 12 who came down those stairs at dawn might not have been coming down under their own arrangements. The second half took me longer and I got it out of a builder's floor plan. First floor, 3 meters. Second floor, 3 meters. Third floor, 2 meters 70. And beside the stairwell on the third floor, there is a projection of flooring about a meter wide and going nowhere, the width of a stair run, serving no purpose whatsoever. I brought in 2 of the men who had built the place. That is a landing, one of them said immediately. That is where you put your feet if you are going up another flight. There is no other flight. There was meant to be. And then I gave them the thing that actually closed it, and it is not a cultivator's argument at all. You have all lived comfortably, I said to the room, to the city lord and the department and everybody in it. So none of you noticed. In this city, in August, the top floor of a building is warmer than the ones below it. Heat goes up. Everybody who has ever slept under a roof in the north knows it. I put my hand flat on the third floor wall. This floor is exactly the same temperature as the first, which means something above it is taking the heat, which means there is a space up there. One of the builders started laughing. That is why my wife and children sleep on the top floor, he said. That is exactly why. We opened the ceiling. The envoy was in the attic, burned, 4 months dead, with his token still on him. The floor of that space had been laid with a dust that muffles consciousness, which is why no divine sense sweep in 4 months had found a body 11 feet above the sweepers' heads. The city lord's mansion offered 20,000 stones to continue the investigation. The criminal justice department matched it. I turned both of them down. I sold them in academy instead. It is expensive, said the head of the largest merchant house in Jianfeng City. And with respect, we all know how this ends. Our sons have no talent. They will pay your fees for a year and then be refused by your sect, and we will have bought them a story to tell at parties. You are thinking about the wrong kind of academy, I said. I let that sit. A secular academy sells a career. You send your son, he learns the classics, he passes an examination, he gets a post in a mansion somewhere, and he sends letters home. I looked around the room. The Immortal Academy of Qianyun Peak does not sell a career, it sells a mark. Nobody said anything. Talent decides how far a man goes, I said. It does not decide whether he starts. Any healthy person, given a year of correct instruction and clean spiritual air, can draw qi into the body. That is not the difficult part. It is simply the step everybody skips, because nobody has ever bothered to teach it to outsiders. And once he has done it, then he is Ying refining, first layer, I said, which means he is a cultivator, not a great one, a real one. And he holds the rank of exchange disciple of an immortal sect in writing with a seal, which I would gently point out is worth a great deal in a mansion appointment as well. The room changed temperature. Then I opened the other door, which is the one that actually made the money. And for those who do not wish to send a son, I said, Qianyun Peak will sell admission to the mountain itself. 500 stones for 3 hours, 1,000 for a full day, 2,000 for a night in the disciple pavilion, which includes the evening meal, the morning bell, and the use of a courtyard. There was a silence of a very particular quality, because no immortal sect on this continent has ever let a secular person walk on its mountain, not once, not for money. That is the entire product. Prepay before winter, I said, and it is 300 a ticket and 10% off tuition. 24 hours. 3 noble houses, 14 individuals, 23,800 spirit stones in advance, on the table, in a city that cannot pay its own guard. I sat in the inn that night and did the projection twice because I did not believe it the first time. By spring, at this rate, with the south not yet touched, Chanyun Peak clears 1 million spirit stones a year. The bandit problem needed bait because in 4 months nobody had located the camp. Walk the road, I said. Look expensive. Let them take you. You want them to capture me. I want them to escort you home. Ziyu walked the trade road below Xinfang Mountain for 2 days, and I walked the ridge above it, and on the second afternoon I noticed the thing that turned the entire mission around. The western slope of that mountain is higher and gets sun until noon. The eastern slope is in shadow from mid-morning. The forest on the sunny western slope is stunted, yellow at the tips, thin canopy. The forest on the shadowed eastern slope is thick enough to lose a horse in, and all the way along the road toward the mountain the ground is going bad, not grazed out, not salted. Going bad in a gradient, and the gradient points somewhere. They took her on the second evening. There were about 40 of them, and their leader had green pupils, and every man in that camp had more death in him than life, not dying, not sick, leaking, steadily, the way a cracked barrel leaks, and walking around perfectly cheerful about it. I got close enough to hear them talking about her. We have the divine tree, one of them said comfortably. If she turns out to be a wild one, we give her to the tree, and we all get another year. Ziyu killed everybody in that camp in about 90 seconds, and I did not have to ask. The vines came up out of the ground while we were still standing in it. Emerald essence spiritual wood, said the system, and for once it was fast. Kui Yuan vine. One of the 3 peerless grade spirit woods of this world. Reputation, 1 line, and every alchemy text on the continent carries it. It is a wicked tree. It draws prey to itself by scent and then it drinks the living force out of an entire mountain and gives it back to the district around it. That is why the sunny slope is starving and the shaded one is fat. It is not sunlight, it is distribution. The tentacles came up through the dead campfire, through the tents, through the ground under my feet, and there were a great many of them. I gave it the water dragon song along the root lines, and Ziyu put ghost fire down into the root system underneath, which is a genuinely good piece of tactical thinking under pressure, and for about 40 seconds we were winning. Then it came at her from behind. I stepped into it because that is what you do, and I put 3 strands of dragon ying up as a shield over her and took the strike myself, and a vine as thick as my wrist went straight through my left palm and out the back of it, and I closed my hand around it. You think, I said through my teeth, that you are the only thing here that drinks. Qing Emperor spirit devouring technique runs in one direction. That is its whole design. It pulls the world into the wheels and the wheels never stop. I had never once tried to run it through a physical contact into something alive. The tree found out what that felt like. Ancient script came up out of the ground around me in a ring. Dao runes older than the Azure Pavilion sect and probably older than the continent, and I stood in the middle of it with my hand nailed to a vine and pulled the living force out of a peerless grade spirit tree in a steady stream. Ziyu put a knife against my chest while I could not move. In fairness to her, it was the correct decision. I was pinned. I was pouring everything I had into a tree. I had a hand skewered, and it was the best opportunity she was ever going to get. So I took the beast seal off her. I did it with my free hand, with 2 fingers, and I did it in about a second and a half, and I felt her go rigid against the blade. There, I said, it is off. You are free. Nobody is compelling anything. I looked at her. If you believe I have wronged you, then do it now, while I cannot stop you, and afterward we are strangers, and I will not come looking. She did not move. So I took a step forward onto the knife. You said you would kill me with your hands, I said. Here they are. Nobody will call you Little Fox again. Nobody will drag you 3,000 miles and make you sleep sitting up against his shoulder because he does not trust you behind him. The blade went in about half an inch. What are you waiting for? There were 2 voices in her. She told me about them much later, in a completely different year, and I am putting them here because she wanted them written down. One of them said, kill him. The other one said, do not you dare. He stepped in front of a peerless grade spirit tree for you 11 seconds ago. What actually happened is that she hit me across the face twice. Those, she said, and her voice was shaking with fury, are for Jinma City, both of them, returned. Then she got hold of my collar and screamed into my face. You should have let the vine take me. You saved me and you still take everything. You take the seal off with the same hand you put it on with, and you make even that yours. Then she tried to strangle me briefly, and then she pulled the knife out, and then, because I said something at exactly the wrong moment which I am not going to reproduce, she put it back in. She also emptied my storage pouch before she left, which contained 120,000 spirit stones, and I lay on the ground with a hole in my hand and a hole in my chest, shouting after her down the mountain, and she did not turn around. The tree started talking when it was nearly empty. Supreme, it said in my head, in the voice of a small child. Are you the supreme of the human race? I stopped pulling. It had recognized the dragon Ying, not the technique, the Ying. And I want you to think about what it takes for a tree that has been in one hole in a mountain since before the Azure Pavilion sect existed to know that particular signature by sight. Then it begged, which was extremely upsetting. It offered terms. It would attach itself to me, to the Dantian or to the heart, whichever I preferred. And it would give up its living force forever in exchange for a drop of blood at intervals. And it would never ask for anything else. And please, please do not finish this. I went into the mirror and asked Sage. That, he said, is Sheng Yuan Ling Mu, innate, born, not grown. He looked genuinely irritated. And it is not wicked, whatever your books say. It takes the life out of a part so that the whole does not die. Look at the ground under it. Look at the district it feeds. The ones it takes are not killed either. They live on as long as the tree does. That is what your green-eyed bandits were, and they were happy about it. They were leaking. They were being spent, Sage said, slowly, and with their consent. And they will all last another 30 years, which is more than any of them had coming. He turned around. Boy, answer me a question and do not answer it quickly. Go on. If somebody you actually care about runs out of time, he said, will you put them into that tree? I did not answer him. I have still not answered him. I bound it to the heart in the end, and I held its core in my hand while I did it, because binding to the Dantian is convenient, and binding to the heart means that its life and its death sit inside my hands forever, and after the past 6 months, I have opinions about leverage. Wood element body, minor achievement, on the way to major. And no more hunting for wood essences ever again, which is the sort of quiet structural advantage that wins wars. Sage gave me one more thing on the way out, and it is the most useful sentence anybody has said to me in this world. Your perfection is not real, he said. You are filling the bottle faster than the bottle is growing. Every realm you break through, the 5 bodies will need to be reground from the beginning because the container will be larger and everything you have done will be a smaller fraction of it. So it never ends. Nothing ends, said the remnant will of a dead saint, and went back to his farming. Magistrate Li's clerks found the Ying family in the 3rd week of searching, and the file made my hair stand up. The Ying family arrived in Jianfeng City from the capital in the year 237 of Tianqi. Within 2 years, they had chartered a merchant house. Within 4, they had bought out 3 local families. In 242, they built the Fengyue Inn. The head of the family took to his bed within a month of its completion. 18 months later, the family sold the building and moved on. His son died 5 days ago of an illness at the age of 51. And in a cavity behind a brick in the old Ying residence, the clerks found a letter dated 238. The day after tomorrow, the envoy will proceed to Zhenyuan Hall. My lords, do not permit him to return to the capital. On the day of the calamity, you will receive your appointments. Burn all correspondence. I read that letter 4 times in a cold room, written in 238. The murder happened this year. That is 20 years. And Zhenyuan Hall was not built until 240. 2 years after the letter, somebody put a fortress on the northern border, and the letter names it. There are 2 explanations, and I do not like either. Either somebody in the capital can see forward 20 years, which changes the shape of the world I thought I was in. Or the entire structure, the family, the inn with an attic, the 20-year wait, was built around an event that has not happened yet, and the death of one envoy is not the event. I told Magistrate Li to send a visible detachment north to Zhenyuan Hall, loudly, with banners, as bait, and to have his clerks go through the inn's register for the 3 months before the murder and find out who else slept in that building. Then I said the honest thing to Ziyu, who had come back 4 days later without explaining herself and had not mentioned the 120,000. Do not trust any mansion. Do not trust any department. Until you personally have enough power to crush all of it, be an audience. I put the letter in the fire. That paper and its date have given me a feeling I have only had twice, and both times somebody died. The tree told me the rest of it at night in its child's voice. The immortal realm is 30,000 years old. Everybody knows that. It is carved on things. I do not remember the first 20,000, said the tree, but I had rings then. I have always had rings. I sat up. A tree does not forget. That is the entire nature of the object. Every year is a line in the body, and the body is the record. 20,000 years of history in a world that agrees it is 30,000 years old, and the oldest living witness on the continent has rings for a period it cannot remember. It also gave me 3 directions, in the manner of something apologizing for the size of the world. The Black Wasteland is one of the 2 gates out of this world. The other is the Starry Sky Ancient Road. There is a sea of death in the western wilderness, and it is a sea of death because a chaotic ancient golden dragon came down in it, which is where my scale came from, and which I had never once thought to wonder about. And there is a cave at the Ares Heavenly Lake which was the residence of a soul transformation master who has been dead for a very long time and whose library nobody has opened. She ran on the 9th day and left me exactly 400 spirit stones on the table. 400, out of 120,000 of my own money that she was still carrying. I caught her in a day on the sword, and what she bought her freedom with was the truth, which was a bad trade, and she knew it about 4 seconds after she made it. Life and death dual balance body, she said, with her back against a rock. That is what I am. It does not prevent injury, it cancels death. Anything short of instant annihilation, and in 7 days I am exactly as I was. I stood there and did not say anything for a while. Because the second rung of the primordial, undying body is called the reincarnation body, and I had been carrying that name around for 4 months, with no idea what a person was supposed to do with it, and a woman had just described one standing in front of me. You have made a mistake, I said. You already had me. You have just handed me a lever, I said, and that is the small half. Listen to me. If that ever gets out, and I mean one drunk sentence in one bad room, every old monster on this continent stops caring about your sect, your bloodline, and your name, and starts caring about your body. You will not be hunted. You will be harvested, on a schedule, forever, because you come back. She went white. That night, wrapped in a cloak on the wrong side of a fire, Ziyu made the promise that closes this part of her. Even lies, she thought. Even nothing but lies, from beginning to end, would have been better than being handled. I will never forgive you again, not once more, and when my strength comes back, you are going to kneel. The ambush on the road out was uniformed, which is what made it interesting. 20-odd men in the livery of the Criminal Justice Department of Hiran City, standing in the road in front of a quarry where every worker had been killed within the last 2 hours. They had done it themselves. That was the design. 20 dead laborers on the ground, and a disciple of the Azure Pavilion sect standing over them, and by evening there would be a report. Kill us, their captain said, and it is worse. Kill officers of the dynasty, and your own sect disowns you within a day, and then you are not a cultivator, you are vermin, and every hand on this continent is against you. He was completely right. My name, I said, is Chen Ming of the Azure Pavilion sect. He smiled. She, I said, is not. Ziyu came out of the tree line with the chains of the Blood Moon sect already out, and she did the work herself, and she did it in the specific manner of her cult, with the specific marks, so that any competent investigator arriving the following morning would identify the perpetrator inside 10 minutes and would identify it as a prescribed cult operating out of the north. She broke through to Foundation Establishment Peak standing in that road. I was already a mile away by then, and I had left 400 spirit stones on a rock where she would find them. She heard the other voice for the first time on that road, and I was not there for it, and she told me a version of it years later that I have never been sure was the whole thing. It was a woman's voice, and it came from inside her. Your life and death, dual balance body, it said, did not fall on you out of the sky. It came from me. You were born carrying the bloodline of the demon ancestor girl, and you were never going to be the young master of a rank 8 cult in the north. Ziyu stood in a road full of dead officers and asked what it wanted. For you to stop apologizing for what you are, the voice said. She took the great demon ceremony that night, alone, and when she opened her eyes, the irises had gone from black to a very deep blue, and something in her tear ducts had been quietly sealed shut and would not open again for a long time. Use his strength, the voice said, on the way out. He is a resource, and he does not know he is a resource. Grow your body on him. And then, the last thing it ever said to her, and do try not to fall in love on the way. Heh. She made 2 decisions after that. The first was to tolerate me for exactly as long as I remained useful. The second was that she was finished tolerating the Blood Moon sect. I went to Xixiao City with a new face. 5th rank concealment mask, 7,000 spirit stones, and worth every one, because a mask that changes what people see when they look at you is the single most useful object a man in my position can own. The news in that city was all about the East Continent. The House of Ye had spent the season eating its neighbors, 3 clans in 11 weeks, and the eastern trade roads were closed and nobody would say by whose order. Locally, there were bandits on the roads. There had been bandits on those roads for a fortnight, and the Water Mirror Pavilion, which is the immortal sect that holds the district, had been unable to do anything about it, which is remarkable, because Water Mirror Pavilion has 2 Golden Core elders and the bandits were reported to be farmers. I hired 4 wagons, loaded them with absolutely nothing, and drove out of the north gate as a very rich and very stupid merchant. They took me on the second night, and they were the worst bandits I have ever seen. They were nervous. They apologized. One of them told me to please keep my hands where they could see them, and then said sorry immediately afterward. I let some pressure out, and every one of them went down on their knees in the mud. Immortal, their leader said, with his forehead on the ground. You would not throw us away like a used donkey, would you? It came out in about 4 minutes. They are farmers, all of them. They are from 4 villages inside the Water Mirror Pavilion's own district, and 11 weeks ago, disciples of that sect came to those villages and explained that the men would be robbing the caravan road, and that if the men declined or informed anybody, the sect would begin with the families. And the reason is a bounty. The city lord's mansion of Zixiao City has posted 10,000 spirit stones for the suppression of the bandits on that road. Water Mirror Pavilion creates the bandits, harvests the caravans, and then hands the bandits over and collects the bounty as well. 2 revenues, 1 problem, which they manufactured. I sent the farmers home, all of them that night, with the contents of the wagons they had already taken off other people, which came to about 50,000 spirit stones. Then I went and found the 3 Water Mirror Pavilion disciples who were running them. I killed 2, and I did it slowly enough to be sure the 3rd was watching. You will want a name, I said, to the one I left alive. He nodded frantically. My name is Xiao Lei, I said, 6th disciple of Qianyun Peak of the Azure Pavilion sect. Then I took another 60,000 off the bodies and walked away, and I want to be entirely honest about the reasoning, because it is the least noble thing in this account. For the name Xiao Lei to ring across the entire West continent, I thought, his junior brother is going to have to help. The money reached Qianyun Peak while I was away. Secular carriages at the foot of the mountain with prepayment, 26 houses, 220,000 spirit stones. Mei Hua read the register twice and then went and sat down, because 220,000 spirit stones is the entire operating budget of Qianyun Peak for 5 years, and it had arrived in 11 days from a city nobody in this sect could find on a map. The other peaks noticed immediately. They are letting secular people walk on an immortal mountain, said the elder of returning Origin Peak in the hall at volume. For money, it is a disgrace to the sect. It is envy, said Tang Rui, and envy is envy. If you dislike it, go and earn some yourself. Jiali read the ledger in her own hall that night, and then gave one instruction. Pay Star Peak and Kanglin Peak slightly above the contracted rate, she said. Not much, enough that they notice, and enough that they know who noticed them. The cave at the Ares Heavenly Lake had a mouth buried in sand and a library behind it, and every book in that library came apart into dust the moment I touched it. 500 years of manuscripts, and I destroyed about 40 of them in the first minute learning that. Then something in the dark said, 1,000 years, and somebody has finally found my library. Kindly stop handling it. Hong Chen, called the Ares Taoist, has been in a bronze coffin at the back of that cave for 500 years and is not dead, and I nearly was myself from the shock. He talked for an hour and I got the actual history of this continent out of it, which nobody had ever bothered to give me. The martial god founded the dynasty with a sword. He unified the secular world and the immortal sects under one authority, which had never been done, and which is why the sects tolerate a secular throne at all. The Emperor Wen came after and opened the literary Tao, and for about 2 centuries the written word was the most powerful force on this continent, and every sect had a scholar in it, and every mansion had a poet. And Chenzi, the poet immortal, was the actual great master of the literary Tao, and his single most important act was talking the martial god out of conquering the other 4 continents. Then Hongchen asked what the world looked like now, and I told him that under the present empress every Tao had opened at once, all of them, in the same reign. He was quiet for a long time. Then he gave me a brush. It was about the length of my hand, and it did not look like anything at all, and it was one of the 3 artifacts of the Tao, and he put it in my palm and told me to go away. Then he was not there anymore. I got about 100 meters from the cave mouth before the entire Bai clan came down the slope shouting about grave robbery, 40 of them, 3 at Golden Core. I went up on the sword and I shouted the truth at them from 400 feet. I am of the house of Ye, of the East Continent. I opened the coffin and I took the brush. If you are aggrieved, look for Xiao Lei. The Bai clan went to the house of Ye about 11 days later, and I only found out how that went months afterward, and it was better than anything I could have arranged. The Bai are a scholar clan raised under Emperor Wen, and they hold something called the literary Tao, writ of execution, which is not a sword. It is the right to condemn a man in writing across the entire continent, and to have that condemnation believed permanently everywhere. They asked the House of Ye to produce Xiao Lei, and Xiao Xuan, head of the House of Ye, first house of the East Continent, father of the boy in question, gave them the following answer in front of witnesses. He is my son by blood, and a discarded piece by decision. Whatever he has done, the House of Ye has no part in it, and will not answer for it. Which stripped the protection off him in one sentence. The reason he was thrown out in the first place is on the record too. The present principal wife of the House of Ye persuaded his father, and it was she who put a 9-year-old out of the gate in winter with no money, and she is the one who has spent the last 11 years terrified that he will come back and stand between her own sons and the succession. So now there were 3 artifacts of the Tao in the world, and together they hold authority over the written word of an entire continent, and one of them was in my sleeve. And a scholar clan with the right to condemn men in permanent writing was hunting somebody called Xiao Lei. Jolly got the whole shape of it that autumn from her shadow in her own hall, and she sat perfectly still through all of it. 3 years ago, the shadow said, a pill appeared, the refining void pill. It is claimed to give a soul transformation cultivator an 80% chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation into return to emptiness. Jiali did not move. It is produced by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Their partners are the 3 great sects of the land continent, the Clear Moon sect and the Purple Void sect. And an elder Mei Jin of Zuodao Peak visited the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion 3 years ago, before any of it began. The master of Qianyun Peak sat in her chair and assembled the whole thing in about 90 seconds. The Miaguo secret realm was not an opportunity. It was an invitation addressed to her personally, arranged by people who wanted her in a particular place. Ji Wen of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion put her in the core of that formation and lied about it afterward with a healing pill in his hand. The burial bell was not an accident of a sealed realm. Somebody rang it, and Li of the Clear Moon sect did not come to that gate to avenge a disciple. She came to stand in front of Jia Li and find out with her own eyes how badly the formation had worked. Xiao Lei is in it, but Xiao Lei is a minor part. He is a lever they found lying on the ground at Qianyun Peak and picked up because it was convenient. And Mei Jin, Jia Li said, what does Mei Jin want out of it? The shadow hesitated, which she almost never did. My lord, 30 years ago at the Mid-Autumn Gathering, Elder Mei Jin declared himself to you. I remember. In front of the assembled elders. I remember that too, said Jia Li. I laughed. There was a silence. 30 years, she said at last, and her voice had something in it I would not have wanted aimed at me. 30 years, over one bad afternoon, and I am to be rendered down into a pill for it. I got back to the sect in the last week of the 10th month. I had been away for 4 months. I had a wood element body, a bound spirit tree living against my heart, an artifact of the Tao in my sleeve, 300,000 spirit stones, a dynasty investigation closed in my name, an academy with a waiting list, and one small piece of unfinished personal business. I went up to Zhenyun Hall to see how my crippled master was getting on. She was ready for me. That is the part I did not know. She had been ready for me every second day for 6 months. She had a routine. She would hear the outer gate and change her robe to the plainer one and arrange herself on the couch and pale her own face down with a wisp of technique and then sit there being an invalid while a young man rummaged through her cabinets. She had been enjoying it more than anything else in her life for half a year. Master, I said, going straight past her to the back garden, I have missed the spring. I filled the wooden cup. I drank it. I sat down on the edge of the water with my feet in it and refilled the cup and drank that too. It really is remarkable, I said. I have been to 4 cities. I have drunk the water of the heavenly lake. There is nothing on this continent like this. Jiali was standing in the doorway with her arms folded. Minger, she said, Master should sell it, genuinely, bottled. I would handle the distribution. Minger. That pool in the garden, said the Peak Master of Qianyun Peak, is my bath. There was a period of time after that during which I do not believe I was fully conscious. I want to describe what it is like to have a load-bearing beam of your personal cosmology removed. 6 months, every second day. A wooden cup. I had called it a holy spring. I had said the words holy spring out loud in that garden, to her face, repeatedly, with an expression of religious gratitude. You told me to drink it, I said. I told you I would not advise it. You said that in a stingy voice. I said it, Jia Li said, in the voice of a woman making a decision she was going to enjoy for a very long time. And then, because I am who I am, and because a man who is going down should go down doing something, I got up out of that garden and put the whole thing back together in about 4 seconds. In the secular world, I said, a soup is delicious because of the fish in it. It is rich because of the chicken. I looked at her. So if the water is sweet, Master, then logically the water is sweet because of you. Jiali's mouth opened slightly. Then I picked her up, off the ground, one arm behind the knees, the way you carry somebody over a threshold in her own garden in the middle of the afternoon. And since it is a bath, I said, I would like to try it properly, with you. The Peak Master of Qianyun Peak looked up at me from about 8 inches away. Rebellious disciple, she said, and I have never in my life heard a woman sound so genuinely delighted. Now you have finally become the real thing. Then she flexed something, and my entire world went out like a lamp. The last thing I saw was the purple robe stop hanging wrong and start falling correctly, and her hair lift off her shoulders in a draft that was not there, and the pressure of a return to emptiness true lord fill that garden corner to corner. Well, she said from a very long way away, do I look like a proper master now? I woke up being dragged along a stone corridor by a rope around my neck. Senior sister, I croaked, you could carry me. Carrying you, said Mei Lin, hauling, would be far too easy on both of us. The Council of Elders met that same afternoon, which was not a coincidence. Mei Jin of Zuodao Peak had the floor, and he had prepared. 6 months, he said. 6 months of closed-door seclusion with no communication, no inspection, and no confirmation of her condition. Qianyun Peak is being run by a Golden Core disciple and a boy who established foundation this year. They appear to be running it adequately, somebody said. They are running an amusement park for merchants, Mei Jin said. Which is exactly my point. There is no authority on that mountain, so I propose, as a temporary measure, that the operations of Qianyun Peak be distributed among the remaining 5 peaks until such time as Peak Master Jia is able to resume her duties. He had the votes. I found out afterward that he had 4 of them locked before he opened his mouth. Then the doors of the hall opened. Jolly walked in with the full weight of a return to emptiness true lord coming off her like heat off a road, and every man in that hall stood up, and Mei Jin's face did something I would have paid money to see. She did not sit. She stood at the foot of the table with her hands inside her sleeves. Distributed, she said. Peak Master Jia, your recovery is a great relief to— I have one question, she said, and it is not about the proposal. Am I to understand that for 100 years, this sect has been presenting one face to the continent and a completely different one to itself? Nobody answered. Then she put the actual news on the table, and it was the reason she had come out of seclusion that week and not the next. In the last month, Jiali said, disciples belonging to more than 100 sects have died across this continent, not in duels, not in secret realms, on roads and in inns. Our own losses stand at 10. The Purple Void sect has lost over 20. The Clear Moon sect has closed its outer gates entirely. The hall changed. So here is my counter-proposal, she said. We stop closing. Every instinct in this room is telling you to seal the mountain and wait, and it is wrong. We open, and we deal with the dynasty directly, formally, on paper, before the Tianchuan Grand Competition. Because if we walk into that competition as 6 peaks quietly at war with each other, they will not merely beat us, they will divide us up afterward, and we will have signed the deed ourselves. She turned and left, and Mei Jin sat back down in a hall full of men who had just been reminded all at once what a return to emptiness cultivator actually is. The little black room is on the west side of Xianyun Hall, and I had been hearing about it for 6 months. I want to describe the inventory, because the inventory is the joke. A 6th-rank soul-suppressing whip coiled on a hook, a chair with spikes on the arms, ropes that dampen ki, a brazier with an iron in it, and every single item in that room had been commissioned from the sect armory over the preceding 4 months by Peak Master Jia Li personally, based on illustrations in a secular book called Male Virtue, a disciple's instructions, which she had bought in a market town for 11 copper coins. They tied me to the chair. Both of them. Mei Lin did the knots and Mei Hua checked them. Then they hit me for about a quarter of an hour. I am obliged to report that it did not work. 10 Jang golden body at major achievement, a water-conducting body underneath it, and a peerless grade spirit tree living against my heart quietly repairing everything in real time. The whip came down and the whip came off and there was a red mark for about 2 seconds and then there was not. If anything it was pleasant, it is a firm sort of tingle. I did not say that out loud because I have some instinct for self-preservation, but I did think it, and 2 women in that room heard it and had to stop and go and stand by the wall. And the entire time, I sat in that chair completely convinced that my master had been crippled for 6 months and was now, somehow, back on her feet, and I was working the problem. Today, the little black room is yours, I thought comfortably. Tomorrow, it will be mine. Then Mei Hua unrolled a scroll. The 10 mortal sins of the rebellious disciple, she read out. Compiled by the Peak Master, entered by date under the Tianqi calendar. I stopped feeling comfortable. Item 1. On the 9th day of the 4th month, on first entering Xianyun Hall, the disciple observed that the Peak Master's robe resembled a coal scuttle, and further, that with correct dress she would place in the top 3 of the record of beauties. Mei Lin made a noise. Item 2. On the same day, at the council table, the disciple expressed concern for the structural integrity of the furniture. That is out of context. Item 3. On the 14th day of the 5th month, the disciple entered the Peak Master's private residence without permission, tore down 2 screens, announced his intention to become Changshi, and pinched the Peak Master's cheek. She turned the scroll over. There was more on the back. Item 4. On the second day of the 7th month, the disciple removed and examined the Peak Master's personal garments from a closed cabinet. That was a search for resources. Item 5. On the 11th day of the 8th month, having discovered a bathing pool, the disciple drank from it. She looked up. Repeatedly, Mei Hua said. Over a period of 6 months, using a wooden cup. Item 6. The disciple attempted to fill a gourd from the same pool in order to present its contents to this disciple as a gift. Mei Lin had gone down on one knee. Item 7. On the 9th day of the 9th month, the disciple removed a pot of bustling spirit from Xianyun Hall without authorization and has not returned it. I have 4 months left on that. Item 8, Mei Hua said. On the 12th day of the 9th month, the disciple withheld a 6th-rank spirit restoration pill entrusted to him by the library custodian for delivery to the Peak Master. That one actually got me. I had forgotten I still had it. Item 9. On the 3rd day of the 10th month, the disciple placed his hands upon the Peak Master's person and lifted her bodily from the ground. Item 10, she read. On the same occasion, the disciple invited the Peak Master to bathe with him. She rolled the scroll up, and that is when I understood all at once that every single one of those entries was a thought. Not one of them had been spoken aloud. Somebody had been standing in that hall writing down the inside of my head, by date, for 6 months. I did the only thing available to me. I got out of the chair, which I could have done at any point in the previous quarter of an hour, and I went across that room and wrapped both arms around my master's legs and put my forehead against her knees and wept. Master, I sobbed. My father is the sect master, and I have never met him. I grew up in a field. Nobody taught me anything. I made the mistake that every disciple in the history of this sect has made, and I made it worse because I made it out loud, and I am so sorry. Jiali looked down at me. And besides, I said into her knees, you are first on the record of beauties. First, master. Who could possibly withstand that? There was a silence of considerable weight. Get off my legs, she said. I got off her legs. And as I was standing up, and while my face was still wet, I had a thought which 2 women in that room heard with perfect clarity, and which is, I am told, the reason nobody in Qianyun Peak has ever fully forgiven me. Next time, I thought, I am definitely going to win. She took me out into the hall afterward and put 2 options on the table. The first, Jiali said, is a corrective device. Sect armory, 3rd rank, entirely reversible. You would wear it for 3 years. I have never gone that cold that fast in my life. Master, it is a training aid. That is castration with a warranty. The second option, she said over me, is that you earn Qianyun Peak 2 million spirit stones inside 6 months. I stopped. 2 million. 2 million. And if you do, I will forgive everything on that scroll. She sat down and crossed her legs and looked at me with an expression I still cannot fully read. All 10 items, and I will further tolerate any future attempts you may wish to make. Any, said the Peak Master of Qianyun Peak. If you have the nerve and the ability, I said tolerate. I did not say permit. And if I fail? Then it is the device, she said, for 10 years. I took the second option in about a second and a half. Afterward, alone, her shadow asked her why, and she gave an answer that I did not hear for a very long time, and that explains the whole year. You cannot cut a thought off, Jiali said. You can punish a man for saying it. You can punish him for doing it. You cannot reach inside and remove the thing itself, and everybody who has ever tried has produced a liar. My lord. He likes to play, she said. So I will play. He genuinely believes he is going to have me one day. She turned her cup. And if he ever actually manages it, then I suppose I will accept it, because at that point he will have earned something that nothing on this continent has ever taken from me. The shadow brought the other thing in that night, and it wiped every trace of amusement off her face. 3 months ago, she said, Xiao Lei met privately with a disciple of Kanglin Peak named Zhou Yong, twice. The second meeting was inside a formation, and I could not hear it, but I have the go-between. And? The arrangement was that Zhou Yong would be drawn against Chen Ming in the internal selection and would cripple him on the arena, permanently, in the manner that is customarily settled with a fine. Jiali set her cup down. It failed, the shadow said, because the format was changed 6 days before registration to randomized mixed teams, and the draw could no longer be arranged. The master of Qianyun Peak sat in the dark for a while. So he was not saved by my judgment, she said at last, and he was not saved by his brother's mercy. He was saved by an administrative change that neither of them controlled. She looked at the window, and then he went out onto that sand anyway and took first place in the individual standings. Then the second half. There is one more thing, my lord. The Clear Moon sect stopped pressing for Xiao Lei's punishment in the 7th month, abruptly, without explanation. Why? Because the House of Ye intervened, the shadow said, for the first time in 11 years. There were 2 conversations after that, on the same evening, in 2 different courtyards, and they were almost word for word the same conversation. Mei Hua cleaned up my eye herself, which she had never done before, with her thumb under my chin to hold my head still. If you ever, she said in exactly the voice she uses for clan business, so much as think about Xiao Yao, do not come to me afterward complaining. 40 minutes later, in a different courtyard, Mei Lin pushed a cup of the pond tea at me and said, and if I ever catch you thinking about second senior sister, junior brother, you will find out what the Phoenix bloodline is actually for. Both of them were completely certain that the other one would never, under any circumstances, look twice at me. Both of them were already in it up to the collarbones, and Mei Hua did the arithmetic that night, out loud in front of me, which is how I learned exactly how much trouble I was in. The academy buildings finish in 2 months, she said. Landscaping is a third. So you have 2 months of earning, and the academy at full intake will produce 5 to 800,000 across that window. Which leaves you, Mei Hua said, needing to find 1,200,000 spirit stones somewhere else, in 8 weeks, in a world where an elder of this sect draws 36,000 a year. 2,000 miles north, Ziyu went home and took her sect. I was not there, and I only have the outline, and the outline is this. She poisoned the hall with a powder at the evening assembly, which is not honorable, and which was the correct opening, because the alternative was a fair fight against 4 people with a decade on her. She killed the 2 chairmen of the Elder Council. She killed her own cousin, who had spent 6 years explaining to anybody who would listen exactly what he would do to her when he had the chance, and she put her aunt in a cage instead of a grave. Zhu had run the Blood Moon sect for 19 years, and the truth came out during that hour in front of the surviving disciples, and it recontextualized everything. The Blood Moon sect belonged to the Zhang clan. Zhu killed Xieyu's mother for it, and she had spent 19 years raising the daughter carefully, feeding her, training her, promoting her, because a life and death dual balance body is a vessel, and she had been growing an origin in it to transplant into her own child. Xieyu's sentence was 2 sentences long. I am not going to kill you, she said. You are going to watch me raise the Blood Moon sect out of the hole you put it in, and you are going to understand, every day, at length, how small you were. Then she gave her first order as sect master, and it was not what anybody expected. We come out of the dark, she said. Not into the light, into the gray. There is a space between the dynasty and the Yi Pavilion, where a thing our size can stand, and in that space we are going to be bad enough that the good ones need us, and good enough that the bad ones fear us. Under whose protection? The black-robed man asked. Officially, Shi Yu said, the Azure Pavilion sect. Later, alone with him, she said the other thing, and he had the sense not to react. I suppose I should thank that bastard, she said. He was the last straw. Everything I had been pretending for 19 years came apart under him, and I could not have done any of this while I was still pretending. The judgment came at the end of the 10th month, in the main hall of Chenyun Peak, with every disciple on that mountain present. Jia Li did not announce anything first. She let Xiao Lei walk in, and bow, and straighten up, and then she let a little of it out. He went down onto both knees on the flagstones and stayed there. Master, Zhou Yong, she said. He did not answer. He is very quick, and it took him about a second, and I watched him decide not to insult her with a denial. Chen Ming has no quarrel with you, Jiali said. None. He has never once moved against you inside this sect, and you arrange for a disciple of another peak to cripple him on the arena in front of 2,000 people for the position of sage candidate, 3 months in advance, in writing, through a go-between. She looked down at him. I cannot teach a disciple like that. I have tried for 6 years and I have failed, and I want you to hear that it is a failure and not a punishment. The hall did not breathe. Sentence, she said. 400,000 spirit stones earned personally within 2 months. Fail and you are removed from Qianyun Peak, and you may present yourself to any peak that will have you. Xiao Lei's head came up. Master, 400,000 in 2 months is... I have set Chen Ming 2 million in 6, she said, and he did not ask a single question. That landed harder than the fine. And I will tell you the rest of it now, in front of everyone, so that nobody has to speculate. Jia Li's voice did not change at all. I will be choosing this peak's sage candidate on the basis of what I have seen this year. Then she moved on to the rewards, which is where she actually did the work. Mei Lin, 1 4th grade pill and 2,000 spirit stones for breaking through to core formation and for conduct at the selection. Thank you, Master. Mei Hua, 3,000 spirit stones, and full authority over the operations of this peak, effective now. You do not consult me, you inform me. Mei Hua bowed and did not look at me. Xiao Lei, 5,000 spirit stones. And nothing else. No pill, no artifact, no assignment, no praise. 5,000 stones and a full stop in a hall where everybody could count. Chen Ming, I stepped forward. Chief Administrator of Construction and Commerce for Chenyun Peak, Jiali said, reporting to Mei Hua 10% of the peak's net profits in perpetuity, in writing. There was a noise in that hall like a wave going out. 10% of a mountain that was about to make $1 million a year. And a personal reward, she added, from my own residence. Spiritual spring water, as much as he likes. I did not react, not a muscle. I have never been prouder of my own face than in that moment. Somewhere behind me, Mei Lin made a sound like a kettle and had to be elbowed. One further arrangement, Jiali said, and this is the part I had not seen coming and the part I will remember when I am 400 years old. She looked down at the young man still on his knees. Xiao Lei, your 400,000, when you have earned it, will be delivered to Chen Ming. It will be counted against his 2 million, and for the duration of the 6-month term, in all matters of commerce and construction on this peak, you will take his instructions. Nobody moved. Not one person in that hall moved. The protagonist of Record of Beauties, first talent of Chenyun Peak, candidate for Sage of the Azure Pavilion sect, knelt on the flagstones of his own hall and was assigned by his own master, in front of every disciple on the mountain, to work for the cannon fodder. Yes, master, Xiao Lei said. He said it perfectly, not one wrong note. He got up and he bowed to her and then he bowed to me, correctly, at the depth the arrangement required, and his face was calm and open and slightly rueful, the way a good man's face is when he has been justly corrected. And inside, where he thought it was private, in the exact tone of a man reading a shopping list, he thought, Chenyun Peak is going to be mine, the master, the 5 senior sisters, all of it. It is simply going to take longer than I planned. 3 women heard it. None of us said anything, because you cannot walk into the hall of law enforcement with a thought. So I stood there in the middle of that hall with 10% of a mountain in my pocket and the protagonist of the book bowing to me, and I did the only arithmetic that has ever really mattered to me. 6 months ago, a man in gold robes told a room full of strangers to give him to Chenyun Peak, the way you tell a servant to move a chair. 6 months ago, the system opened in my head and set the bar at survive. I was going to die in chapter 40. I have read chapter 40. It is a paragraph. I looked at the back of Xiao Lei's head. 2 million spirit stones in 6 months, I thought. Fine. That is a number, and numbers are the easy part. But you and I are going to be standing in a room together at the end of this, senior brother, and only one of us is going to be reading from the book. Do not be late.